Welcome back to Worlds of Prothika audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Prothika, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Prothika's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothikan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprothika.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Greetings, Celestials. Before the story continues, a word from the gods of Prothika. The tale you're hearing now is an abridged version, not by choice, but by the constraints of YouTube. The full audiobook, complete with every forbidden chapter, every whispered secret, every stolen moment, was simply too powerful and too long to fit in the limited video length allowed by YouTube. Don't worry, we made sure to leave the chapters most crucial to the story. But if your soul craves the full saga, every chapter, unabridged and unbroken, you can claim it at worldsofprothika.com. There, the full director's cut is waiting, and as a token for the inconvenience, it's offered at a discounted price, just for you, our fellow Celestials. Use code YouTube30 for 30% off. Thank you for listening to Worlds of Prothika on YouTube. May the eternal magic of Prothika guide you, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the story. Chapter 1. Mira. My feet ache from the long ride through dense jungle paths, but I press on, determined not to reveal the weakness coiling in my stomach. The carriage that carried me is gone, leaving me at the edge of a grand estate hidden in the heart of Nagaland's humid darkness. I stand before walls made of pale stone and accented by winding vines of emerald and rust-red leaves. A wrought iron gate stands open, silent as though waiting for me to step inside. Beyond it, the manor looms, a testament to power. I was purchased yesterday at a high-end auction. The memory still trembles in my mind, a line of humans, each of us forced to keep our eyes on the ground as Naga nobles strode by, chins lifted in disdain. They placed bids like they were haggling for cattle. One moment I was shivering on the auction block, and the next, a single word from someone in the darkness sealed my fate. My new owner never revealed himself that night. He simply gave instructions for me to be delivered here. I move past the gate into a courtyard encircled by thick columns. The path is paved in flat stones that glisten with moisture. Naga craftsmanship is evident in every measured angle, each detail meticulously functional rather than purely ornamental. Still, I notice faint patterns along the columns. Stylized serpents coiling upward toward the ceiling, their eyes marked with jade inlays. These subtle decorations remind me that the inhabitants here are not human and hold themselves far above those they consider lesser. I pause at a massive wooden door banded in iron. There's a carving at its centre, a serpent's head with flared hood, jaw parted in silent warning. My palms grow clammy, but I force myself to knock. 3 quick raps echo in the damp air. No immediate reply follows, so I wonder if I should knock again. Before I decide, the door opens inward, revealing a female figure. She's taller than me by several inches, though I'm not short at 5.5 feet. She has scales dusting her arms, and when she turns her head, I glimpse her eyes. White, milky, devoid of colour. Yet she doesn't stumble. She stands poised, shoulders angled with quiet strength. Her hair is gathered into a loose knot behind her head, shot through with silver. "You are the new one," she says, voice resonant and calm. I swallow and nod, unsure whether to speak first. My training at the Obedience Academy taught me that speaking out of turn can be dangerous, especially with Naga. She inclines her head slightly. I am Sahreen, the housekeeper. I maintain Lord Vaserin's estate. The name Vaserin freezes the breath in my chest. I've heard rumours, everyone has. They speak of a Naga warlord exiled from the capital, rumoured to have venom potent enough to kill a man in seconds. I try not to show how those stories claw at my composure. Sahreen gestures for me to follow. We step into a wide foyer. The floor is polished stone, half covered by a circular rug woven in deep greens and blacks. Wooden beams arch overhead, supporting the high ceiling. A faint echo follows our footsteps. You will address him as Lord Vaserin, Sahreen says, but you will only see him if he requests your presence. My throat feels tight, but I push out a tentative response. Yes, madam. She halts, turning her cloudy eyes in my direction with an uncanny accuracy that suggests she can see heat rather than light. I'm not madam, just Sahreen is enough. I understand, Sahreen, I say quietly. She studies me for several seconds, then continues down a corridor flanked by tall windows. My gaze catches glimpses of lush vegetation outside, the enormous ferns and colourful, twisting vines. Deep in the distance, the drone of insects mingles with the haunting call of some unseen beast. Naga territory is known for wildlife more vibrant and deadly than anywhere else on Prathika. At the end of the corridor, Sahreen stops by a dark wooden door. Your room? She says, pushing it open. She leads me in, revealing a small space with a narrow bed, a single dresser, and a tiny window high on the wall that allows slanted sunlight to fall across the floor. A plain wooden chair is tucked under a simple table. When my gaze moves to the door itself, my heart stutters. On the outside, I notice 3 iron latches, each designed to lock whoever is inside. If they slide them closed, I won't leave this room without their permission. Sahreen's voice remains calm. You'll be safe here if you keep to your duties. Lord Vaserin doesn't like chaos. I'll be careful. She places a small brass key on the table. This is for the inside lock. You may secure yourself from within. No one in this household will intrude without reason, but do not misuse that privilege. If you cause trouble, the latches outside will see more use. I run my thumb over the key's surface, noticing how worn it looks, as if many others have lived here before me. I understand. Sahreen stands by the threshold, her posture rigid. There's a pitcher of water in the corner. You may wash up. If you need anything, speak quietly, and one of the staff will attend to you. We keep a certain atmosphere in this house. What kind of atmosphere? I ask, unsure if I'm allowed such a question. She tilts her head, as though deciding how much to say. An atmosphere of quiet, child. You'll learn soon enough. With that, she steps out. The door closes gently, but the echo of finality resonates through my bones. I sit on the edge of the bed, studying my new surroundings. The walls are bare except for faint scratches near the dresser. The bedding is grey linen, worn but clean. There's a single oil lamp on a shelf in case of darkness. I touch my own arms, trying to calm my racing pulse. My skin carries a warm brown tone, marred by a burn scar on my left thigh, my permanent reminder of the raid on my childhood village. My hair is cut short to minimise fuss, tight coils that hug my scalp. At the academy, they taught us that maintaining a neat appearance is vital for pleasing one's owner. My gaze drifts down to my calloused hands, ridges formed by years of scrubbing floors, washing dishes, cooking. That's all I am to them, a maid, a servant. Something to be bought, something that must remain invisible if I want to survive. I have no illusions of respect here. My best chance is to obey quietly, to slip beneath notice. That is how I have lived this long. The less I appear to stand out, the more likely I am to see another dawn. After rinsing my face with cool water from the pitcher, I step back into the hallway. The tension of this place presses upon me, yet a flicker of curiosity flutters in my chest. The estate is too big, too elaborate for a reclusive warlord. Why keep a large household if he prefers silence? The corridor is hushed. I edge my way along walls decorated with carved serpent motifs. Each panel depicts swirling tails, fanged mouths, and coiling forms in a subtle monochrome style. Part of me wonders if these images are tributes to the 5 naga gods, Vatya, Atya, Feher, Minir, and Awela. They revere those deities in every corner of their domain. A faint scuff of movement alerts me, and I freeze. A figure appears at the other end of the hallway. He's half-shadowed, with broad shoulders and a lean build. Scales glint along his arms and part of his neck, arranged in a mosaic of black edged with faint greenish highlights. For a heartbeat we watch each other. Then he steps into a shaft of light from a high window, revealing a face that seems half human, half serpent. He's not Vaserin, I'm certain. This man's posture is too casual, his features a touch rougher. Perhaps a guard or a retainer. Sharp, slitted eyes regard me with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. The shape of his nose is slightly crooked, and a scar runs across his chin. "You're the new purchase," he says. My voice feels small. "Yes." A faint snort escapes him. "Good luck." He then brushes past me, boots tapping on stone. I exhale slowly, relief trickling through me that he didn't stop for more conversation. Keeping quiet is exactly how I plan to remain safe. Sahreen finds me moments later. She beckons for me to follow. We traverse another hallway, stepping into a spacious chamber that appears to be some kind of sitting room. Large windows frame the jungle beyond. The view is breathtaking. Tall trees with red bark, vines trailing in curtains, and bright green ferns. In the distance, a swirl of mist hints at a waterfall. Sahreen points me toward a small closet. Inside, I find cleaning supplies and a folded apron. Without a word, I slip it over my head. "You'll start here," Sahreen says. "Dust these shelves and wipe down the tabletops. Lord Vaserin prefers minimal disturbance, so move quietly." I bow my head. Of course. She leaves me to my task. My motions are careful and deliberate. As I dust, I notice odd trinkets on the shelves, a cluster of shimmering feathers in a glass display, a few coiled serpentine sculptures, and vials of dried herbs with labels in the naga tongue. I can't read their script, but the letters flow in elegant arcs. Time crawls, yet I'm oddly grateful for this mundane chore. My heart steadies, and I slip into the well-practiced calm I learned at the academy. Polishing surfaces with gentle strokes, making certain each area is pristine. While I work, I think about the rumours tied to this warlord. They say he's vicious in battle, that he once took down an entire troop of orcs with only a handful of soldiers. They also say he's exiled because of something scandalous involving the High Nest, though the specifics are murky. I wonder if any of that truly matters. Right now, I'm a servant with no plan beyond surviving. The best approach is to remain as inconspicuous as possible. My cleaning is interrupted by the soft slither of scales. Immediately, my gaze darts to the doorway. A naga man stands there, though this one's appearance is far more striking than the guard I saw earlier. He's impossibly tall and moves with fluid grace. Iridescent black scales shimmer across his forearms, trailing up to broad shoulders. The intricate patterns frame a powerful torso that suggests lethal strength. Long obsidian hair flows behind him, nearly brushing his hips. He's unsettlingly gorgeous in an inhuman way. The lines of his face are sharp, with slitted amber eyes that catch the light and reflect it like a predator's. He doesn't speak. His presence alone makes the air feel charged, as though a storm is gathering just outside. I dip my head in what I hope is respectful greeting. My voice is subdued. My lord. He remains silent for a long moment, gaze roaming over me. I fight the urge to shrink into myself. While I have no desire to provoke him, I can't hide the tremor that runs through my limbs. This must be Vaserin. He exudes command with every breath, as if the entire manor and its inhabitants exist at his mercy. When he finally speaks, it's low and measured. You're the one they brought from the auction. My nod is small. Yes, Lord Vaserin. His eyes narrow slightly, studying my stance, my posture, the shape of my face. They said you arrived only this morning. Have you eaten? I almost flinch at his question. Why would my well-being matter? Not yet, my lord. He lifts a claw-tipped hand, gesturing in the direction of the corridor. The kitchens will provide you a meal. Go now. He sounds neither kind nor cruel, simply commanding. My thoughts swirl with confusion, but I know better than to hesitate. Thank you. I set aside the rag I was using and head for the door. As I pass by, I sense his gaze tracking every step. His presence presses on my nerves, but I keep my back straight. Once I'm in the hallway, I realize my heart is pounding so fast it almost hurts. Footsteps approach from another direction. A male voice, quiet but insistent. Don't linger, girl. Lord Vaserin hates wasted time. It's the guard from earlier, the one with the scar on his chin. Up close, I notice his scales are more irregular than those of a full-blooded naga. Perhaps he's a half-blood. His tone is impatient, yet not entirely unfriendly. I offer a small nod and keep moving. My plan is simple. Do my job, remain inconspicuous, and avoid stirring Vaserin's interest any more than I already have. If he wants a silent servant, I'll give him exactly that. The best way to survive is to be useful and unseen. The corridor winds past several tall windows that frame the jungle. I catch glimpses of red sand, thick knots of vines, and brilliant flowers shaped like trumpets. Everything out there hums with life, some of it surely lethal. In the distance, a bird with metallic plumage swoops low, letting out a piercing call. For a moment it reminds me of how big this world truly is. The man leads me to a spacious kitchen. Here, the scents of raw meat and fresh-cut herbs swirl in the air. A pair of human servants stand near a huge wooden counter, chopping vegetables. They glance up at me with guarded eyes, then return to their work. The half-blood guard instructs them to give me a plate. Immediately, one sets aside a small portion of stew and hands it over. I thank them under my breath, taking the bowl to a quiet corner. The guard leaves without another word, boots thumping on the stone floor. In that corner, I notice a low stool, so I settle there to eat. My spoon clinks softly against the wooden bowl. The stew is simple, root vegetables, shredded meat, and a few herbs. But it's warm and it grounds me. As I eat, I can't ignore the tension in the kitchen. Nobody speaks above a whisper. It's as if the entire household is trapped in some unspoken rule. Keep the peace, never cause a stir. Every face I see is drawn with concentration, as though each person fears the consequences of a single mistake. I set down the spoon, appetite dwindling. My mind circles back to what I've heard of this warlord. If even half the rumours are true, it's no surprise the staff treads carefully. Yet my initial meeting with him was subdued. He didn't roar commands or menace me with a whip. Instead, his voice, though quiet, carried an undercurrent of threat, as if violence is coiled beneath his stillness. Finishing the last bite, I stand and deposit the empty bowl in a wash basin. One of the servants glances at me. She's a small woman with tired eyes, her hair bound in a neat braid. "You should hurry back before you're missed," she whispers. "I will," I reply softly. My next steps take me into the corridor once more. A series of paintings line one wall, renderings of jungle scenes, but each with a serpentine figure emerging from vines. I pause before one depicting a tall naga crowned with twisted horns and swirling tattoos. A faint plaque at the bottom reads, High Warlord Kaijar, though the letters are in the naga script, so I can only guess. A prickle at the back of my neck warns me that I'm being watched. Turning, I spot no one. Yet the sense lingers, prompting me to move faster. I don't want any reason for Lord Vaserin or his staff to suspect me of prying. In truth, all I can think about is returning to my modest room, the one with the locks on the outside, simply because it offers a semblance of refuge. When I arrive, relief washes over me as I see the door is still unlocked from the inside. I slip in and close it gently, pressing my forehead against the wood. My pulse gradually settles. This entire place feels like the hush before a storm. Everyone acts as though something catastrophic might erupt if they dare raise their voices. Perhaps Vaserin's quiet is more dangerous than any shouted rage. The stories from the auctions swirl in my head, how he once annihilated a foe with a single strike of venom, how he never forgives disobedience. Still, I think of the way he watched me in that sitting room the moment he asked if I'd eaten. The concern was minimal, but it existed. I can't decide if it's genuine or a calculated display of authority. Maybe both. My only certainty is that survival depends on not rousing his temper or anyone else's. I glance around the small room. It's plain, but it's mine for now, and that is enough. Sitting on the bed, I let a deep breath escape my lungs. Tomorrow, I'll continue my duties and stay in the shadows. If I remain silent and useful, perhaps I can avoid drawing the warlord's gaze again. That's the lie I cling to, the belief I've carried for years. If I don't stand out, then I won't become prey. Yet something whispers in my mind that he's already noticed me in ways no master has before, and I can't shake the feeling that in this household, silence might not be enough to keep me safe. I close my eyes, forcing the thought away. I'm not about to test that theory. My life from this moment forward belongs to Lord Vaserin, whether I wish it or not. All I can do is blend into the stillness. If I'm lucky, he'll forget I exist, and I'll fade into the rhythms of this strange, quiet manner. I have to believe that's possible. Otherwise, I might never find the courage to draw another breath.
Chapter 2. Vaserin. The corridors of my estate lie swathed in silence this morning, exactly as I demand. A dim stretch of sunlight seeps through tall windows, illuminating floating specks of dust. I stand at the far end of the main hallway, near a tall column carved with coiling serpents. My gaze tracks the newest addition to my household staff, the human named Mira. She is barely visible from this distance, kneeling on the polished floor to wipe away footprints left by the night patrol. I catch her slight movement, the careful drag of a cloth against stone. Her posture remains subdued, shoulders bent inward as though every breath must be hushed. It should please me. I purchased a servant known for her silence and unobtrusiveness, yet that very quality draws my attention more than any amount of chatter would. I tense my claws at my sides. My fingernails are thick and tapered, each with a dark sheen that hints at my naga heritage. Scales cover my forearms in a pattern of black edged with midnight green. Those scales continue up past my elbows, merging into skin near my biceps. Beneath my robes, I feel the shift of my powerful tail, coiled around my waist to keep it from dragging. I have the legs of a man, but the elongated tail extends behind me, muscular and serpentine, granting me extra balance and speed when I need it. In my youth, I stood nearly 7 feet when fully upright, with a slender, athletic build. Over the years, training and the realities of war have carved muscle into my frame, leaving me broad in the shoulders and trim at the waist. My hair is black, falling thick and loose halfway down my back. Most often, I bind it in gold clips or let it drape freely, as it does now. My face is sharp-featured, with a strong jaw, high cheekbones, and eyes that reflect an amber gleam in low light. At the moment, my eyes remain fixed on the human. She wears a dull gray shift beneath a plain apron. I notice how her hair, coiled close to her scalp, catches the morning glow, giving it a soft sheen that contrasts with her deep brown complexion. She reminds me of a small creature always prepared to flee. Yet there's an efficiency to her movements that betrays hidden discipline. I shift my stance and my tail sways, producing a subtle rasp against the stone. Mira's head lifts. For an instant, her gaze sweeps across the hallway, and I sense her wariness like an electric current. She sees me, though I remain partially hidden behind the carved column. Her eyes dart away quickly, returning to her task with renewed focus. Why do I linger here, observing her instead of tending to more pressing matters? I have orc incursions to study and reports to review. There's also the matter of resupplying certain potions my Venom brewer has been perfecting, yet my feet refuse to move away. I grit my teeth, unsettled by the compulsion that roots me in place. For a heartbeat, I recall the day she arrived, the hush that fell over my household when she stepped through the doors, looking frightened but strangely resolute. I asked if she had eaten, and the softness in her answer cracked something inside my chest. She seemed surprised I bothered to inquire. No servant in my domain starves, but humans I've encountered seldom believe that until they experience it. I exhale quietly. Attachment is a weakness, one I vowed never to entertain again. My exile from the capital taught me that caring leads to betrayal. Yet here stands a human who moves in near silence, offering me no reason for suspicion beyond the fact I notice her too frequently. I roll my shoulders, forcing myself to step forward. I must pass by her to reach my study. The air shifts as I approach. She senses me, though she pretends focus on her scrubbing. When I'm close enough, I speak, keeping my voice low. You can continue that later. There are tasks in the eastern wing that need your attention. She flinches at the sound, then gathers her rag and rises to her feet. Her eyes remain directed at my chest, not quite daring to meet my stare. Yes, my lord. That voice is almost a whisper, but it carries an edge of composure. She doesn't quake like many humans do, nor does she speak out of turn. I nod, stepping aside to let her pass. The swirl of air around her carries a faint scent of soap and the warmth of her skin. It lingers even after she moves away. I stand there longer than necessary, caught in the remnants of that scent. Then I shake my head and make my way to the study, determined to bury myself in more productive concerns. My study occupies a large chamber flanked by 2 windows that overlook the jungle beyond. The glass is warped in places, evidence of older craftsmanship. Through the panes I glimpse thick vines and crimson bark, a hallmark of this region's vegetation. Cainvu's forests are lush and untamed. Predator calls echo at dawn and dusk. The isolation suits me, far removed from the ceaseless intrigues of the Naga royal court. I settle behind a heavy wooden desk. On its surface lie parchments detailing watch reports, supply inventories, and other mundane necessities. Serene's neat handwriting notes that we received fresh produce from a nearby orchard. Another line item shows the arrival of certain medicinal herbs used to refine my venom. My mind wanders, drifting back to the swirl of quiet that follows Mira wherever she goes. I pick up a quill and scratch my signature on one of the parchments, approving a shipment of preserved meats for winter. My tail flexes around the chair legs, a sign of agitation. I push the feeling aside and focus on the next item, an update about orc raids. My scouts warn of small bands creeping closer to Naga territory. Typically, we can repel them with minimal effort, but if their numbers grow, it may require my personal attention. After reviewing the details, I grab the next report, only to discover my gaze flicking toward the door. Am I waiting to sense her presence again? Frustration builds in my chest. My claws click lightly against the edge of the parchment. I recall a single memory from my time at the High Nest, back when I was engaged to Lady Velna. She once told me that compassion for humans signaled a fundamental flaw in my character. I believed her for a while, letting guilt fester each time I spared a human slave from harsh punishment. Her betrayal conspiring with assassins to claim my inheritance showed me how twisted that line of thinking was. That fierce, no, that calamity still throbs like an old wound. No, I won't allow the memory of her cruelty to control me. I refocus on the lines of text. Eventually, I force myself to immerse in the strategic updates, scribbling notes for my guard, Crick. He's a half-blood, cunning and loyal enough, though he doesn't hide his scorn for the Naga elite. That might be one reason I tolerate him. He despises hypocrisy as much as I do. Time drips by until a knock sounds at the door. It's not timid, yet it lacks aggression. "Enter," I say, voice curt. Saurine steps inside, her sightless eyes directed toward me. She wears a deep green robe that conceals her serpentine limbs. A single scale glimmers near her collarbone, aged and pale compared to mine. She inclines her head. "My lord, the new maid is settling well. She's thorough in her cleaning, quiet, and hasn't disrupted the household." I set down my quill. "Good. That's exactly what was promised." Saurine pauses, hands folded. Indeed, though the staff remarks that she seems observant. I arch a brow. "Elaborate." She misses nothing. She notices small details, reorganizes tasks for efficiency without being told. She remains meek in words, but I sense a keen mind behind her silence. A faint current of irritation stirs. I do not need a clever servant. Obedience and competence suffice. And still, some quiet part of me wonders why that offends me. "Does she meddle?" I ask, carefully controlled. "Not in any problematic way, my lord. She simply adapts quickly. The others find her a little unsettling because she speaks so rarely yet accomplishes so much." I tap a claw against the desk. That's precisely what I wanted from the slavers, a servant who would not trouble me. Curiosity only becomes an issue if it leads to disobedience or prying. "Keep watch and ensure she understands her limits." Saurine inclines her head again. "As you wish." She steps back, closes the door, and leaves me alone with my thoughts. For a while, I wrestle with the tension in my shoulders. Then I push away from the desk and decide to inspect the estate personally. My tail swishes behind me as I stride into the hallway, passing a series of wall sconces that remain unlit during the day. I head toward the eastern wing, following the same route Mira took earlier. Muted footsteps reach me before I see anyone. I slow my pace and peer around a wide archway into a smaller sitting room. This chamber has a simple fireplace along one wall, a few straight-backed chairs, and a large painting of the capital city, Cario, pinned above the hearth. Mira kneels near the baseboards, dusting meticulously. From my vantage point, I observe her profile, the gentle slope of her cheek, the focused set of her mouth. Her arms are slender, yet I notice a subtle firmness in her movements that betrays years of labor. She glances up, perhaps sensing me. The moment her eyes meet mine, she drops her gaze and shifts her weight, as if fighting the urge to bow. Instead of stepping into the room, I remain in the archway. "You work quickly," I remark. "I only wish to do what's required." Her answer is soft, delivered without hesitation. Something about her voice stirs me. I move closer, letting my tail curl around one of the chair legs. "Saurine says you reorganize tasks. You take initiative." She sets her rag aside. "I'm sorry, my lord, if that offends. I was trying to lighten the burden on the others." There's a cautious note in her tone, a desire not to provoke. I study her posture. "You haven't crossed any lines yet, but be aware that stepping too boldly beyond your station may cause friction." She lifts her chin a fraction, though still avoiding my eyes. "I understand." My scrutiny roams across her face, lingering on the faint, burned scar visible on the side of her thigh when she shifts. The cloth of her dress rides up an inch, revealing uneven flesh, presumably from an older wound. She notices my attention and pulls her skirt down quickly. I catch a flicker of embarrassment in her features, then it vanishes behind a composed mask. The silence grows thick. I sense the flutter of something in my chest, an inconvenient awareness of how alone we stand in this small room, with no one else present. I breathe more slowly, reining in whatever impulses churn beneath my exterior. I'm the master here, not a suitor, and certainly not a caretaker for her wounds. I release the chair from my tail's grasp and step aside. If you finish early, see to the corridor near the kitchens. The scullery maids have left footprints of flour again. Yes, my lord. She collects her things, and I see the faint tremor in her fingers. Whether it's fear or tension, I'm not certain. I leave without another word, determined to keep my distance. Yet my path leads to the courtyard at the center of the estate, where I often pace among the vines and carved pillars to clear my head. Stepping outside, I inhale the damp air. The courtyard is open to the sky, though partially shaded by broad-leafed plants twisting around stone arches. A cluster of red ferns borders the path, their leaves shaped like elongated fingers. Beyond them, a statue of Fear, the naga god of land and water, stands guard. His carved serpent tail wraps around a sphere, symbolizing the planet's bounty. As I walk, I note the hush that cloaks my home. Occasionally, the hum of insects or the squawk of a jungle bird breaks the stillness. No laughter, no idle conversation. It's how I've lived for years, free of prying eyes. Once this solitude was a blessing. Now I suspect a restlessness stirs in me, something Mira's presence has amplified. I slip past a large fountain adorned with serpentine figures. Water trickles through their stone mouths, forming a shallow pool that reflects the overhead canopy. My reflection ripples on the surface, revealing my tall frame. The lines of my face appear leaner than they used to be, my expression guarded. Exile has a way of carving out vulnerabilities, leaving behind only what ensures survival. A sudden memory stings, a scene from the day I turned on the Council's command. I refused to execute a human child who had ventured too close to the High Nest's sacred archives. That act led to an uproar, culminating in a near-fatal betrayal by my betrothed. The scars on my ribs serve as a permanent reminder. I close my eyes for a moment, letting the memory pass like a thorny vine gliding over my skin. Then I continue along the courtyard's path, eventually circling back into the manor through a different doorway. The corridor here leads to a set of private quarters and a smaller library. I often find respite among the old scrolls, where documented history and half-forgotten knowledge hold more honesty than most naga I once knew. Stepping into the library, I spot Crick leaning against a shelf. His mismatched scales and rebellious grin mark him as a half-blood. He straightens and inclines his head in a greeting. "My lord," he says, voice laced with that familiar edge. "I've been checking the perimeter. Nothing unusual." I give a terse nod. "Good." His gaze flicks to me, then away. "You seem on edge," he remarks. "Is something vexing you?" "Merely the usual tasks," I reply, keeping my tone dismissive. I have no intention of sharing the fact that my new maid occupies my thoughts too often. Crick smirks, crossing his arms over his scaled chest. "If you say so, my lord. I'll be in the barracks if you need me." He brushes past, footsteps echoing as he departs. Despite his attitude, he's loyal enough and competent in guarding my land. Still, his perceptiveness grates on me. I don't want any speculation about how a human servant might be distracting me. Once alone, I scan the shelves. Scrolls detailing ancient naga rites line one section, while another holds treatises on venom research. I run my claw over a tome about the old bonding rituals, back when humans were occasionally taken as mates. The text references archaic ceremonies now considered taboo by many. I suppress an internal sneer. The hypocrisy of the Council never ceases to amaze me. They condemn any naga who expresses more than cold disdain for humans. Yet in private, some keep concubines or amuse themselves with so-called pets. I withdraw the tome, flipping a few pages. Illustrations show serpentine males coiling around human brides, performing rites under sacred trees. The text describes a spiritual exchange of venom, the forging of a connection that transcends physical bonds. My chest tightens. I close the book abruptly, pushing it back onto the shelf. Such things have no place here, not in my life. Leaving the library, I return to the corridor that borders the sitting room. Mira is gone now, presumably scrubbing away flour near the kitchens. I find myself irritated by the swirl of tension inside my head. Deciding to resolve something more concrete, I head toward the training courtyard behind the manor, where a smaller yard is used for combat practice. Sunlight strikes my face as I emerge outdoors again. This courtyard is simpler, just a flat space lined with gravel. Weapons hang from a rack along one wall, spears, swords, and a few well-crafted bows. I shrug off my robe, revealing a sleeveless tunic that leaves my scaled arms bare. With a spear in hand, I move to the center of the yard. My routine begins. Feet planted, tail coiled behind me for balance. I thrust the spear forward, pivot, and pull back. Each movement is rehearsed from years of drills. My muscles remember the sequences even if my mind wanders. I envision an orc or some shadowy foe, and I spin, bringing the spear around in a precise arc. Gravel crunches under my boots. As I practice, sweat clings to my skin. The tension in my chest recedes, replaced by the clean focus of physical exertion. I lunge, driving the spear toward an imaginary target. It slices the air with a sharp whoosh. Then I pivot, tail snapping around to brace myself. Once upon a time, training was how I escaped the labyrinth of thoughts. Eventually, my breathing grows ragged. I lower the spear and stand upright, letting the humid air wash over me. Closing my eyes, I chase away the swirl of anxiety that's been haunting me. It's foolish to let a quiet human get under my scales. She's just another servant. I take a moment to center myself, then slide the spear back into the rack. My torso glistens with perspiration. The black scales on my arms catch the sun's reflection. I reclaim my robe, shrugging it on. As I do, I hear footsteps at the courtyard's edge. Mira stands there, clutching a small tray with a pitcher of water. She's paused, as if hesitant to approach. I narrow my gaze. Did Saurine send her, or did she come on her own? She steps forward, crossing the gravel. My lord, Saurine mentioned you might want refreshment. Her voice remains soft, but I notice she meets my eyes for a fraction of a second before lowering her gaze. Her cheeks hold the slightest flush, perhaps from the heat or from seeing me in this state of partial disarray. I nod, holding out a hand. Set it down. She places the tray on a low stone bench. The pitcher is ceramic, along with a single cup. I pour water for myself and drink deeply. The liquid soothes my throat, chilled just enough to be pleasant. Mira takes a step back, waiting. Her posture is cautious, yet I sense the flicker of curiosity in her expression. I lift the cup again. Your name? Her eyes widen slightly as though she didn't expect me to ask. It's Mira, she answers, barely above a whisper. Mira, I echo. Something about speaking her name aloud tastes strange, like a note of music out of place. You've carried yourself well so far. Continue to do so, and you will find no trouble here. She bows her head in acknowledgement. Thank you, my lord. I drain the rest of the water, then set the cup down. My gaze drifts to her face, searching for any sign of deceit or hidden motives. Humans can be skilled at deception when desperation calls. Yet I find no trace of cunning here, only a guarded spark that suggests she is ready for any cruelty. I exhale, turning away to signal she's dismissed. She must read my body language because she steps back, inclining her head once more before retreating from the courtyard. The sense of her presence lingers, leaving a subtle heat in the air even after she's gone. Once alone, I stand near the bench, staring at the pitcher. My mind drifts over her features, recalling the composure she showed in the hallway, the smooth cadence of her voice. There's a hidden reservoir of quiet strength in her, like a coiled spring that never fully relaxes. A memory of my previous vow washes over me. Caring for a human is weakness. I know this well. Yet I keep noticing small things about her. The shape of her mouth when she hesitates. The way her skin glistens with a thin sheen of perspiration in the humid air. How her eyes dart as she takes in every detail of her surroundings. I brush those musings aside with the same force I used to drive the spear. This is my domain. She is a servant. If I begin to care, I risk old wounds splitting open. Betrayal once cost me everything, my inheritance, my standing, nearly my life. I refuse to repeat such a mistake, no matter how intriguing this human might be. Deciding I've had enough introspection, I gather the tray and carry it back toward the manor. The hallway is empty now, so I place it on a small ledge for another servant to collect. My estate's design ensures I rarely have to worry about these small tasks, but performing one myself distracts me from the restlessness in my mind. On my way to the second-floor balconies, I pass by several closed doors. Each leads to guest chambers seldom used. Dust rarely gathers because Vaserin ensures her staff cleans daily, though visitors remain scarce. I prefer it that way. The last time I invited someone here, they sought to manipulate my territory for personal gain. At the end of the corridor, a wide balcony overlooks the courtyard below. I lean against the railing, scanning the greenery that sprawls into the distance. Convu's jungles are rumored to hold magical wild spawns, places teeming with chaotic energies, and large swaths remain unexplored. The humidity clings to my skin, but the breeze at this altitude provides some relief. From up here, I see Mira again, this time walking around a cluster of tall ferns along the estate's outer walkway. She carries a basket of cleaning supplies. Even from a distance, I notice her measured posture. It's the stance of someone who expects trouble. Part of me admires that vigilance, though I wish she didn't appear so haunted. I stand there for a long while, letting the day slip into early afternoon. Eventually, the sun dips behind the trees, and the warm light takes on a golden hue. It's time to finalize the day's tasks. My mind wrestles with the knowledge that tomorrow I will see her again, and the next day and the next. Each interaction sets me on edge. Yet some part of me, a traitorous corner I loathe to acknowledge, anticipates what small exchange might occur. I run my hand over the railing, feeling the cool stone beneath my palm. The world below continues in a hush, only broken by the occasional call of a jungle bird. A single question echoes in my thoughts. Why does this human, so quiet and compliant, captivate me in a way that disrupts the calm I once cherished? I have no answer that satisfies me. So I decide to turn away, stepping back inside. The hallway darkens as the sun lowers, shadows stretching across the floor. My footsteps sound louder than usual, as if the estate is reminding me of my solitude. The staff avoids me unless summoned. Vaserin sees to the household. Crick manages security. Mira cleans floors and washes linens. I close my eyes for a moment, inhaling the scent of the old stone walls and the faint dryness of the air. The hush that once served as a refuge now amplifies my awareness of her presence somewhere in these corridors. Returning to my study, I light a lantern. The golden glow flickers across the shelves and stacks of parchment. With slow deliberation, I sink into the chair behind my desk. My tail coils around the base, a reflex of containment. Despite my best intentions, I know that tomorrow I will watch for her, listen for her footsteps, and wait to see if she lifts her gaze for more than an instant. A weakness, indeed. One I intend to master before it masters me. Yet I cannot deny the faint thrill in my chest. Perhaps this is the cost of living in isolation for so long that the smallest hint of warmth or curiosity can feel like a storm building on the horizon. No matter. I learned how to weather storms long ago. If I can quell uprisings and slay foes who threaten my domain, I can certainly deny a quiet human maid any power over me. Resolute, I lean over my desk, determined to immerse myself in the reports until I banish every thought of her from my mind. The night stretches onward, the only sounds the distant drip of water from the courtyard fountain and the faint rustle of parchment as I scribble notes. By the time I set my quill aside, the lantern's flame has dwindled low. My eyes ache, and and a subtle tension lingers in my chest. Standing, I exhale quietly and gather my robe around me. I exit the study, passing through the silent halls. A sense of restlessness anchors me to the moment. Eventually, I reach the door to my private chambers. With one last glance down the dark corridor, I slip inside. My room offers the same hush as the rest of the estate. A single window high on the wall grants a glimpse of the moonlit sky. The bed is large, adorned with simple linens in dark shades. Coiling patterns decorate the walls, reminiscent of ancestral naga artistry. I shed my robe and ease onto the bed, letting the day's tension seep out of my muscles. In the darkness, my thoughts drift back to an image of Mira's profile, the delicate lines of her face illuminated by morning light, and the careful way she answered my questions. I almost want to banish the memory, but it remains. Resentment flickers through me. Why should a mere servant occupy so much of my attention? I turn onto my side and close my eyes, willing my mind to focus on tomorrow's tasks. Orc raids, supply management, updates from the Boundary Watchers. A swirl of responsibilities. Yet the last thing I recall before sleep claims me is the faint sound of her voice, whispering, "Yes, my lord," in that quiet tone that pierces deeper than any scream could. In the end, my resolve stands. Caring for a human is a path I refuse to tread. Still, I suspect that Vow is already trembling beneath the weight of her presence. Chapter 4. Vaserin. Dinner tonight promises to be a chore. I feel the tension gathering in my chest from the moment Sareen informs me of Lord Ralazin's impending arrival. He's a minor Naga noble from a neighboring territory, a distant cousin of some baron or another, yet protocol demands I host him with courtesy. We do not often receive visitors here, which is exactly how I prefer it. Unfortunately, Ralazin stands out as the kind of aristocrat who thirsts for gossip and flaunts the arrogance typical of lesser-born Naga lords, hoping to curry favor with the capital. I pace inside my private sitting room before heading to the dining hall. Thick columns flank me, each carved with the coiling shapes of serpents. Braziers in the corners cast a warm, flickering glow across the polished floor. My reflection stares back from a polished mirror, tall and broad-shouldered, with black scales that glint green in the firelight. Those scales adorn my forearms and the top of my powerful tail. My hair is bound loosely at the nape of my neck, the obsidian strands brushed to keep them from tangling. A high-collared robe of black silk drapes over my frame, simple yet finely made, reminding any guest that I once belonged to a far more prestigious circle of Naga society. I flick my tail, unsettled. A swirl of memories churns. This house rarely sees visitors, partly because of my exile, and partly because I keep my domain free from the prying eyes of other Naga. Ralazin, however, must have gleaned the nerve to come unannounced for reasons I can only guess. Sareen stands at the threshold, blind eyes directed toward me. Her voice resonates softly in the hush. "My lord, your guest has arrived. He awaits you in the main dining hall." "Very well." My reply emerges in a low rumble. As I follow her from the sitting room, I notice how my claws tap lightly on the stone floor with each step. My staff has prepared a modest spread for the meal, fine enough to avoid offense, but lacking the gaudy extravagance of the capital's feasts. We pass a cluster of arches leading to the kitchens, and I see half a dozen human servants bustling to finalize the trays of food. Among them is Mira, carrying a silver pitcher. Her frame is slender, her skin a warm brown hue kissed by the glow of lanterns. She wears a simple, dark dress with an apron tied neatly at the waist. When she notices me, she pauses for a single heartbeat before lowering her gaze, giving me that subtle nod of acknowledgement. A familiar twist of tension hits my gut. Ever since her arrival, she's been a quiet presence, yet somehow impossible to ignore. The lines of her face, the delicate shape of her jaw, the controlled grace of her movements. I cannot tear my eyes away for longer than a day. It infuriates me how she occupies my thoughts. I stamp down that flicker of heat and continue to the dining hall. The hall itself features a long table of polished wood, ringed by tall-backed chairs. In the center stands a candelabrum wrought from iron, the flames dancing atop thick candles that drip slowly. At the far end, near the head of the table, Lord Rolazan lounges with a smug curl to his thin lips. His scales have a gaudy shine in coppery red, a stark contrast to the midnight black of mine. He rises with a theatrical flourish, bowing low enough to show questionable sincerity. "Vaserin," he greets, though he omits the title of Lord. "You do me honor by inviting me to dine. I hope I haven't come at a poor time." I coil my tail near my feet, adopting a stance of polite calm. "Any time is poor for unexpected visits, but you are here now," I say, voice deliberately mild. "I will show hospitality as best I can." He laughs, though it holds no warmth. "I'm sure you will. After all, one hears so many rumors about your reclusive ways." I offer no direct reply, merely gesture for him to sit. Servants drift in, carrying trays laden with roasted game, braised vegetables, and fresh fruit from the local orchard. My household prides itself on simple, well-prepared meals that reflect the bounty of this region. At least we do not resort to the barbaric custom some naga practice of displaying raw meat drenched in blood for shock value. I settle at the head of the table, with Rolazan to my right. The servants begin pouring drinks, a light wine steeped with herbs. One by one they set plates, moving with silent efficiency. When Mira enters carrying a bowl of spiced root vegetables, my attention zeroes in on her again. She moves carefully, that same deliberate grace. I can almost taste the tension in the air, as if she senses Rolazan's presence poses a threat she cannot name. Her eyes flick up, meeting mine for the barest second. A spark travels through my chest, sharp enough to leave me breathless. Then her gaze lowers, as though she's reminding herself of her role. My jaw tightens. I resent how a mere human can stir me so profoundly, and yet some part of me thrills at the thought that she lingers in my domain. Rolazan's nasal voice slices through the hush. "You keep quite a few humans here, I see. Are they all so docile?" He snorts, surveying the nearest servant with a sneer. "I prefer to keep them out of sight when I'm dining. Some are so filthy." Anger flares, but I bury it under my calm facade. "They serve their function," I say, placing a morsel of meat on my plate. "No more, no less." He arches a brow. "Indeed. I suppose exiles can't be too picky." My tail flexes. "Exile," I repeat, my voice cold. Is that the word the capital uses for it these days? I would have thought they'd prefer the term self-imposed retreat, given their eagerness to wash their hands of me. Rolazan's grin widens, revealing pointed fangs. "Oh, there are many words used, but let us not dwell on such matters. I come for more pleasant pursuits. There's talk that orc skirmishes have increased near your borders." He leans forward as if we're confidants. "Have you noticed any mounting threat?" I give a measured nod. Orcs are always a threat on this frontier. Nothing out of the ordinary. "Pity," he sighs theatrically. "I was hoping for stories of your prowess in battle. You once had quite the reputation, Vaserin. Some said you were unstoppable." I slice into my food, controlling the tension that works its way through my shoulders. We are not at war, Rolazan. I see no need for theatrics. As we eat, servants continue to bring fresh plates, clearing away used dishes with quiet efficiency. At one point, Mira passes near Rolazan to replace an empty carafe. I sense her unease. Her shoulders stiffen as he blatantly rakes his gaze over her. It grates on me, though I keep my expression still. She's a servant, yes, but something primal in me hisses at the idea that his filthy stare could harm her in any way. She finishes pouring the beverage, then steps away, head lowered. Rolazan's eyes gleam. "That one," he murmurs in a tone meant to be private but loud enough for me to catch. "She has a lovely shape for a human. Where did you pick her up?" He's prodding me, testing whether I'll react. My breath claws at my throat. Carefully, I set my utensils aside. Does her origin matter? Ralazin laughs. No, I suppose not. I only wonder why you haven't used her as a personal plaything. With a figure like that, it'd be a shame to let her remain a mere maid. I remain silent, a muscle jumping in my jaw. The other servants hustle about, deliberately ignoring the conversation. Mira stands at the edge of the hall, possibly waiting for a signal to collect empty plates. Her posture is stiff, as though each word from Ralazin's mouth burrows into her. The flickering candlelight highlights the tension in her shoulders, the set of her chin. Some hidden spark ignites in my chest, an urge to defend her. It's absurd, she's just a servant. Yet the notion that this low-born noble dares speak of her with such contempt rakes at my composure. Instead of replying, I swirl the wine in my goblet, forcing my voice to remain calm. If you are finished with your meal, we can move to the sitting room for further discussion of your concerns about orcs. He waves a hand dismissively. Oh, don't be so stiff, Vaserin. We're old acquaintances, are we not? His gaze lands on Mira once more. You there. Come here. My claws dig into the arm of my chair. Every instinct commands me to intervene, but I wait unsure if I should reveal how deeply his gall rankles me. Mira obeys, stepping forward with her chin dipped. She folds her hands before her, gaze on the floor. My lord? Ralazin leers. You can speak, can't you? Tell me your name. I might require your services for the evening. She doesn't raise her eyes. My name is Mira. A smirk curves Ralazin's mouth. Mira, not a bad name. Do you sing or dance? Perhaps you can perform for us. Bile rises in my throat. The staff hushes, the entire dining hall going still. I sense Mira's trepidation, the subtle shift in her stance. She swallows, struggling to maintain composure. I only clean, my lord. Ralazin snorts. Useless, then. I suppose you just stand there and look pretty. He reaches out with a scaled hand, making a motion as if to grab her chin. How about you kneel instead? Let's see you do that gracefully. Before I realize I'm moving, I rise to my feet. My voice resonates, low and dangerous. That won't be necessary. He gives me a sideways glance, one brow arched in mocking surprise. Why not? She's your property, is she not? I meet his stare without blinking, heat simmering in my chest. I don't share my property. His lips twist into a sneer. Ah, so you do keep her for yourself. You should have said so. Or are you just squeamish about letting others handle your scraps? Mira's hand clenches around the edge of her apron, and a torrent of fury surges through my veins. Before I can temper it, I feel my venom glands pulse beneath my fangs, a bitter tang flooding my mouth. Ralazin, smug in his presumed safety, tilts his head as though daring me to act. Then it happens. He dares to lift his hand again, reaching toward Mira's sleeve as if to drag her closer. I flash forward, crossing the space in an instant. My tail lashes and my clawed fingers grip his wrist before he can touch her. The candlelight flares off my scales as I bare my fangs, venom shining on their tips. Ralazin lets out a startled yelp. Vaserin! Whatever he intends to say dies in his throat. The next moment I strike. My fangs sink into the side of his neck, a lightning-quick move that unleashes a dose of venom. It isn't enough to kill instantly. My control is too precise for that, but it's more than enough to send him reeling in pain. He staggers back, choking on a cry. My tail coils around him, preventing his escape as I glare into his widened eyes. You dare lay a hand on what is mine? My voice shakes with a fury I haven't felt in years. Insult me if you wish, but do not touch her. He writhes, face going pale. The wound on his neck burns an angry purplish red, and the stench of raw fear pervades the air. You'd kill me over a worthless... Silence, I snarl. My coils tighten just enough to keep him pinned without crushing. The entire hall has gone deathly quiet. I sense the shocked gazes of the staff, the hush that wraps around Mira as she stands behind me. No one dares move. Ralazin's breathing turns ragged. The venom is taking hold, numbing his limbs, though it won't slay him outright. He chokes out a rasp. You realize this is an offense punishable by the council? I flash my fangs again. Threaten me with them all you wish, but know this. If you ever speak of her that way again, I will not stop at a mild dose. His eyes roll, and I release him with a sharp shove, letting him collapse to the floor. He gasps and clutches at his neck, face twisted in agony. Venom's sweat beads on his temples. My tail lashes once more, filled with lingering rage, then retracts around me. A chill seeps through my blood as I realize the weight of what I've done. To strike a noble is not uncommon in the savage politics of Naga society, but to do so over a mere human, that is an entirely different matter. The staff stands frozen at the edges of the hall. No one utters a sound. Finally, I snap. Lock down the manor. No one leaves without my permission. They spring into motion, scurrying to bar the doors and close the windows. 2 guards rush to Ralazin's side, glancing at me for direction. I jerk my chin. Take him to the guest chambers. Keep him alive, but do not let him wander. I'll decide his fate when I choose. They nod, hauling him up and dragging him out of the hall. His moans echo off the walls, then fade. The hush that lingers is thick enough to taste. My gaze sweeps the room, landing on Mira. She stares at me with wide eyes, her chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. Something in her expression twists my insides. Shock, fear, confusion, and maybe a hint of something else I can't name. Fury still pumps through my veins, though it has shifted into a wild realization of the risk I've taken. I just assaulted a noble visitor in my own domain, all because he insulted a servant. A human. The very notion stuns me. I clench my fists, trying to regain composure. Everyone out, I say in a low tone. Now. The staff scrambles, obeying my command without question. Mira hovers for a moment, seemingly unsure if she should join them. Our eyes lock once more, tension crackling in the space between us. Even from several paces away, I sense her trembling. The candlelight catches the subtle highlights of her hair, the soft slope of her cheek, the parted lips that reveal shallow breathing. I tear my gaze away, forcing my attention to the nearest guard. Crick! I call out. The half-blood guard steps forward, eyes darting between me and Mira. Ensure the gates are sealed. No messenger crows leave tonight. Understood. He nods sharply, then glances at Mira before darting after the others. She remains still for another heartbeat, confusion clouding her features. Finally, she sets the tray she's holding on the table, hands shaking, and hurries after the rest. In the sudden quiet, I press my palm against the table's edge, tail twitching with agitation. My thoughts swirl. I've practically declared open hostility toward the council by striking a noble who outranks me in political circles. They will interpret my actions as an affront to Naga authority. My entire estate stands at risk. Yet a part of me, some primal, possessive part, rejoices in the memory of Ralazin's fear. He deserved every moment of pain for the way he spoke to Mira. I banish that unsteady thrill from my mind and sweep out of the dining hall. The corridors feel colder than usual, the lamps casting elongated shadows on the stone walls. My footsteps echo, and I sense the staff scurrying away from my presence. This is the consequence of showing anger publicly. The hush that pervaded my domain becomes something more like dread. Eventually, I reach my private chambers near the eastern wing. The door closes behind me with a dull thud. The room is lit only by a single oil lamp perched on a side table. Coiled serpent designs swirl across the walls, their carved forms flickering in the lamplight. I pace, tail lashing with each step, mind churning over the fallout to come. A memory flashes. Mira's face when Ralazin tried to touch her. She looked trapped between terror and indignation. The faint trembling in her fingers when she set down that tray lingers in my thoughts. I could not stand the sight of him taunting her, that vile look in his eyes. My body acted before I could think, venom surging out to silence him. A scowl forms. My father once told me that discipline separates a warlord from a mere soldier. Yet in that moment, I lost all control. The feeling echoes inside me, a roaring awareness that she has become something I cannot ignore. And that is precisely what terrifies me. I do not want to bond or care for any human, but the truth is, I've made a spectacle of my protectiveness tonight. Abruptly, I spin around to find Saurine standing there. Her presence is so quiet I sometimes forget to track her. She doesn't speak until I meet her unseeing gaze. "You must see what this implies," she says calmly. "Defending a human so openly will not go unnoticed. The council will hear of it." I clench my jaw. "I'm well aware. Let them hear. Ralazin won't soon forget the sting of my venom." She inclines her head, robe shifting against the floor. "He might try to bargain for his life or threaten you with repercussions." I exhale. "Yes, and I will handle that." Saurine listens, perhaps sensing the rippling tension in my posture. Then she quietly nods. "Very well, my lord. I will keep the staff in line. What of the girl?" The question squeezes my chest. "Mira," I reply, her name tasting unfamiliar in my mouth. She did nothing wrong. She will remain unharmed. Saurine's expression doesn't shift, but I sense a subtle flicker of interest. "The man you struck? Will you kill him?" My tail curls at her bluntness. "Not yet. Let him suffer the effects of venom for a while. Perhaps I'll release him once he swears to keep silent. Or perhaps I'll feed him to the council if they come calling." She tilts her head in agreement, though I doubt she fully approves. "As you say, my lord." Then she slips from the room, leaving me alone with the weight of my anger. I collapse onto a low seat carved from dark wood, the surface chilled by the night air. My mind replays the dinner scene, focusing on the instant I sank my fangs into Ralazin's neck. That rush of satisfaction unsettles me now. I can't afford to let rage dictate my actions. Not after everything that drove me from the high nest in the first place. Yet an insidious warmth flickers in my chest when I think of Mira. The memory of her face, her tension, the subtle relief in her posture when I intervened. It gnaws at me, demanding attention. I picture her deep brown eyes, the shape of her mouth, the delicacy of her hands, and I find myself longing to reassure her that she is safe here, if only from petty tyrants like Ralazin. My claws tighten against the chair's arm. I vow to maintain distance. She is a servant, and my life is complicated enough without entangling deeper. But the lines of boundary blur when I recall how I threatened death to any who might mistreat her. The entire estate has witnessed my reaction. They know she is not just another human. Even if I refuse to admit it, I've made her special by my own actions. A faint knock disrupts my brooding. "Enter," I say, mustering calm. Crick slips inside, head lowered slightly in deference. His mismatched scales gleam in the low lamplight. "All doors are locked, gates sealed," he reports. "Ralazen is confined to the eastern guest room with guards posted outside." He's moaning, but your venom dose isn't lethal. I nod. "Good." Crick hesitates, stepping closer. "What do you plan to do about the council's inevitable interest?" I sigh, leaning forward. "Let them come. I'll handle it." He nods, though worry flickers in his slitted eyes. "Understood. Also, the staff is uneasy. They've never seen you strike a noble unprovoked." The room feels colder by the second. "Then they will learn that I have no tolerance for certain behavior," I mutter. "I won't allow a visitor to degrade my domain." Crick's gaze flicks momentarily toward the door. "So, this is about your domain, not just the human?" A flash of annoyance sparks in my chest. "You overstep," I warn, voice soft with threat. His shoulders lift in a shrug. I'm just clarifying. If that's all, I'll be back to my rounds. I wave a dismissive hand, and he retreats. The door closes behind him with a muted thump. My tail curls tighter around my legs, a sign of lingering agitation. I can't deny that his question plants a seed of doubt in my mind. Did I truly act out of a sense of territory, or was it purely for her? Night deepens, and I remain in the chamber, occasionally rising to pace. The distant call of a jungle creature seeps through the window, reminding me that I am far from the high nest's polished marbles and gilded halls. This jungle estate has become my fortress of solitude, a place of self-imposed retreat from the tangled politics of my race. But with Ralazin's arrival and the violent display at dinner, those politics have found me again. Eventually, I slip into an adjacent room that serves as a small study. Shelves of scrolls and books line the walls, containing knowledge gleaned from across Prathika. I retrieve a half-burned candle and light it, placing it on a table. The flickering glow illuminates a battered journal detailing Venom brewing techniques. My eyes skim the text, though concentration fails me. Images of Mira intrude, her subdued manner, the quiet dignity that refused to let Ralazin break her. That swirl of defiance and submission seems to define her, and it burrows into my thoughts. A memory returns. The quiet spark that lit her gaze when she thought no one was watching. It drives me mad that I notice these subtleties, as if she's become an obsession I can't shrug off. I slam the book shut, cursing under my breath. As the house remains on lockdown, the staff is likely whispering about what just transpired. Tomorrow I will have to show a measured hand in controlling the fallout. But for tonight, I seethe in private, wrestling with the realization that I have indeed changed the game for myself and for her. She's no longer an anonymous presence in my household. She was singled out by a visiting noble, and I made it clear that no one touches her without facing my wrath. A single action has broadcast to everyone that she isn't simply another human in my domain. The council, once they learn of this, will doubtless interpret my defense of her as a sign of taboo involvement. That will not end well. I pace again, tail swishing behind me, the candlelight making my shadow stretch long across the walls. A bitter laugh escapes me. I built these walls to keep the rest of the world out, but one moment of fury might bring them all crashing in. And I can't even pretend regret, because if Ralazin had so much as laid a finger on her, the consequences might have been far bloodier. At length I slump into a chair, tail curling around the base. The hush weighs on me, broken only by my slow breathing. Despite my resolve, I can't escape the memory of Mira standing in the candlelight, the fear in her expression edged with a fierce kind of dignity. I suspect that beneath her quiet exterior, she carries more bravery than she herself realizes. And that realization stirs an ache I don't have words for. I run my claws through my hair, loosening the tie that held it back. The strands fall around my face, brushing my shoulders. My reflection flickers in the window's dark glass, revealing the gold glint of my slitted eyes. For a long moment I stare at that reflection, recalling what I used to be before exile, an heir to a proud line, a warlord trained in cunning and strength. Now I'm a recluse lashing out at a visiting noble over a human maid. A quiet knock at the door startles me. "Come," I say curtly, straightening. The door opens just enough for Saurine to step in. She closes it behind her, the hiss of the latch echoing. "He's stable," she announces, referring to Ralazin. "He's cursing your name, but doesn't appear to be dying." I nod, saying nothing. She glides closer. "You've placed the estate on full lockdown. Should I deny him any request for a courier?" "Absolutely. No messages leave here until I decide otherwise." Saurine's blind eyes regard me, her voice softening. "It's a bold stance. The council will see it as aggression." I grit my teeth. "I will deal with the council in time." She hesitates, then quietly adds, "The staff is speaking of Mira. They sense something about her status is different now." My pulse pounds. "She is a servant," I insist. "Nothing more." Saurine dips her head, though I sense skepticism. If that's your stance, but the lines are drawn, you made that clear. Anger and frustration coil in my gut. Yes, well, let them whisper. I have no interest in clarifying anything. She grants a small nod, perhaps reading the tension in my body heat. Then she leaves me to my brooding, shutting the door behind her with gentle finality. Alone again, I exhale a shuddering breath. Everything has changed in the span of one dinner. The hush of my manner no longer carries the solace it once did. Now it echoes with the knowledge that I've publicly challenged Naga customs by defending a human so violently. The staff must be wondering if they can trust me to keep them safe, or if I've ignited a conflict that could burn us all. My thoughts inevitably return to Mira. How did she interpret my actions? Does she see me as a beast succumbing to monstrous impulses? Or did she feel some measure of relief that I refused to let Ralazin degrade her? I might never ask. The risk of forging any deeper connection with her feels too great. Rising from the chair, I pace to the window. Outside, the night sky sprawls over the jungle, stars glimmering behind low clouds. The estate walls stand in silhouettes, locked gates ensuring no one enters or leaves. My reflection in the glass reveals a man, no, a Naga haunted by decisions that never seem straightforward. A swirl of conflicting emotions tears at me, and I know the council's wrath will come soon enough. Yet a treacherous corner of my mind welcomes this confrontation. If they challenge me, let them see I am no longer their tame warlord, dancing to the strings of aristocratic politics. Let them witness how fiercely I defend what's mine with lethal resolve. And in that moment I realize that I've already begun to count Mira as something I claim. The admission sends a dark thrill through my veins, followed by a pang of dread. I remain at the window until the lamp's flame gutters and darkness claims the study. The hush deepens, and I press my palm against the cool glass. My decision is made for better or worse. I will shield her from any further insult no matter the cost, and if the council demands retribution, so be it. She may be a servant, but she is mine. Even as I wrestle with the shame of that possessiveness, I cannot deny its hold on me. Shadows swirl in the corners of the room, merging with the unspoken vow that resonates in my chest. Whatever storms lie ahead, I will face them before allowing another to lay a hand on her. And that choice, I suspect, has set the course of my exile on a collision path with the powers that once banished me.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 5. Mira. Night drapes the manor in a tense hush that refuses to settle. The echoes of Lord Ralazin's agonized cries from earlier linger in every corridor, like the remnants of a thunderclap that never fully dissipate. My heart still hammers whenever I recall Vaserin's lethal bite, the way his venom brought that arrogant nobleman to his knees in an instant. And he did it for me, or at least, because of me. I can't stop replaying the sight of Ralazin sprawled on the floor, gasping, his face twisting in fear. Part of me struggles to grasp how swiftly Vaserin snapped. One moment I was pouring wine and avoiding Ralazin's lecherous stare. The next, the warlord's fangs were at the noble's throat. Any illusions of safety I once clung to vanish, replaced by a disorienting mixture of terror and awe. He defended my honour, or his own property more likely. It's impossible to say if that protective rage means I'm secure or in even greater danger. Regardless, the entire household remains on lockdown. Guards patrol the gates, and none of us are permitted to leave, not even for routine errands. It's as though the estate has become a fortress overnight, with every servant tiptoeing in the halls, afraid that one misstep might stoke their master's wrath. That tension gnaws at me, making my skin prickle each time I pass a guard or glimpse Vaserin's silhouette in the distance. I can't keep living in this confusion, constantly second-guessing whether he's a monster or a shield. I'm certain that if he decides I'm no longer worth protecting, I'll be at his mercy too. After all, how many times have I seen powerful masters turn on their servants once the initial fascination fades? Late in the evening, I drift back to my cramped chamber. The single lamp flickers, casting my slender shadow across the walls. Rest is impossible. My body refuses sleep, every muscle taut with the urge to flee. The memory of Vaserin's voice thrums through my mind, the low timbre that carried both command and unspoken concern when he told me no one would touch me again. Yet that does nothing to ease my dread. The same hands that shielded me from a noble's abuse could easily close around my throat if I provoke him, perhaps for reasons I can't even predict. At times like this, I remember how I survived my old masters by slipping away at the first sign of real danger. Here, I see the risk growing with each passing hour. I can almost sense the storm building. Rahlazen's humiliation will surely invite council scrutiny. Vaserin might become more paranoid, or worse, lash out again. I stand in the middle of my small room, mind racing. The corridors outside lie in silence, the staff presumably holed up wherever they can find safety. If the gates are sealed, escaping might be a fool's errand. But the entire estate borders a dense jungle, and I've caught glimpses of overgrown areas where the outer walls meet thick foliage. Perhaps there's a hidden route the guards don't bother to patrol thoroughly. Given my skill at moving quietly, I might slip away before anyone notices. All I need is the nerve to attempt it. My chest feels tight as I gather the few possessions I own, a ragged shawl, a water skin, and a small bundle of dried food I squirreled away from the kitchen. I doubt it'll last more than a day or two, but that might be enough time to put distance between me and this place. After that, I'll rely on my wits. It's the same approach I took when I fled my old town years ago, though back then I didn't have naga soldiers to contend with. Sliding open the door, I move into the corridor. A cold draught whispers against my arms. Most lamps are extinguished by now, leaving the hall in murky gloom. My footsteps barely make a sound on the stone floor. The hush is so complete I swear I can hear my own heartbeat pulsing in my ears. One corner, then another. I pass the closed door of an empty parlour. Farther on, I skirt around the kitchens, where a single candle flickers through a narrow window in the door, revealing only shadows. No one appears. The staff must be staying in their quarters after nightfall, following the new, unwritten rule of not wandering. That leaves only the guards posted at key points. I creep along until I reach a window that overlooks an inner courtyard. Moonlight spills across the stone fountain at the centre, bathing everything in silvery light. For a moment, I recall the day I saw Vaserin there, trailing his fingertips in the water. The memory sends a shiver through me. That man is the reason I'm trying to run, yet he's also the only person who's ever defended me so directly. The contradiction twists my thoughts into knots. Focus. I slip away from the window and find a stairwell that descends to the lower level, where storerooms and a side entrance lead to the garden. My pulse quickens, tension coiling in my stomach. Each step downward feels monumental. The darkness here is thicker, the air damp. Finally, I reach the bottom of the stairs, pausing in the shadows. Down the corridor lies the door that opens onto the garden, which borders the outer walls of the estate. I tiptoe closer, keeping my body pressed against the wall. A single torch burns near that door. A guard stands there, a broad-shouldered naga with dull brown scales and a spear in hand. He looks bored, his eyelids drooping, but that weapon is a lethal reminder. My heart flutters in my throat. If I can't slip past him, there's no chance of reaching the jungle. Despair seeps in for a moment. Perhaps the gates are watched too closely to risk it. But as I watch, the guard yawns, shifting his stance. He sets his spear against the wall and rubs his eyes. A glimmer of hope sparks within me. Maybe he'll grow complacent, or even step away to find a corner to doze in. I wait, breath shallow. Time crawls, each second an agony of doubt. Then, as if the gods grant me a boon, another guard's voice echoes faintly from somewhere else, calling his name. He mutters a soft curse and picks up his spear. Glancing around once more, he trudges off in the direction of that summons. My shoulders sag in relief. This is my chance. The corridor stands empty. Without waiting for second thoughts, I dash toward the door, slip the latch, and push it open. The night air engulfs me in an instant, cooler than inside, tinged with the scent of lush vegetation. My shawl flutters around me as I step into the garden, where large ferns and exotic blooms shimmer in the moonlight. The path beneath my feet is damp from earlier rainfall. Every step across it feels shockingly loud. I keep moving, heart pounding. The garden transitions into a narrow walkway lined by twisted red-barked trees, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Above, the moon peeks through thick clouds, providing just enough light for me to see. The estate's towering walls loom ahead. I recall noticing a place where a low-hanging vine drapes over a crack in the stone. If it's not heavily guarded, I might squeeze through or climb over. My plan is half-formed, but adrenaline pushes me onward. Just as I approach that crumbling section of wall, movement flickers at the edge of my vision. I freeze, breath catching. A dark silhouette detaches from the side of the wall, revealing slender limbs and faintly glinting scales. Another guard, or maybe a patrolling soldier. Panicked, I drop behind the trunk of a sprawling tree, hoping the leaves hide me. My heart thuds. If I'm caught, the consequences could be dire. Vaserin might punish me more harshly than he punished Rahlazan. Or perhaps the guard will interpret my attempt as espionage and strike me down immediately. Footsteps approach, then pause. Silence. I hold my breath, hardly daring to move, certain that I'm about to be discovered. Then the steps resume, retreating in the opposite direction. Relief floods me so abruptly, I almost collapse against the tree. I wait several long beats before I peer around the trunk, checking for signs of watchers. No one stands in the open. The path to the wall looks clear. Clinging to that momentary advantage, I hurry forward. My palms brush wet leaves, collecting droplets that trail down my wrists. The night forest wraps around me in breathless silence. The vine-draped wall looms ahead, a jagged crack running up part of its surface. It's not exactly a hole, but the mortar has crumbled enough that someone agile might find handholds to climb. I swallow my fear. This is it. I fling my shawl around my shoulders, brace a hand against the cold stone, and begin hauling myself up. The effort strains my arms and legs. My foot slips on wet rock once, nearly sending me tumbling. Gritting my teeth, I keep going, forcing trembling muscles to push me higher. My mind hums with a single refrain. I have to escape. The estate is suffocating, and I can't bear the uncertainty any longer. At the top, the jungle sprawls beyond, twisted trees and tangled vines bathed in moonlight. My heart leaps. Freedom beckons. The night air feels sharper here, laced with the aroma of damp earth and distant flowers. Carefully, I swing one leg over the top of the wall and peer down the other side. A drop of 10 feet or so leads to a slope of thick vegetation. If I land poorly, I could break an ankle, but if I stay here, I'll be discovered soon enough. Steeling myself, I let go, dropping into the dense undergrowth. The impact jolts through my bones. I stumble, pain lancing up my ankle, but it doesn't feel broken. Panting, I scramble to my feet. The sudden hush of the jungle surrounds me, pressing in from all sides. My eyes adjust to the gloom, revealing massive ferns and twisted trunks. Some branches glow faintly with bioluminescent fungi, others bristle with wicked thorns. The jungle here is known to be treacherous, filled with creatures that can kill a person in one swipe. Yet this unknown wilderness seems preferable to the manor's looming threat. If I keep walking, maybe I'll find a human settlement or a travelling caravan. Or maybe I'll just vanish among the trees. Either outcome feels more merciful than living in constant fear of what Vaserin might do next. I limp onward, brushing aside vines and inhaling the damp air. The night sings with unseen insects and creatures stirring among the foliage. My heart thrashes in my chest, equal parts terror and exhilaration. I'm free, I tell myself. I'm free of that place. All I must do is stay hidden from his guards. Soon I'll be too far for them to track. My confidence wavers as the minutes pass, and the jungle grows denser. The underbrush tangles around my ankles, and strange clicking noises echo from somewhere behind me. A sliver of moonlight breaks through the canopy, illuminating the broad leaves overhead. My previous escape attempts in the past never took me through a place like this, where every step might bring me face to face with a predator. I fight the impulse to turn around. Why would I go back? Danger is behind me too, but at least here the threats are not personal, not directed at me for being a servant. A rustle nearby makes me freeze. I listen, skin crawling. Another rustle, closer. My gaze darts around, scanning the shadows. The darkness conceals everything. Perhaps it's only a small animal, or something far more lethal. The possibility that the jungle's predators are about to leap from the bushes sets my nerves ablaze. I force my legs to move faster, pushing through ferns that rise to my waist. My steps become unsteady, my ankle throbbing from the earlier jump. If I can just find a game trail or a break in the brush, I might gain better footing. Instead, I stumble into a patch of vines that snag my shawl and tug me backward. Panic surges and I thrash, yanking the fabric free. The snapping vine releases me, but I tumble forward onto my hands and knees, scraping them raw. Biting back a gasp, I force myself upright again. My entire body trembles with adrenaline, and my mind screams that I might have traded one danger for another, equally terrifying. A swirl of guilt churns in my gut. Why didn't I plan this more carefully? Then I hear it, the distinct snap of undergrowth behind me, too deliberate to be an animal. My heart constricts. Someone must be tracking me. The panic grips me so fiercely that I spin to run, only to slam into something solid. I look up and find Vaserin towering over me. His presence in the moonlit jungle is nothing short of startling. The black scales on his forearms and tail shimmer with a faint emerald sheen, the same mesmerizing pattern that haunted my memory. His hair, loose and unbound, falls to his waist, glinting almost blue under the moonlight. The planes of his face remain rigid, jaw tight, eyes reflecting gold as they latch onto me. My chest heaves, the shock so profound I can't speak. It feels as though the entire jungle stills, waiting for his next move. I glimpse the curve of his claws, the lethal elegance of his serpentine body, and a wave of dizzying fear sweeps over me. My attempt to flee has failed utterly. He doesn't raise his voice. Instead, he speaks quietly, each word carrying a dangerous weight. Did you think you could wander out here at night and not attract something more vicious than me? My pulse thrashes. I had to leave. I can't stay where people die for looking at someone wrong, where the entire household cowers. My words tumble out in a stammer, but I can't stop them. His eyes narrow, the pupils slitted. No one died, he counters, voice dry. That fool Ralezin still breathes. I swallow, remembering all too well the sight of his fangs sinking into the noble's neck. He might as well be a corpse if you wanted it. You're capable of anything. A flicker of emotion crosses his face. I can't tell if it's fury or frustration. His tail stirs behind him, coiling in the undergrowth as though anchoring him to the spot. "And you believe running into the jungle at night is safer?" he demands. The question stings, but I refuse to lower my gaze. "You attacked a noble," I snap, somehow finding a shred of anger beneath my fear. "I don't know what you plan to do next, or who else you'll—" He exhales sharply, stepping closer. The proximity forces me to tilt my head back. Moonlight sketches his features in stark relief. The strong line of his nose, the austere beauty of his scaled cheeks, the tension brimming beneath his calm. "I am not going to harm you," he says, voice low. I shake my head, overwhelmed. I can't be sure of that. A dark current courses through his gaze. "Then let me make it clear." With startling speed, he grasps my wrist, not painfully, but firmly enough to halt any retreat. "You are part of my household, and I will not watch you wander blindly into a place that will devour you alive." My spine shivers. The jungle's stillness wraps around us, each insect chirp suddenly amplified. "Why does it matter to you?" I whisper, feeling the raw edge of tears threaten to break free. "If I die out here, that's one less burden for you." He snorts, a sound laced with bitterness. "A lesser mind might think that way, but I—" He catches himself, as if he's on the verge of revealing something. Then he tightens his grip on my wrist, drawing me closer. "I have no intention of letting you die or vanish." The statement unsettles me more than I can express. My breath comes in rapid bursts, and I notice his eyes dip to my parted lips, then rise to meet mine again, then back to my eyes, as though trying to gauge my reaction. If I didn't know better, I might think there's concern in that unreadable expression. But I do know better. He's a Naga lord with the power to end lives in a heartbeat. Compassion might simply be another method of control. He shifts, sliding around me in a careful circle. I turn, heartbeat galloping, as I realise he's using his coiled tail to block any attempt to flee again. The scaly length glints under the moon's glow, thick and strong enough to crush tree limbs. A tremor travels down my spine. "Enough running," he says. "I'll escort you back." My mouth opens, a protest forming, but he moves faster than I can speak. He steps behind me and wraps his tail around my waist, not squeezing, but holding me in place. The sensation is disorienting. My feet remain on the ground, yet I feel the corded power of his coils pressing gently against my sides. It's not painful, but it's inescapable. My hands fly up, and I instinctively try to pry the scaled flesh away, though it's useless. "Stay still," he murmurs, voice dangerously calm. "I have no desire to hurt you, but if you flail, you'll only bruise yourself." I freeze, hating how my pulse quickens at the intimate contact. I'm painfully aware of his warmth, the movement of his breathing. The scales that brushed my arms feel both alien and strangely comforting, a contradiction that leaves me more confused than before. A small voice in my mind warns me to remain alert. He could squeeze the life out of me in seconds. Another part of me wants to collapse into the strange safety of that hold. I breathe, trying to quiet the surge of contradictory emotions. My skin tingles everywhere he touches. He begins guiding me through the thick foliage, the tail around my waist ensuring I can't stray. Each step dislodges branches and leaves that cling to our legs. The sound of shifting vegetation rings in my ears. Under other circumstances, the close proximity might feel bizarrely intimate, but my nerves are too raw to dwell on that for long. We travel deeper into the jungle for several paces, circumventing dense patches of brambles. I'm almost disoriented, expecting to be heading back to the manor, but he seems to be forging a new path. Eventually he halts beside a massive tree with knotted roots that arch above the forest floor. The moonlight filters down in a pale beam, illuminating the trunk with ghostly clarity. He loosens his tail enough for me to breathe more easily, but he doesn't release me entirely. His eyes flick to my face. "Your ankle is hurt." The remark startles me, and I follow his gaze to see that I'm limping slightly, wincing whenever my weight shifts. I bite my lip. "I jumped off the wall. I can still walk." He draws in a breath as though exasperated. "Sit," he commands, unwinding his tail. With a gentle but insistent press on my shoulder, he coaxes me to lower onto one of the raised roots. My heart pounds at the idea of letting him loom over me without escape, yet I'm too tired, and in too much pain, to resist. He sinks to a crouch, robes rustling around his legs. His broad shoulders and imposing figure fill my vision, especially now that he's closer to my eye level. I swallow, trying not to show how shaken I am. The tension between us hums, an invisible thread neither of us can break. He examines my ankle, fingertips surprisingly careful as they probe the swollen area. I suck in a sharp breath when he presses a tender spot. "You shouldn't put weight on it," he mutters. My cheeks burn. "I'll manage." He scowls as though I've insulted him. "You ran out here with no plan. If I'd found you half an hour later, you could have been something's prey, or you might have collapsed from exhaustion." Anger twists inside me. "You give me no credit. I've survived far worse than a forest at night." He lifts his gaze, and the intensity in those golden eyes sends a shiver through me. "The jungle in Nagaland is no ordinary forest. You would not last until dawn." I have no response, because part of me knows he's right. The dense vegetation, the unfamiliar predators, this place is deadly. Still, I resent his tone, the way he speaks as if I'm a foolish child. Maybe I am foolish, but this entire day has turned my world upside down. He sighs and drapes the edge of his robe over my ankle. The fabric is surprisingly fine, woven with subtle patterns of black and green. He touches my calf with a gentleness I didn't expect, as though testing how I'll react. Despite myself, I can't ignore the slow warmth that trickles through me at this contact, an odd sensation of reassurance. "Why protect me?" I blurt, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. "I'm just another human in your household. Why not let me escape or die?" He regards me with an inscrutable expression. "Let's say I don't relish waste, and you would be wasted out here." My throat tightens. "That's all I am to you then? A resource you don't want to squander?" He hesitates. The flash of uncertainty in his face is so brief I might have imagined it. Then his jaw sets. "Better you live in my domain than fall victim to a passing beast or a roving band of orcs. If you despise me so much, you'd certainly despise them more." The cold logic of his words sends a chill through me. Perhaps it's pure practicality. Perhaps there's something else. No matter how I turn it over in my mind, I can't decide if he's a monster or a guardian. He shows no sign of letting me go, yet he hasn't forced me into any cruel acts or harmed me beyond corralling me back. Desperation wells up. "I can't stay in a place where you kill or maim others so easily. I saw what you did to Ralazan." He tenses, eyes narrowing. He deserved worse. I flinch at the edge in his voice. Silence stretches, heavy with unspoken conflict. Then he shifts, letting out a slow breath. "I understand your fear, but I won't permit you to destroy yourself because of it." His tail slides around me again, this time a gentler loop that offers support instead of restraint. The shift in his posture baffles me. I'm not accustomed to seeing this side of him, as though he genuinely wants to keep me from harm. My heart hammers at the closeness. The swirling colours of his scales catch the moonlight, a sight both mesmerising and intimidating. "Please," I whisper, voice trembling, "just let me go. You can replace me with another servant. I won't be your responsibility anymore." He exhales, long and slow. "No," he answers quietly, finality threaded through that single word. Tears threaten to fall, but I blink them back, refusing to show weakness. This confrontation leaves me no better off than before. My attempt at escape has ended in a wounded ankle and a deeper entanglement with his dominance. He glances at the black sky overhead, where the moon hangs behind drifting clouds. Then he rises to his feet in one fluid motion, bringing me upright with him. His tail remains a supportive brace around my waist. "We're returning," he states. I straighten, wincing as my ankle protests. "How?" I gesture at the dense vegetation. "Are you going to carry me?" He studies me for a moment, a faint glint in his eyes. "Yes." Before I can protest, he positions himself behind me and hoists me into his arms, lifting me against his chest. I let out a strangled gasp, gripping his shoulders for balance. The smoothness of his scales meets my palms where his robe slips off one shoulder. My cheeks flame at the sudden closeness. He doesn't give me time to argue, striding through the ferns with a natural grace. Where I stumbled and fought vines, he moves with uncanny precision, tail flicking aside obstructions in our path. Each step is steady, as though he's done this 1,000 times. The jungle's quiet enfolds us again, no longer a menacing labyrinth, but a temporary shield of safety. My arms cling around his neck, face half buried in the folds of his robe. His scent hits me, a musky blend of earthy warmth and something sharper, reminiscent of the herbs we keep in the greenhouse. I can't believe I'm in the arms of the warlord who nearly killed a noble for insulting me. My thoughts spin. Should I be relieved or terrified? We reach the estate wall sooner than I expected. He finds a narrow gate hidden behind thick vines, presumably an old servant's entrance. Instead of setting me down, he shoulders the gate open. The lock must have been tampered with or left unlatched. A small shudder passes through me. He likely used it to track me down. We enter the garden, the stone paths glistening under moonlight. Guards are absent in this secluded corner. Maybe Vaserin ordered them elsewhere. He carries me inside, past the same side door I slipped through earlier. The corridor is dimly lit by a single torch flickering at the far end. Gently, he lowers me to my feet, but keeps an arm looped around my waist until he's sure I can stand. The weight of his tail near me remains, a silent statement that I shouldn't try running again. Pain flares in my ankle, and I stifle a yelp. "Lean on me," he orders, tightening his hold. I obey, swallowing hard. The warmth of his body against mine feels shockingly intimate, stirring unfamiliar sensations deep in my chest. My breath stutters. If he notices, he doesn't comment. We proceed slowly through the corridor, heading toward the central part of the estate. Every step reminds me of how precarious my position is, physically reliant on the very man I tried to flee. My mind races. Will he punish me once we reach a more private area, lash me as a lesson? Yet he remains silent, focused on moving forward. We reach the wing where my small chamber is located. He pushes the door open with a casual nudge of his claw, then helps me inside. The lamp on my table still casts a weak glow, illuminating the meagre furnishings. The sight of it feels both familiar and surreal after stumbling through the jungle. He sets me on the bed with care, his gaze locked on my face. My nerves jangle under that scrutiny. I can't guess what he's thinking. The swirl of emotions from earlier, the primal fear, the desperate relief, leaves me lightheaded. "You're not leaving this room tonight," he says, voice guarded. "Your ankle needs rest. Tomorrow Serene will bring you a salve." I tighten my fists in the fabric of my dress. And then what? Am I supposed to act like nothing happened? He lowers his eyes, a storm brewing in his expression. "No, but you won't repeat this foolishness. This domain may be far from the capital, but it's safer than the wild." Bitterness flares inside me. "Safer? You pinned a noble to the floor with your fangs." His jaw clenches. "He deserved it." The tension between us crackles. I recall the sight of Venom on his lips, the savage triumph in his eyes. Something in me stirs uncomfortably, half revulsion, half gratitude. "Am I next?" I whisper, not meaning the words to sound so raw. A flash of hurt flickers across his features, so brief I almost miss it. Then his voice drops to a near growl. "No, you will never be next." We stare at each other in the lamplight. My heart beats a frantic rhythm. I don't know how to respond, so I remain silent, grappling with the knot of fear and odd yearning that's formed in my chest. There's a moment when he shifts closer, as though about to touch my face. Then he stops, wrestling with his own hesitation. "Rest," he says at last, stepping back. His tail slithers behind him, tension coursing through every movement. "Do not try to leave again. I won't chase you twice." The declaration hovers in the air, a warning laced with something else. He departs, closing the door behind him with a quiet click. The hush that follows feels crushing. I sag against the bed frame, breathing hard, mind swirling with conflicting urges. Part of me longs to never see him again, terrified of the violence he can unleash. Yet another part of me, one I can barely acknowledge, remembers the way he carried me, how he insisted I lean on him, how his eyes burned with something other than cruelty. Sleep doesn't come easily. I curl under the thin blanket, my throbbing ankle propped on a spare pillow, and stare at the flickering lamp until exhaustion overwhelms my fear. My final thoughts linger on the strange sense of security I felt, if only for a second, when his coils encircled me in the jungle. I'm caught in a web, uncertain whether he's the spider or the only thing standing between me and a far more dangerous fate. Either way, I have no choice but to stay. The question is, will I ever truly want to?
Chapter 6. Vaserin. I stand by the wide window of my study, watching moonlight transform the courtyard into patches of silver and black. The estate feels calmer now, almost subdued, after the upheaval of recent days. My outburst with Ralazan, the ensuing lockdown, Mira's attempted escape. In truth, it's been some time since the attack, but the memory remains fresh in everyone's mind. The guards keep their distance unless summoned, and the staff speaks in hushed tones, tiptoeing around me as if any stray noise could spark another display of venom. Though I pride myself on discipline, I can't deny the storm that brews under my skin. I want to believe I have it under control, yet certain details set me on edge. An offhand remark from one of my sentries, a faint sense that the council might soon send scouts to question me, or simply the recurring flash of Mira's startled gaze the night I coerced her into returning to my domain. She is too potent a presence, and I need to find a balance between ignoring her and indulging the strange pull I feel. I drag my claws lightly across the windowsill. The wood is smooth from years of polishing, with subtle serpent motifs carved into it. My reflection stares back in the window's glass, a tall figure with black scales across forearms and tail, hair the color of midnight, eyes reflecting gold. The posture is rigid, yet tension circles my shoulders. I pull in a calming breath, forcing my tail to loosen from its coiled stance behind me. A sharp rap breaks the silence. "Enter," I say, voice steady. Serene glides in, silent as ever. Her pale eyes fix on my outline with uncanny precision, though she sees by heat rather than sight. She bows her head in the barest gesture of respect. "My lord, I thought you'd wish to know that Mira's ankle has healed enough for her to move about more freely." I glance away from the window, trying to pretend my pulse doesn't quicken at the mention of her name. "I see." Serene tilts her head, probably sensing the change in my body heat. "She's been performing her chores without complaint. I believe she's ready for a slightly expanded role within the household, if you wish it." I tap the windowsill with a single claw, deliberating. The notion of letting Mira roam more than usual both intrigues and unsettles me, but I recall the terror that darkened her gaze as she tried to flee, and the guilt that still tugs at me for binding her so forcefully in the jungle. Perhaps providing her some measure of freedom will remind her that my protection is not solely a cage. Allow it, I decide. She may handle tasks throughout the manor, not just her usual areas, but ensure the guards remain watchful. Sareen inclines her head. As you say. She hesitates a moment, then adds softly, this could be a chance to ease her fears. Tension lingers in her, though she hides it well. I nod once. Noted. She withdraws, leaving me alone with my reflection again. My mind churns. Extending privileges is an unfamiliar practice for me, especially regarding a human servant. But something in my chest stirs at the idea of seeing her move more freely through the halls. I tell myself it's merely curiosity. I want to observe how she behaves when she isn't confined to menial corners. Another memory flickers, her face flushed with defiance, arms locked around my neck as I carried her out of the jungle. I rub my forehead, forcing that image away. It's best to handle this with detachment. She is my servant, nothing more. Still, the restlessness refuses to subside. I pace the study, tail swishing behind me. My gaze strays to a small chest on a side table. Inside, I keep a handful of personal items, tokens from my life before exile. A carved amulet from my father, a few battered scrolls, and a jade and gold comb I acquired in a distant city. I intended it as a gift for someone else long ago, but that never came to pass. My betrothed at the time was more interested in jewels that screamed power. The comb remained unused, gathering dust, yet I kept it for reasons I can't quite articulate. I opened the chest, fingers sliding over the comb's polished surface. The jade is cool to the touch, intricately carved with serpent designs that shimmer in gold filigree. An idea forms, and a wave of uncertainty follows. In Naga culture, giving away something that carries personal significance can suggest a claim or an intimate bond. Humans might not read such meaning into it, but I can't deny the weight of the gesture. Why give this to her? The question circles my thoughts, because a comb is simpler than words, perhaps, because I'm weary of her avoiding my gaze, convinced I'm a monster waiting to strike. If a small kindness can lessen her fear, it may prevent further attempts at escape. That's what I tell myself anyway. Decision made, I slip the comb into my robe pocket. Warmth spreads through my chest, and I brush it aside as a fleeting indulgence. Stepping from the study, I stride through corridors lined with stone arches. Braziers glow here and there, illuminating the serpent-carved pillars and throwing shadows across the floors. A few staff members step aside, bowing their heads, and I nod in return. Even from them, I sense the hush that has settled on the estate. My domain rarely bustles like the royal courts anyway, but these days, caution lingers in every corner. I find Mira in a side chamber near the greenhouse. She's rearranging a stack of supplies, gardening tools, pots of soil, and crates of seeds. Her figure is slight, though she carries herself with a quiet grace. A simple gray tunic and trousers replace the dress she wore before, allowing for freer movement. I suppose Sareen arranged a more practical outfit now that Mira's assigned to tasks beyond scrubbing floors. She notices me instantly, pausing in her work. I watch her stiffen, uncertain whether to kneel or stand. Eventually she dips her head, voice soft. "My lord." I fold my arms over my chest, reminding myself to keep my tone measured. "I hear your ankle no longer pains you." She nods, avoiding my eyes. "It's healed enough to walk without trouble." A part of me wants her to look directly at me, to gauge her true expression. Instead, I gesture at the crates. "Do you enjoy tending these supplies?" The question seems to catch her off guard. She glances at the stacked pots, then shrugs. "I don't mind, it's orderly work." I step closer, noticing the faint tension in her posture as I approach. "Sareen mentioned you might manage tasks around the estate more freely. You won't be restricted to your quarters when you aren't working. But if you abuse that freedom..." Her shoulders tense, but she doesn't shrink back. "You'll punish me," she finishes quietly. My tail gives a subtle twitch. I hate that she phrases it so bluntly, yet it's not untrue. I'll keep you from harming yourself, I correct, voice low. She lifts her gaze for an instant, and our eyes meet. The swirl of defiance and gratitude in her expression stirs something I can't name. Then she lowers her gaze again, setting a small trowel aside. I clear my throat. I have something for you. My pulse thumps, though I present the comb with a neutral expression. Take it. A flicker of surprise crosses her face when she sees the jade shimmer. She hesitates, obviously unsure if accepting is wise. Slowly, she extends her hand, brushing her fingertips along the comb's polished curve. I note the faint tremor in her wrist. She's more nervous than she wants to reveal. It's beautiful, she murmurs, voice hushed. Why? I keep my tone casual. You're too often disheveled, especially when working. Consider it a courtesy so you can keep your hair neat. She runs a thumb over the gold filigree, eyes lingering on the serpent motifs etched into the jade. This is too fine, she says softly. Are you certain? Yes. The single word emerges firmly, cutting off protest. I won't let her question it. Use it. She nods, swallowing hard. Thank you, my lord. She almost sounds sincere, though confusion still shadows her features. A beat passes in which neither of us speaks. My tail curls slightly behind me, betraying my own unease. Why does a simple gesture feel so charged? Finally, I step back, keeping my posture stiff. There is no need to repay me. Just continue your service without further attempts to throw yourself into danger. Her shoulders straighten at that, and she meets my gaze once more, a faint spark in her eyes. I'm not trying to be reckless, she whispers, but living here is complicated. I let out a quiet exhale, forcing my expression to remain unreadable. I know, I say, startling myself with the honest admission. Then I add more brusquely, return to your tasks when you're done admiring the gift. I have business to attend to. Without waiting for a reply, I pivot sharply and leave, though my pulse thrums. The image of her cradling the comb in her hands stays with me, refusing to slip away. Later, I retreat to the training courtyard behind the manor. A hush envelops the open space where the moonlight filters down between sections of the roof. I pick up a spear from the weapons rack, letting its weight settle in my hand. My breath flows in a steady rhythm as I launch into a series of practiced form strikes, feints, parries. Sweat gathers along my scaled arms, the physical exertion soothing the turbulence inside my head. Tonight, however, I can't fully banish the memory of her wide eyes or the curve of her lips as she accepted the comb. The subtle vulnerability she displayed pricks at me, reminding me how easily I could crush her if I chose. The thought sparks an odd surge of protectiveness. With each thrust of the spear, I try to dispel these tangled feelings, but they remain, coiling tighter. My tail flicks around, braced to snap at whoever dares interrupt, until I spot the telltale shimmer of Crick's half-blood scales in the torchlight. He stays a careful distance, arms crossed. His voice carries a hint of wry humor. You're practicing alone again, I see. I lower the spear, breathing heavily. I prefer solitude. He steps onto the gravel. The uneven pattern of his scales on his arms glints as he nears. You used to train with your guards. Now they say you don't invite them anymore. I grunt, rubbing sweat from my brow. My guards are busy. Besides, I need no sparring partner for these forms. Crick studies me, slitted eyes narrowing. You've been different lately. Jumpy. More prone to hush the staff or bark orders. And then, this surprising generosity with the new maid. He trails off, but I hear the unspoken question. My grip tightens on the spear. What are you implying? He shrugs, tail twitching behind him in a half-coil. Just that you never gave gifts to any other servant. Not that I know of. So either you're going soft, or you have some scheme in mind. A low growl forms in my throat. My reasons are my own. Crick lifts a hand in a placating gesture. I'm not judging, just curious. The staff notices. People are talking, you know. My jaw clenches. The idea that my attempt at a small kindness is already fueling rumors needles me. She remains a servant, I say darkly, voice dropping. That's all. Crick looks unconvinced, but doesn't press further. Instead, he jerks his chin at my spear. If you want a sparring round, I'm free. If not, I'll let you brood. I glance at the weapon in my hands, then toss it aside, frustrated. My focus is shattered anyway. I'm done here. He nods slowly, stepping aside as I pass. Don't lose your edge, my lord, he murmurs, not unkindly. We might need that soon. I don't dignify that with a response. Tension thrums in my chest like a coiled spring as I make my way back inside. If the staff senses my distraction, it won't be long before the entire household starts speculating. The last thing I need is gossip about me coddling a human. I slip through the halls, ignoring the murmurs of a few passing servants. Eventually, I drift into the library, hoping the hush of scrolls and books might calm my thoughts. The library walls are lined with old tomes describing the history of Nagaland, ancient rituals, and even a few volumes that delve into rumored magic. A tall lamp stands by a reading table, casting warm light across the parchment. Settling at the table, I unroll a scroll that details the lineage of Naga warlords. My eyes skim the text, but I fail to absorb its words. The image of Mira's hesitant acceptance of my gift keeps intruding. Why does it matter so much if she's comfortable here? Because an unsettled servant is a liability, I tell myself. Yet I recall how my chest tightened when she looked uncertain. That reaction suggests motivations far beyond pragmatic concerns. A soft voice startles me from the doorway. My lord. I glance up, heart giving a small lurch. Mira stands there with a tray holding a carafe of water and a single glass. She meets my gaze for a moment before focusing on the desk. Sareen told me you often spend late hours here. I thought you might want a drink. She steps forward, placing the tray on a corner of the table. The lamp's glow highlights the gentle contours of her face and the soft coil of her hair, now neatly pinned back with the comb. My pulse flutters at the sight of that jade glint in her dark curls. It feels more intimate than it should, seeing something so personal nestled against her skin. I clear my throat. Thoughtful, I murmur, forcing composure. I pour the water, ignoring the slight tremor in my hand. You're moving well, I see. She touches her ankle reflexively. It's better now. Silence hovers, laden with unsaid truths. I sip the water, sensing her eyes on me. The air between us hums. A corner of my mind notes how her posture is both wary and intrigued, as if she can't decide whether I'm friend or foe. Then again, I'm not sure I know which I prefer to be. Eventually, she summons the courage to speak softly. You gave me more freedom. I appreciate it. My response emerges clipped. It benefits the household if you can handle more responsibilities. Less waste of your skills. She seems to weigh that, then nods. Understood. Her gaze slides across the library shelves, lingering on the ornate spines of ancient books. I never imagined reading would be so prized here. The slavers taught us humans that naga rely on venom and force, not knowledge. A faint smirk tugs at my lips. You believe we have no interest in scholarship? We shaped entire cities from jungle stone. That demands more than brute strength. She places a hand on the nearest shelf, trailing fingers over a battered tome. I can see that now. A spark of curiosity flickers in her eyes, and she looks at me again. Do you? She starts, then hesitates. Is there a reason you keep so many scrolls? I arch a brow, intrigued despite myself. I was once heir to a lineage that valued both war and wisdom, I admit, voice low. Knowledge is a power of its own if you wield it correctly. She nods, absorbing the words. For a moment we stand in a quiet bubble where the hush of the library cocoons us. My eyes land on the comb in her hair, noticing how it nestles securely in her dark curls. Satisfaction pulses through me at the sight, though I maintain an unreadable expression. Mira shifts her weight. "Thank you for the comb," she says again, softer this time. "It's more than I deserve." A prickle of frustration surfaces. "Deserve?" I echo. "You speak as if you are unworthy of small kindnesses." She flinches slightly. "I've never been given anything so fine without a heavy cost." Her words sink into my mind. I recall Crick's caution about how Naga lords rarely offer gifts freely. She likely expects a hidden price. Resentment flickers. Have I truly done such a poor job showing that I won't exploit her? Yet in fairness, the lines between us remain tangled. "You owe me no debt for the comb," I say, managing to keep my tone calm. "It pleases me that you use it." She studies me with a guarded expression, as though trying to decipher whether I'm lying. Then she lowers her gaze. "I'll remember that." I turn back to the scroll, feigning absorption in the text. "You may go," I murmur, unable to deal with the swirl of emotions any longer. She bows her head, stepping away from the lamp's circle of light. But before she vanishes into the corridor, she pauses. "If you ever need anything else, if I can assist, please let me know." Our eyes lock for a heartbeat. Then she slips out, leaving me with the rustle of parchment and the quiet sense that something intangible shifted between us. Air slips past my lips, unsteady. The tension in my chest feels both exhilarating and maddening, like standing on a precipice I never intended to approach. Unable to focus, I roll the scroll shut and abandon the library. I find myself wandering through the manor, tail flicking in restless arcs behind me. The staff I pass dip their heads, but I barely acknowledge them. My thoughts circle back to the interplay of her voice, the tilt of her head, and the glint of jade in her hair. She seemed genuinely moved by the gift, yet I sense her caution. Eventually, I end up in one of the smaller sitting rooms. A mural spans the wall here, depicting a stylized serpent coiling through a lush jungle scene. I recall commissioning it soon after I took control of this estate. I'd wanted a reminder of the power and isolation that define my domain. Now, I stare at the painted serpent, the green vines twisting around its scaled body, and I question how that solitude is changing. Footsteps sound behind me, and I pivot to see Saurine. She inclines her head as always. "My lord, you look troubled," she says. "I saw Mira leaving the library. Did something happen?" I keep my back straight, refusing to betray confusion. Nothing worth noting. Saurine's blind gaze never wavers. "I notice your generosity toward her. Others notice, too." "Let them whisper," I say tersely. She sighs, stepping closer. "If you show favor to a human, the council may see it as a challenge. You know how they treat those who break Naga tradition." A flare of anger rises. "I am not breaking tradition. I gave her a comb, hardly an act of rebellion." Saurine's voice softens. "A gesture can carry weight, especially when it comes from you. I only caution you to be mindful." I run a claw over the mural's surface. I'm aware. She hesitates, then bows. "Very well, my lord." With that, she leaves me alone again. Hours slip past in uneasy contemplation. I eventually retreat to my chambers. The lamp in my bedroom casts dancing shadows along the walls, adorned with muted serpent patterns. I remove my robe and sink onto the bed, letting out a long breath. Memories swirl of the day's interactions, the slight bow of Mira's head when she took the comb, the way her voice trembled with gratitude, the concern etched across her face as she offered a drink in the library. I close my eyes, willing my mind to calm. The manor's stillness settles over me like a second skin. Sleep doesn't come easily, not when her voice echoes in my thoughts, not when the shape of her face lingers behind my eyelids. I can almost feel her presence, as though she stands in the corner, watching me with those wide eyes that hold both caution and reluctant trust. The night drags on, and at last I slip into uneasy slumber. I dream of coiling vines wrapped around my arms, dragging me deeper into a jungle where I can't see the path. In that dream, her voice calls out, urging me to break free. I wake with a start, chest heaving, the lamp's flame flickering low. The next day dawns with a strange clarity. Serene informs me that Mira continues to carry out her assigned tasks swiftly and efficiently. There's no sign of her trying to flee again, at least for now. I sense the staff's relief. They must fear another confrontation if she repeats her attempt. Instead, it appears she's settling into the daily routines with a kind of cautious acceptance. I keep my distance for most of the morning, dealing with routine matters, checking on Rolazin's status. He has recovered from my venom, though he's still locked within the estate pending a final decision. I suspect he's eager to slither back to the council, but I won't release him yet. That conflict lurks on the horizon, but for the moment I choose not to engage. Midday finds me in the central courtyard, overseeing a small group of guards who practice drills with wooden staves. The air is hot, the sun beating down through a break in the overhead canopy. My scales glimmer with perspiration as I correct a guard's stance, demonstrating how to pivot in defense. My tail rests coiled behind me for balance. From across the courtyard, I spot Mira carrying a basket of linens to a line strung between two columns. The midday light reveals her figure more clearly. Slender limbs, hair pinned neatly with the jade comb. She doesn't glance my way, but I notice her movements are calm, no trace of panic in her posture. The image draws me in, luring my focus away from the guards. One of the soldiers notices my distraction and nearly fumbles a strike. I snap back to attention, brow furrowing. "Concentrate!" I hiss, stepping forward to position the soldier's arms correctly. A faint scowl crosses my face. I shouldn't allow her presence to affect me so strongly, yet my pulse remains elevated. By the time we conclude the drill, Mira has finished hanging the linens. She heads inside with the empty basket, shadow flickering across the courtyard flagstones. A whisper of longing stirs at the thought of speaking to her again. I can't recall the last time a single presence occupied my mind so completely. It irritates me, this sense of being lured by what should be inconsequential. I dismiss the guards and linger alone. The courtyard fountain splashes in the silence, carrying the scent of water and damp stone. Another memory arises. That day by the fountain, when I found her creeping near the archway. We exchanged few words, but the tension was palpable. I shake off the recollection. Eventually, I move indoors, prowling through shadowed halls until I reach one of the manor's smaller balconies. The vantage point overlooks the jungle canopy, where red-barked trees and serpentine vines sprawl in an unbroken expanse. If I peer over the balustrade, I can see the winding path that leads toward the capital, though it remains distant. Exile has become my fortress and my burden. This is the domain I control, and I will not see it undermined by the council, by rival nobles, or by my own conflicted feelings. A soft shuffle of footsteps alerts me to Mira's presence. She steps onto the balcony, half hidden by a column. Surprise flickers in her features. Maybe she didn't expect anyone here. For an instant it seems she might retreat, but she steels herself and remains, clasping her hands in front of her. I arch a brow. "Exploring the manor further?" I ask, injecting calm into my voice. She nods. Serene said the balcony needed sweeping. I thought I'd see how bad it is. My gaze drops to the broom in her grasp. Then by all means, carry on. I shift to the side, letting her pass. She crosses the balcony, gaze skimming the view of the jungle. "It's beautiful," she murmurs under her breath, so quiet I almost miss it. "Yes," I agree softly. The expanse of Konvu's forest is a sight that once filled me with pride. Now it feels tinted with the isolation of exile. She steps toward the railing, leaning out to catch the breeze. A few leaves flutter across the stone tiles. She raises the broom, begins sweeping in practiced strokes. Her posture is relaxed, though I sense a hint of self-consciousness at my presence. An inexplicable urge compels me forward. I stand near the edge, leaving just enough space so she doesn't feel cornered. My arms fold behind my back. The hush is surprisingly tranquil, aside from the faint rustling of leaves. Neither of us speaks for a while. She sweeps. I watch the distant treetops sway. When she pauses, I say in a measured tone, "I rarely see humans admire the jungle. They usually fear it." She sets the broom against the rail, gaze lingering on the forest. "I was afraid when I tried to escape," she admits, "but it's also vast, full of possibility. If I wasn't so certain it would kill me, I'd probably find it inspiring." A dry laugh escapes her, tinged with resignation. My chest tightens. "At least you acknowledge it's dangerous?" I say, not unkindly. She glances at me, expression uncertain. I'm aware. I also see something majestic in it. A strange feeling wells in me, admiration for her willingness to see past the immediate threat. "Then maybe you understand how I feel about this domain." She tilts her head slightly, curiosity igniting in her eyes. "Is that why you built your estate here, so far from the capital?" A pang of memory hits. Betrayal from the council, the betrothed who tried to end my life for sparing a human servant. I close my eyes momentarily, swallowing bitterness. "It suited me at the time," I say curtly, refusing to elaborate. She opens her mouth as though to press further, then thinks better of it. "All right," she murmurs, turning her attention back to the sweeping. The silence that settles between us crackles with tension, though not entirely unpleasant. I notice the subtle lines of her face, the determined set of her jaw, how she handles the broom with methodical care. My gaze drifts to the jade comb glinting in her hair, and warmth ripples through me. Without warning, a small gust of wind gusts across the balcony, sending stray leaves dancing around us. She laughs, startled, batting at a leaf that lands on her shoulder. My tail shifts reflexively, coiling a fraction in response to that sudden sound of genuine amusement. She quickly calms, as if remembering where she is, and straightens. "I'll finish quickly," she says apologetically, returning to sweeping. "I didn't mean to bother you." A faint smile tugs at my lips. "It's no bother." She sweeps the leaves into a neat pile, then leans the broom against the wall. Her gaze slips back to the jungle, flicking from tree to tree as though memorizing the horizon. "Thank you," she finally says, voice hushed, "for letting me see more of the manor. It's better than feeling caged." I nod, silently acknowledging her gratitude. Perhaps allowing her this freedom is a small step toward easing the tension that's plagued us since the night of her escape. My tail flicks gently. "You've shown no sign of repeating your attempt. I trust you're wise enough to realize how dangerous it would be." She turns, crossing her arms as if bracing herself. "I'm aware," she answers. "I have no wish to court more harm." Satisfaction hums in my chest, though I keep my face impassive. "Good." A subtle shift in the air occurs, as though we stand on the edge of a conversation neither of us knows how to begin. I sense her curiosity, the way her expression flickers with hesitant questions. My own mind burns with half-formed inquiries about her past, her thoughts, her dreams. Yet I squash those impulses. We aren't equals sharing confidences. She breaks the silence first, voice quiet. "Do you regret defending me against Ralazan?" I inhale sharply, memories of Venom and anger resurging. "I regret nothing," I say, tone firm. "He insulted what is mine." She flinches slightly at the word mine, and her lips tighten, but she holds my gaze. "Thank you," she whispers. "I never expected anyone to intervene like that." The weight of her statement sinks in. I considered telling her that she shouldn't thank me for violence, but my words catch in my throat. Instead, I turn, letting the wind ruffle my hair. "Return to your chores," I say quietly. "I won't keep you further." She seems ready to speak, but the moment passes. She simply inclines her head and walks inside, broom in hand. The swirl of her scent, soap, and a faint trace of lavender lingers. My tail curls once more, and I press a palm against the stone balustrade to steady myself. A storm of emotions brews, both fierce and confusing. I remain on the balcony, gaze drifting over the jungle. The sense that something in my domain is shifting hangs in the warm air. No matter how much I try to frame it as simple curiosity, I cannot deny how her presence moves me, or how giving her that jade and gold comb felt like a tether tying her to me. The distance I once found comforting now chafes whenever I see her tense or uncertain. Stepping inside, I pass an old mirror on the hallway wall. My reflection stares back amber eyes, proud bearing, black scales glinting faintly. For years I've been alone in this fortress of silence, content to rule from a place of calculated distance. Now, an uninvited tension crackles in my life, wearing down my solitude like a steady drip of water on stone. Though I refuse to name it anything else, a small part of me suspects it might be the stirrings of something dangerously close to longing. If I allow it to flourish unchecked, there is no telling what chaos it might invite. The council's ire, the staff's gossip, my own sense of purpose shaken to the core. I press a claw to my palm, letting the slight pain ground me. She's a servant. No matter the moments we share, or the fragile warmth that flickers in her expression whenever our eyes meet, I must maintain control over her, over my domain, and most of all over myself. For now, granting her limited freedom is enough. She's within my walls, under my watch. If that subtle need to see her again arises, I can find her easily, feigning a routine inspection or trivial inquiry. But if these undercurrents grow stronger, I'll have to remind myself that I'm the master here, not a fool enthralled by his own servant. I pivot and head deeper into the corridor, robe swishing around my legs, tail gliding behind me. The hush in the manor thickens as the sun climbs higher, washing the stone floors with warm light. I have far more urgent concerns demanding my attention, like ensuring Ralazin's silence, thwarting the council's potential interference, and maintaining the discipline that once defined me. Yet as I make my way through the next archway, I catch myself lingering on how the sunlight might hit the jade comb in her hair at certain angles, how her eyes might shift from caution to curiosity when she notices me. A grimace twists my lips at the realization that she occupies too much of my mind. I force my focus onto more pressing matters, ignoring the swirl of disquiet in my chest. Even so, the memory of her standing on that balcony remains lodged in my thoughts well into the afternoon, refusing to dissolve. And a new, unspoken truth settles in my bones. No matter how much I deny it, the equilibrium I once guarded so fiercely has begun to slip, and I am no longer certain I want to reclaim it.
Chapter 7. Mirror. I wake to the low hum of conversation drifting through the manor's corridors. It's early, judging by the pale light that filters through my small window. My heart thumps a little faster than usual. No matter how many mornings pass in this strange household, I never fully relax. Too many rules and eyes are on me, not to mention the unpredictable presence of Vaserin. Rising from the narrow bed, I stretch my limbs. My ankle aches faintly, but I can walk without limping now. The memory of that night I tried to flee the estate feels distant, yet vivid enough to make my pulse race whenever I recall how he carried me back in his arms. His hold was firm, neither cruel nor gentle, and the contrast still leaves me breathless when I dwell on it too long. I dress in a simple grey tunic and trousers, tying my short hair back with the jade and gold comb he gifted me. I'm still uncertain why he chose to give me something so fine. The comb glints whenever light hits its filigree, drawing more attention than I usually want, but Sahreen insisted I keep it visible as a sign of respect to him. In Naga culture, A gift from the master is apparently significant. A few weeks ago, I would have assumed such a gesture came with a heavy cost. Perhaps it still does. I remind myself to stay guarded. Stepping into the corridor, I nod to a passing human servant who quickly averts her gaze. Everyone here understands that I'm in an odd position. I'm neither fully favoured nor scorned, yet the staff watches me with wary curiosity, maybe trying to glean if Vaselin's attention on me will cause trouble for them too. My first task this morning is to tend the greenhouse plants. Heroine gave me a small ledger listing which specimens need pruning or watering. After I gather my tools from the supply room, I walk briskly down a winding corridor until I reach the door that leads to the greenhouse's humid interior. The warmth envelops me the moment I step inside, thick with the scent of loamy soil and living green things. Columns of sunlight pierce through the glass ceiling, illuminating rows of exotic vines and blossoms. Several large potted shrubs line a central path. I slip off my shoes to better grip the damp stone, then begin checking each plant for signs of rot or pests. The routine is almost comforting, letting me lose myself in the rustle of leaves and the soft trickle of water from a small fountain in the corner. I'm halfway through trimming an overgrown vine when a voice startles me. "You do look at home among the weeds, don't you?" The words carry a teasing edge, and I spin to see Crick leaning against a large pot. He's a half-blood naga guard with mismatched scales across his forearms and a scar that bisects his chin. Unlike Vaserin, who carries an air of silent authority, Crick is more casual, prone to snide remarks that hint at an underlying distrust of nobility, naga or otherwise. I brush stray leaves from my tunic, trying to steady my heartbeat. "Good morning," I say, tone wary. "I didn't hear you come in." He shrugs with a wry smile. I tread lightly, part of my job. Pushing off the pot, he circles one of the plants with measured steps. "Serene sent me to check on a few seedlings, but I see you're handling them. Looks like you know what you're doing." "I've learned." I snip a dead leaf from the vine. "Besides, I don't mind the quiet here." His gaze flicks to the comb in my hair. "And I see you still flaunt that little token." Heat warms my cheeks. I'm not flaunting it. He gave it to me. I don't want to seem ungrateful. Crick's eyes narrow, and his mismatched scales shift in the greenhouse light. "You know how naga lords are," he says quietly. "They rarely give something for free. There's always a hidden string attached." I exhale, setting down my pruning shears. "If you're trying to warn me of something, be direct." His mouth forms a humourless smile. "All right." Naga of his status only offer gifts when they see value in the recipient, maybe something they want to own or control. That comb isn't a trifle. It's practically a brand marking you as special to him. My stomach knots. Deep down, I suspected as much, but hearing it spoken so plainly unsettles me. "He told me it was just a courtesy," I murmur. Crick's snort conveys scepticism. "Sure it was." Leaning in, he drops his voice. "You might think you've gained freedom because he let you roam the halls, but watch how his tail lingers around you. Notice how often he appears when you least expect it. A naga lord like Vaserin is methodical. He's not going to rush. But don't doubt he's observing every move you make." I swallow, recalling the times Vaserin seemed to materialise in corridors or by the balcony, the weight of his stare sinking into my skin. "I won't deny he watches me," I whisper. "But that doesn't mean—" Crick shakes his head. "Oh, it absolutely means something. Maybe he's deciding if you can be trusted, or maybe he's inching toward claiming you in a more intimate sense. Either way, I don't want to see you blindsided." A shiver races down my spine, half trepidation, half something else. Claiming me. The idea sends heat racing through my face and a jolt of alarm into my chest. "I appreciate the warning," I say quietly, turning away to hide my unease. "I'll keep my eyes open." He grunts, arms folded. "Good, you're not stupid. Stay that way. Then, clearing his throat, he nods at the watering can. Let's finish quickly. I've no desire to linger in this steam bath. We tend the plants in a tense silence, punctuated by the shuffle of soil and the trickle of water. I do my best to appear calm, but Crick's words spin relentlessly in my head. Did Vaserin truly gift me the comb just to brand me as his property? The thought stings. Yet a part of me recalls how carefully he forced that comb into my hands, as though reluctant, yet determined. That memory doesn't exactly reassure me. When we finish, Crick heads out without another word, and I remain behind for a moment, letting the greenhouse's warm air envelop me. The hush here feels protective, almost soothing. I breathe in the smell of wet leaves, trying to steady the conflicting emotions that roil inside me. Gratitude for Vaserin's unexpected kindness. Fear that I might be dancing toward a snare I can't escape. At last, I gather my tools and leave. My next chores take me through the main corridors, dusting statues and polishing the wooden banisters. The estate's architecture looms around me, arched ceilings adorned with intricate serpentine carvings. I catch glimpses of other servants hurrying about, each wearing the subdued expressions typical of this hush-bound domain. As I work, my thoughts keep drifting to the idea that Vaserin might be waiting around any corner. Occasionally, I hum softly, a tune from childhood, though I barely remember its source. Humming helps me focus on the present instead of letting my mind spiral with Crick's warnings. Midway through polishing a statue's base, I notice a subtle shift in the air, like a faint ripple of tension. A prickle moves along my arms, and I turn to see Vaserin standing at the corridor's far end, watching me. My heart leaps into my throat. He's tall, with black scales glinting faintly where the midday light touches them, his obsidian hair framing a face carved in stark lines. The gold in his eyes seems to catch the lamplight, making them glow with predatory interest. He doesn't speak. He simply regards me with that intense quiet he wields better than any blade. I recall Crick's words about naga lords never giving something for free, and a surge of nervousness grips me. Yet a flicker of something else sparks, an inexplicable thrill at his attention, which I promptly try to bury. Lowering my gaze, I dip my head in greeting. My lord. His footsteps echo as he approaches, each one measured. When he stands close enough for me to sense the warmth of his scaled arms, my breathing hitches. His tail lingers near my feet, not touching but certainly marking his proximity. I force myself not to back away. You were humming, he says quietly, voice low. Do you always sing when you work? The question catches me off guard. Not always, I reply, careful to keep my tone calm. It helps pass the time. He tilts his head, his slitted pupils narrowing. I didn't realise humans found music in menial tasks. I almost want to laugh, but I hold it in. We find ways to cope, my lord, even in small joys. He's silent for a moment, observing me as if I'm a peculiar specimen. That tune, it's unusual. I haven't heard it in the capital's courts or among other human servants. I shrug. It's from my hometown, long gone now. The memory is hazy, but I cling to remnants of its lullabies. There's nothing special about it. His tail glides a fraction closer, nearly brushing the edge of my foot. If you say so, he murmurs, though it caught my attention. My pulse flutters at the admission. Caught his attention. Everything about him catches my attention if I'm being honest, from the ripple of his powerful tail to the quiet authority in his voice. Yet I recall Crick's warning, so I keep my guard up. I can hum more quietly, I offer, stepping back a pace to continue polishing the statue. He doesn't move away. No need, he says, voice dark with some hidden amusement. Your tasks are yours to handle as you see fit. Then, almost as an afterthought, you shouldn't feel compelled to hide your voice. The statement feels like an invitation, although I can't imagine why. Trying to quell the sudden jolt of nerves, I turn my attention back to the statue, rubbing a soft cloth over the carved stone. He remains there, watching in silence, his presence intense enough to make me hyper-aware of every movement I make. Eventually, I gather my courage. If I'm to test how far I can speak my mind, this might be a chance. "My lord, may I ask something?" He arches a brow. "Speak." I pause, steadying myself. "I appreciate the freedom you've granted me to move about, and the gift you gave. But I don't want any misunderstandings. I need to know if there's an expectation beyond simple gratitude." The corridor feels heavier, as if the walls themselves hold their breath. His tail curls tighter, a sure sign of tension. "You suspect I want something in return?" he states quietly, turning the question into a statement. I force myself to meet his gaze. I've been warned that Naga lords rarely do anything without expecting a debt to be repaid. My voice trembles but remains steady enough. He regards me with an unreadable expression for a long beat. Then he exhales, the breath hissing past parted lips. "Is that what you fear? That I'll demand your body, or your servitude, as recompense for a trinket?" Heat flares under my skin. "I was told such things happen," I admit, recalling Crick's caution. A flicker crosses his face. Anger, perhaps, or frustration. "Be assured, if I wanted that from you, I wouldn't need to bribe you with a comb," he says, each word measured. "I'm a warlord, exiled or not. If I wished to claim you in that way, do you think you could stop me?" My stomach twists at the bluntness. "No," I whisper, heart pounding. "I couldn't stop you." His eyes narrow. "Then let that suffice. I gave it because I chose to, not to extract some twisted debt. Is that clear?" I swallow, the finality of his tone echoing in my ears. Despite the cold logic of his words, I sense an undercurrent of something more complicated. "Yes," I say softly. "Thank you for clarifying." He inclines his head once, then steps back, letting some space between us. My pulse thrums at the subtle relief, yet part of me feels a pang for reasons I can't articulate. Did I want him to show some flicker of personal interest? Or is that just fear twisted into curiosity? Before I can dwell on that, he speaks again, voice low. "Finish your work. I won't interrupt further." Then he walks away, tail sliding across the floor with a faint rasp. I stand there for a moment, cloth in hand, heart racing. The small exchange leaves me off balance. His reassurance that he won't demand my body in exchange for the comb should soothe me, but it also highlights how easily he could bend me to his will. He wants me to know he doesn't require manipulation or bribes if he ever decides to push the boundaries. Oddly enough, that mixture of threat and grudging respect unsettles me more than outright cruelty. I wrap up the polishing, my mind spinning with unanswered questions. Once I finish, I carry the supplies back to the storage area. My steps are brisk, trying to outpace the sense of restless energy that lingers after talking to Vaserin. A short while later, I find myself in the kitchens, helping a few human servants prep vegetables for the midday meal. The clank of knives against wooden boards and the hiss of simmering pots weave together in a comforting rhythm. I slip into the easy repetition of chopping carrots and onions, letting the mundane task steady my nerves. Crick enters the kitchen, wearing his usual faint smirk. He glances at the cluster of servants, then strides over to me. "You seem rattled," he murmurs, leaning against the table. "Something happen?" My knife pauses mid-chop. I look around to ensure no one else is paying attention, then lower my voice. He cornered me again. "That's all." Crick's brows lift. "And?" I tighten my grip on the knife, annoyance flaring. "Nothing. He said I owe him nothing, but he made it clear that if he wanted something, he'd take it. A snort escapes Crick. Classic. At least he's honest about it. I sigh, setting down the knife. Your warning is noted. I'm trying to keep my guard up, but it's confusing. He acts like he wants me to feel safe, but his presence is suffocating. Sympathy flickers in Crick's eyes before he masks it with a shrug. Use that confusion to your advantage. If you're uncertain, he might be too. Naga lords like him don't often deal with complicated attachments. Attachments. The idea that Vaserin might see me as an attachment makes my heart lurch in my chest. I don't know if that's what he feels, I admit, voice hushed. It might just be a twisted sense of ownership. Crick exhales, glancing at the other servants who remain focused on their tasks. Be careful, and if you ever need to talk without him eavesdropping, find me. I'm not a fan of the council or any highborn naga, but I dislike seeing humans caught in their games even more. He gives a brief nod and walks away, leaving me with the half-chopped vegetables. It's a strange comfort, knowing someone else sees the danger as clearly as I do. Even so, confusion tugs at my thoughts. Vaserin insists he expects nothing in return, yet his intensity is undeniable. That combination keeps me teetering between cautious respect and an odd smouldering tension I can't fully name. Afternoon arrives, and with it a message from Serene requesting my help in the laundry area. A new shipment of linens requires sorting and labelling before they're placed in different guest rooms. I bustle there quickly, passing guards and a few stoic naga staff who rarely speak to humans. The laundry chamber is warm from the massive copper tubs used for washing. Steam drifts upward in lazy curls, while a couple of human servants scrub garments at a long table. Serene stands near a stack of freshly laundered sheets, her blind eyes directed vaguely in my direction. "Mira," she says as I enter. "Fold these and arrange them by colour. We want them ready for distribution by nightfall." "Yes, ma'am." I roll up my sleeves and set to work, carefully folding the linens into neat squares, sorting them into piles for each hallway. The repetitive motion lulls me into a calm state. After a while, the sound of Serene's cane tapping the floor draws my attention. She steps close, voice low enough that only I can hear. "You appear unsettled today." I hesitate, glancing at her clouded gaze. I'm fine, just busy." A faint hum escapes her throat, sceptical. "You wear his gift, yet you look like you expect it to burn you." My hands falter on the linen I'm folding. "Serene, I don't know what to think about it," I confess softly. "He says it means nothing. Others say it means everything." She sighs. The truth lies somewhere in between. A Naga warlord doesn't bestow tokens lightly, but neither does it guarantee the future. She taps her cane, the slight sound echoing. "If I were you, I'd keep your eyes open for the little ways he tries to claim your presence, not your body. Power has many forms, and your greatest strength is learning to navigate each one." The advice sends a chill through me. "I'll remember." She nods once, then returns to overseeing the other workers. I resume folding, thoughts swirling. The notion that Vaserin might be exerting control through subtle acts, lingering glances, silent appearances, a gifted comb, leaves me both uneasy and strangely drawn. Part of me imagines a life where I remain invisible, never again singled out by a master. Yet I can't deny the flicker of curiosity that stirs whenever he addresses me or when I catch him watching. By evening, the linens are sorted, and I find myself unexpectedly free of tasks for a short while. Serene approves my request to go outside for fresh air, so I slip into a quiet courtyard, seldom used by the staff. The stone walkway is lined with a few twisted shrubs, and overhead the sky dims into a tapestry of stars. The hush is a balm, letting me breathe without constantly peering over my shoulder. I perch on the edge of a low stone wall, letting the night breeze brush my skin. A faint hum escapes my lips again, my old lullaby. The tune is soft, carried by the gentle wind. My eyelids drift shut just for a moment, savouring this fragile sense of peace. A gentle rasp on the stone behind me makes me startle. My eyes fly open to see Vaserin standing a few paces away, his imposing form half lit by a torch mounted on the courtyard wall. He doesn't speak right away. Instead, he watches me with that cool intensity, tail coiling once around his ankles. "My lord," I say, rising swiftly, heart hammering. I didn't realise anyone else came here. He regards me, silent for a moment. "I patrol my domain," he answers, stepping forward. The gentle torchlight glints off his scaled arms, highlighting the powerful lines of his body. "You find the courtyard to your liking?" I fold my hands, trying to steady my nerves. "It's quiet," I reply. "I wanted some air." He nods, tail sliding across the stone in a languid movement. For a beat, neither of us speaks, and a tension crackles in the silence. Then he gestures to the low wall I was perched on, indicating I might sit again. Hesitantly, I resume my seat, forcing my hands to rest in my lap. He stands before me, posture regal, yet there's a subtle restlessness in the way his tail tip flicks. "You hum that song often." My cheeks warm. It's the only one I remember from before. It calms me. He inclines his head. "It suits you. Soft yet persistent." I'm not sure how to respond to that. My mind flips through countless questions, but I recall Sahrin's warning about reading significance into his every gesture. Instead of pressing him, I remained still, waiting to see if he has more to say. He finally sits on the opposite end of the short wall. The closeness prickles through my senses. Just a few feet separate us. "You've been adjusting to your new freedoms," he observes, gaze drifting across the courtyard. "Has it made you reconsider another escape?" The question hangs, loaded with unspoken meaning. "No," I answer truthfully. "At least not yet. The jungle remains lethal, and I've learned it's safer here for the time being." He releases a quiet hum of acknowledgement. "Safer," he repeats, tasting the word. "You think me less a threat now?" I hesitate. "I think you could be, if you wished. But you haven't chosen to be, and I'm grateful. That's all I can say." His jaw tightens, and the torchlight highlights the strong lines of his face, the sharpness of his cheekbones. "Fair enough." Then, in a softer tone, "Gratitude isn't required. Only your honesty." A surge of courage prompts me to challenge him gently. "Honesty, my lord?" My heart pounds. "Then may I speak freely about something else?" He arches a brow, curiosity flickering across his features. "You may." I gather my thoughts. "You appear whenever I hum or speak, and sometimes you stand close enough for your tail to brush me, like you're testing how I'll react. Why?" The words leave my mouth before I can second-guess them. My pulse thunders as I await his response. For a moment, I fear he'll lash out or deliver a cutting remark. But instead, he studies me with a half-lidded gaze, considering. His tail swishes behind him, almost restlessly. "I'm used to controlling my surroundings," he finally says. "I watch you to see if you pose a disruption, or if I find something of worth in you." It's an answer both blunt and cryptic. My gut knots with both apprehension and a strange rush of satisfaction that he acknowledges his interest. "And have you found something of worth?" I dare to ask, voice trembling slightly. A low exhale slips through his lips. His expression shadows, yet he doesn't look angry. If anything, he seems torn. "We'll see," he murmurs, the words resonating with a quiet promise that sets my skin aflame. "For now, consider it a matter of curiosity." Our gazes lock, and everything else fades. The flicker of the torch, the distant rustle of nocturnal creatures in the courtyard's bushes. The hush between us pulses with unspoken tension. He's close enough that I can see the faint lines where his scales blend with human-like skin, and the subtle flecks of muscles beneath his dark robe. My breath catches at the realization of how formidable he truly is. And yet here we are, conversing in subdued voices like partners in a fragile dance. He finally breaks the stare, turning his head slightly as though collecting himself. "It's late," he says, voice low but steady. "You should rest. There's another day of tasks awaiting you tomorrow." I swallow, nodding. "You're right." Standing, I smooth my tunic, trying not to let my knees wobble. He remained seated on the wall, tail draped gracefully around the base. "Good night, my lord." His reply comes softer than I anticipate. "Good night, Mira." Hearing him speak my name resonates through me, leaving me disoriented and oddly warm. I step away, each footstep feeling unusually loud on the courtyard stones. When I risk a glance back, I see he's still there, half turned in the torchlight, watching me with an expression I can't decode. Returning to my chamber, I find the rest of the manor bathed in quiet. The corridors feel more intimate under the soft glow of lamps, every carved serpent motif looking half alive. Slipping into my room, I set aside my chores for the night, longing for a moment of private reflection. Once alone, I remove my tunic and fold it neatly. I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the small mirror propped on the dresser. A slender figure, hair pinned back with that jade comb gleaming at my temple. My eyes appear wide and unsettled, cheeks flushed. The changes in my life are etched plainly on my face. No longer the meek creature who tried to vanish into corners, I'm now someone who's begun to speak up, to ask questions, to meet the warlord's gaze with a flicker of determination. Is that wise? I'm not sure, but a rebellious part of me likes that I'm not cowering. Perhaps it's dangerous to test his boundaries. Then again, he's the one who encouraged me to speak freely, if only for that fleeting moment. Curling onto my bed, I cradle my chest, the thud of my heartbeat loud beneath my fingers. Crick's warning echoes in my thoughts. No gift is given freely. Serene's advice about noticing the small ways Vaserin tries to claim me. My own confusing swirl of emotions every time he draws near. This world feels like an elaborate snare, and I'm wading in deeper with each passing day. Yet a small spark of fascination ignites whenever we face each other, a spark that grows each time I catch him watching me hum or noticing how his tail lingers close. It thrills me and terrifies me in equal measure. Maybe I'm risking more than I realise, heart, mind, safety. But a quiet part of me, the one that once believed the world held no kindness, can't help wondering if his complicated intentions might lead to something other than pain. I push the thought aside, burying it under practicality. I'm a servant here, with little power. Tomorrow I'll rise and resume my duties, feeding the greenhouse plants, dusting corridors, avoiding Ralazan if I can, and bracing for whatever new tension Vaserin brings. This precarious dance between us might intensify. If I'm wise, I'll keep my distance and heed Crick's warnings. If I'm foolish, I might let the quiet, simmering pool that flares whenever Vaserin stands near me guide my actions. One thing is certain, my life in this jungle estate will never be the same. The weight of nocturnal stillness presses in, shadows curling around me like the tangle of my thoughts. Outside, the jungle's nocturnal creatures call in eerie tones, reminding me that beyond these walls lies a realm of predators and unknown perils. Inside, a different kind of predator roams the corridors, black scales and golden eyes unwavering. I lie awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling, the jade comb still pinned in my hair. Eventually, exhaustion claims me, my dreams filled with half-formed images of a warlord's coiled tail and the lingering echo of that hush where curiosity and danger collide.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms. With stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prathika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prathika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 8. Vaserin. Another humid dawn settles over my estate, painting the jungled horizon in oranges and deep greens. I stand alone in my private study, door closed against the murmurs of the household. Weeks have passed since I first extended new freedoms to Mira, since I handed her the jade and gold comb and told her it carried no hidden cost. Although I tried to maintain distance, each day has brought us into more frequent encounters, brief conversations in corridors, the occasional exchange of glances when she tends the gardens or helps with the household chores. I tell myself it's simple curiosity, yet the truth grows more tangled with every sight of her. Her presence is no longer an unsettling novelty. It's become a quiet thread woven into my routine. Lately, a strange restlessness circles my thoughts whenever she drifts too far from my awareness. A rap against the door cuts through my thoughts. "Come," I say. Vaserin steps inside, cane tapping the polished floor. Her blind eyes turn in my direction with uncanny accuracy. "My lord," she says, voice low. "The staff have finished preparing the eastern walkway as you requested. You mentioned wanting to see it. Perhaps take a walk." I recall the plan I made the previous night, an impulse to show Mira a certain secluded spot in the far corner of the estate, a hidden garden I rarely share, nestled behind dense foliage. I'm not fully sure why I decided on this. Maybe to break the hush that has settled around us, or to show her the manor holds more than strict routines. Without acknowledging the personal motive, I nod. Good. That will do. Vaserin shifts her weight slightly, as though hesitant. Shall I inform Mira she's to accompany you? Or do you prefer I select someone else for the task? Her question stirs a subtle tension in my chest. I have not openly announced that I wish to spend time with Mira, especially not in a private corner of the grounds, but a half measure no longer satisfies me. I want to see her reaction to the hidden garden, to hear her laugh or question me. Something about that desire vexes me, yet I can't deny it. Send her, I reply, keeping my tone neutral. We'll leave soon. Vaserin inclines her head. As you wish. She leaves, shutting the door softly behind her. I inhale, steadying myself. Let them speculate about my intentions. I will not give them more reason for gossip. If Mira asks, I'll present this outing as a routine inspection, though my motives stretch beyond that. I gather a few parchments, tucking them into a leather satchel, feigning that I have documentation about the estate's flora to review. If anyone questions me, I'll say it's part of ensuring the grounds are well maintained. My tail coils around the leg of the desk in a restless gesture, then I exhale and force it to release. Moments later, I exit into the corridor. Mira waits near the arched window at the end, her posture delicate and still. She wears a simple tunic of dusty green, belted at the waist, and her dark hair is pinned with that comb, the gold filigree catching faint light. Whenever I see that little sparkle, it sparks a satisfaction I can't fully explain. She dips her head in respect. My lord, Vaserin said you needed me. I nod, gesturing for her to walk beside me. I want to examine a part of the estate's grounds. You'll assist. It may take a few hours. Her eyes flicker with curiosity, tempered by caution. Of course. We move through the main hall together, passing servants who lower their gazes. My tail brushes the floor in a measured sweep, and I sense Mira's awareness of it. She keeps a respectful distance, though I notice how her steps align with mine in a careful dance of proximity. The estate's quiet shadows follow us as we slip through a side doorway into the warm jungle air. Outside, the sun hangs high, illuminating the thick canopy that looms beyond the manor walls. We cross a short stone bridge over a narrow stream, water shimmering below us. The overgrown walkway leads away from the more manicured gardens into a zone rarely visited by the staff. Here, leaves droop in broad, waxy arcs and vines twist around wooden trellises. The air teems with buzzing wings and the eerie cries of unseen jungle creatures. Mira glances around, her breathing quickening with each step. I never realized the estate extended this far, she says softly. It's vast. Few do, I answer, leading her down a winding path sheltered by high walls draped in moss. A sense of seclusion envelops us, the bustle of the household left behind. The path opens at last to a hidden courtyard, smaller than the grand ones near the main wing. Here the stone floor has cracked in places, allowing vibrant plants to sprout. A central pond glistens with water so clear that the red pebbles beneath shimmer like gems. Around the pond, blossoms in exotic shades of violet and crimson bloom, filling the air with a sweet, heady scent. The hush is broken by the soft trickle of water from a carved serpent fountain standing at the pond's edge. Mira inhales sharply. I never knew this existed. Pleased by her wonder, I set my satchel aside on a low stone bench. I've kept it private. Even the staff rarely come here. For reasons I barely understand, I add, you may look around, if you wish. She takes a tentative step forward, gazing at the blossoms and the pond as though she stepped into another world. Sunlight pierces the canopy, creating shifting patterns on the stone and water. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves, and in that moment, the entire space feels alive. She moves closer to a cluster of purple flowers, brushing a hand over their velvety petals. They're beautiful. A soft laugh escapes her, as though the pleasure of seeing such vibrant life can't be contained. That simple sound shifts something in my chest, loosening an invisible knot of tension. Weeks have passed since I first saw her in the auction house, silent and wary. Her laugh now is a testament to the changes wrought in that time, to the slow unraveling of her fear. I find myself enthralled by that quiet transformation, though a part of me warns not to show my fascination. I rarely linger here, I say, tone carefully casual. But I wanted to check on these plants. I keep them for their unique properties, some medicinal, others purely ornamental. She turns her head, eyes shining with a mixture of curiosity and delight. You keep them, but never enjoy them? The question pricks at me. They serve a purpose, I murmur. Enjoyment is secondary. A faint smile touches her lips. Seems a shame. They're too lovely to be hidden. I watch her expression, the way sunlight plays across her features. Her skin holds a warm glow, her hair neatly pinned yet slightly tousled by the breeze. She looks at ease, so unlike the anxious creature who once tried to flee my domain. Something about that shift draws me closer, tail sliding behind me in a slow, sinuous motion. Without a word, I step beside her, studying the cluster of blossoms she admires. Their petals glimmer with a translucent sheen, reminiscent of crushed gemstones. Most are native to the deeper jungles, I explain. I transplanted them here when I took over this territory. She turns her gaze on me, eyebrows lifting. Why go to such trouble if you don't plan to admire them? I pause, searching for an answer. The air feels thicker, weighted by her presence. I suppose I once believed they'd prove useful, I say quietly. I've forgotten to appreciate them for their own sake. Her eyes linger on my face for a moment. Maybe you should start. Silence settles, electric. A breeze ruffles the leaves, sending dappled light dancing over our shoulders. Impulsively, I reach out, plucking a small bloom from the vine, one of the lower blossoms that can spare a cutting. The petals shimmer in my palm like drops of liquid amethyst. I hold the flower out to her. Here, I say. You can keep it. She lifts her hand, hesitation flickering in her eyes, then takes the bloom gently. Her voice drops to a near whisper. Thank you. My tail coils closer, half encircling us without touching. I notice her pulse flutter at her throat. This time I sense no immediate fear, only a heightened awareness. We stand like that, the hush stretching. It's as if her skin radiates heat, her breath quickening between us. After a loaded pause, she glances around, cheeks tinted with color. You said you wanted to inspect the plants, my lord, she says, a wry tone in her voice that suggests she's teasing me, albeit very carefully. I force a low chuckle, stepping back. Yes. Grateful for the prompt, I pace around the pond, trailing my claws along the carved serpent fountain. Its stone tail loops elegantly, spouting a trickle of water into the pool. A cluster of bright red blossoms grows at the base, roots half submerged. I lean down, examining their leaves for signs of rot or pests. Mira follows, setting the blossom in her tunic pocket before crouching to peer at the plants. They seem healthy, she observes, looking up at me. Far more vibrant than the greenhouse ones. I kneel beside her. My tail shifts, brushing the ground in a fluid curve. That's because these are closer to their natural environment. The humidity and partial shade suit them better than man-made structures. She nods, brow furrowed in concentration. I notice a faint scar on her left forearm, perhaps from an old injury. The sight of it tugs at me, reminding me how little I truly know of her past. Yet, somehow, we've reached a fragile truce, even a tentative companionship in this hidden place. Time drifts as we move about the garden, checking vines, plucking away dead leaves, rinsing our hands in the pond's clear water. I occasionally point out a plant's special properties. One can be brewed for calming effects, another wards off certain insects. She listens with genuine interest, occasionally asking a question that shows she's not just passively following my lead. The atmosphere shifts again when she finds a small wooden bench half hidden behind a tall cluster of fronds. Did you place this here? She asks, running a hand over the worn surface. My tail flicks. It's been there since before I took over the estate. The previous owners must have enjoyed this garden more than I do. She brushes a stray leaf from the seat, turning to me with a hesitant smile. Then perhaps you can enjoy it now. She sits, motioning for me to join. The invitation surprises me, but I find myself accepting, lowering onto the bench's other side. The space is cramped, forcing us closer than we might normally sit. Her warmth seeps into the air, and my scales tingle with awareness. A quiet laugh stirs in her throat as she glances at the pond, then at me. This is the first time I've felt almost normal in weeks. I tilt my head, studying her profile. Normal? She sighs, folding her hands. Life here has been a series of guarded movements, tense silences. I never thought I'd find a moment to just sit with you, without 1,000 fears crowding my mind. Her words tug at something deep inside me. I see, I murmur, keeping my voice low. Then I suppose I should be glad this garden can offer a respite. She holds my gaze, the emotion in her eyes, a shifting blend of gratitude and uncertainty. Yes. Thank you for bringing me here, my lord. I let a small pause drag out before responding. You can call me Vaserin, at least while we're here. The notion of offering my name, free of title, is an impulsive choice, but it feels right in this moment. She blinks, lips parting slightly. That would be strange. A faint smirk ghosts over my mouth. Strange, perhaps, but we are alone. The rules of formality need not weigh so heavily. She lowers her eyes, clearly processing my request. Eventually, she nods. All right, Va. She stumbles over the syllables, expression twisting with nerves. Vaserin. My name in her voice sends a wave of warmth through me. I shift on the bench, tail curling unconsciously around the bench's leg, drawing me closer. Her breath hitches. For a charged moment, neither of us moves. The space between us crackles like a live wire. Seizing a sudden impulse, I lean in. My forearm rests near her thigh, scales glinting in the dappled light. She lifts her chin slightly, eyes wide, and I catch the faint tremor that runs through her. I can't tell if it's fear or anticipation. Maybe both. My tail inches forward, brushing against her waist. A gentle loop that doesn't quite grip her, but undeniably claims the space between us. Her lips part, and for a heart-stopping moment, I think I might close the distance, capture her mouth in a kiss that would shatter the hush. The tension building these past weeks thrums between us like a plucked string. My breath slows, my fangs tingling with a potent rush of sensation. A flash of alarm crosses her gaze, quick, uncertain. It's enough to remind me of the delicate balance we occupy. If I push too far, I might confirm her worst fears or break the fragile trust we've built. With a ragged exhale, I stop myself. The moment lingers, unfulfilled. I withdraw my tail a few inches, letting a shaky silence fall. Her cheeks burn, and she exhales, chest rising as she steadies herself. She starts, voice unsteady. You almost... I know, I say quietly, forcing my composure. I apologize if I startled you. She blinks, uncertain how to respond. You didn't exactly startle me, she murmurs, glancing down at the bench. The words hang between us, tinted with possibility. My chest aches. I shift away, giving her space. Let's call that a moment of lapse, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. We don't need to dwell on it. Her jaw tenses. Perhaps she wants to press the issue, but she only nods, eyes cast downward. The tension lingers, pulsing in the air. I push to my feet, striving for a smoother transition. We've lingered long. I should ensure the rest of the grounds are secure. She stands as well, brushing non-existent dust from her tunic. Yes, of course. The bloom I gave her peeks from her pocket, its petals slightly wilted now, but still shimmering faintly. As we head back across the garden, the hush that envelops us is far from peaceful, more like an undercurrent of unspoken desire laced with caution. We gather our things and retrace our steps along the overgrown path, slipping past towering ferns and creeping vines. The sun has risen higher, bathing the trail in bright gold. Halfway back, I catch her eyeing me sidelong, as though she's considering a question. Sensing her curiosity, I slow my pace. Speak, I offer. She draws a breath. That, I mean, when you coiled around me a moment ago. She hesitates, cheeks coloring. In Naga culture, does that? I sense her discomfort and respond softly. A tail coiling can hold many meanings: protection, threat, intimacy, depending on context. I only meant to... I pause, choosing my words carefully. I was caught in the moment. I meant no harm. She nods, looking away, but I sense her relief. All right. At the estate's entrance, a couple of guards spot us emerging from the hidden walkway. One raises a brow, but quickly shifts his gaze elsewhere as I pass. I feel Mira's tension ratchet up. She likely fears the staff's gossip. I let out a slow breath, ignoring the guard's curiosity. Let them whisper. If I wanted to keep the garden a secret, so be it. But I chose to bring her. I won't pretend otherwise. We re-enter the manor, stepping into cooler corridors where the stone floors gleam under lamplight. Sarin emerges from a side passage, blind eyes directed toward us. She bows. Lord Vaserin, there is a matter requiring your attention in the main hall. My tail flicks. I'll attend to it shortly. As Sarin departs, Mira turns to me, expression guarded yet thoughtful. Thank you, she says quietly, holding my gaze. For the garden. I didn't realize how much I needed a moment like that. The sincerity in her voice makes my chest tighten. I keep my reply simple. You are welcome. With a final nod, I leave her there, heading toward the main hall to address whatever matter demands my time. But each step feels charged with the echo of our near kiss, the warmth of her presence clinging to my thoughts. Once in the main hall, I discover a few staff gathered, Crick among them leaning against a pillar. He eyes me with a knowing smirk, as though he senses I've been up to something personal. Suppressing irritation, I approach Serene, who holds a small parchment in her hand. My lord, she explains, we've received a message from a local merchant regarding supplies. He requests permission to approach the estate tomorrow. I scan the parchment quickly, forcing my mind onto practical matters. Agree to his request, but ensure the gates remain monitored. Serene inclines her head. Crick, arms folded, gives me a fleeting grin. I'll handle security, he says. No unwanted visitors. By the way, his tone drops conspiratorially. You seem in a better mood. A low hiss escapes my lips. Mind your own duties. He chuckles, lifting his hands in mock surrender. Of course, just an observation, my lord. I wave him off and stride away, tail flicking in annoyance. He's not wrong, though. My mood feels almost buoyant, despite the tension that lingers. A near kiss is hardly an event to broadcast, yet it churns my thoughts in ways that leave me oddly eager for more interactions with her. Perhaps I'm being reckless, but the usual caution that defined me has started to fray around the edges. Later, I retreat to my study. Nightfall arrives swiftly, painting the sky in deep purples. I light a lantern on my desk, the warm glow revealing a stack of reports awaiting review updates on orc movements near the southwestern border, the Council's probable reaction to the Ralazan incident. With a deliberate breath, I begin reading. But my concentration falters. The words blur. My mind drifts to the hidden garden, to the sound of her soft laugh, the startled delight on her face as she touched the blossoms. I recall how close we came to bridging the distance with a kiss. Her breath hovers near my lips, warm and maddeningly close. I shut my eyes, letting the parchment slip from my fingers. Desire coils in my gut, unfamiliar in its intensity. Once I believed I'd banish such vulnerabilities after my exile. Now Mira's presence tears down my defenses, bit by bit. The risk is undeniable. If the Council discovers I harbor interest in a human servant, it could further inflame their view of me as a renegade. But the thought of staying away from her, of letting fear dictate my every move, grates at me. Exhaling, I pick up the parchment again, forcing myself to scan the lines. The mention of Ralazan's name triggers fresh irritation. He still languishes in a remote corner of the manor, recovering from my venom, snarling insults at the guards. I'll have to resolve that situation soon. But for tonight, I shelve the matter, deciding I need a clearer mind before confronting him. Despite my attempts at focus, exhaustion finally claims me. I douse the lantern, leaving the study in darkness. My footsteps echo as I navigate the corridors, gliding past silent chambers. At my private suite, I enter and close the door behind me, tail swaying in the dim light. The bed stands large and unwelcoming, as it often does. Sleep rarely comes easily these days. Memories of that almost kiss taunt me, entwined with the lingering warmth of her laughter. I discard my robe, revealing the scaled expanse of my forearms and chest. My reflection in a tall mirror near the corner reveals tension strung tight across my muscles. The golden flicker in my eyes hints at emotions I can't fully mask. I run a palm across the ridged scar near my ribs, my brush with assassination and betrayal long ago. A part of me fears repeating history. Another corner of my mind whispers that Mira is different. She poses no threat to my life. But maybe she threatens my guarded heart, coaxing it out of the numbness I've cultivated. The notion unsettles me more than I'd like to admit. Slipping under the sheets, I lie awake, the night's hush pressing in. Outside, the jungle sings with nocturnal life, calls and rustles that once symbolized isolation, but now remind me of that hidden garden. I recall the softness of her cheek in the moonlight, the whisper of her voice, the slight tilt of her head as she nearly leaned in to meet my lips. A fresh stab of longing flickers through my chest. Eventually, I force my eyes shut, willing my breath to slow. For better or worse, I took a step today sharing that private space, allowing us a moment of near intimacy. Whether it spurs something deeper or leads to regret remains unclear. All I know is that the hush of my domain no longer feels like enough. She's changed the rhythm of my solitude, and a part of me hungers to see how far that change can reach. Morning arrives with a clammy haze. I rouse from a fitful doze, bathe quickly, and dress in my usual robes of dark fabric, embroidered faintly with serpent patterns. My tail twitches as I knot my hair back. The day's routine murmurs in the background of my thoughts, verifying the merchant's arrival, dealing with Ralassen's demands for release, ensuring the estate remains on guard for any sign the council has taken interest in my affairs. Yet a subtle anticipation lingers too, stirring from the memory of the time spent with Mira. When I emerge into the corridors, the staff greet me with their customary bowed heads. My instructions to keep the estate locked unless absolutely necessary stand, but the tension in the air has softened over the weeks. The guards appear less on edge. Even the human servants move with more confidence. A shaky peace has settled, though it could unravel at any sign of turmoil. Crick intercepts me near the main hall, brandishing a report about orc sightings. The southwestern border remains relatively calm, he says, flipping through pages. But we got word that a band of them might be prowling closer. I scan the text, tail swishing in annoyance. Maintain patrols. I want no surprises. Crick nods, then lowers the report. Any news on your end? His eyes gleam with mischief. Or is everything routine? I frown. I have no time for your prying. With that, I stride away, ignoring his quiet chuckle. My next hours pass in a blur of small matters, approving supply inventories, signing off on repairs to a courtyard wall, half listening to a minor complaint from a naga retainer about the noise of some jungle creatures at night. All the while, my thoughts circle back to that hidden garden and the moment we nearly bridged an unspoken line. After midday, I venture into a side hallway near the servants' chambers, compelled by a desire to see Mira again. I tell myself I'm inspecting the cleanliness of lesser-used corridors, but I know better. My steps slow as I spot her exiting a storage room, arms laden with linens. She nearly collides with me, pulling up short, eyes widening. "My lord," she exclaims, then corrects herself with a small smile. "Vaserin, I didn't expect you here." My pulse stirs at the sound of my name on her lips. I'm checking the upkeep. Are you well? She nods, adjusting the linens. Busy, but yes. Her gaze flicks to my tail, as though remembering how it almost coiled around her in the garden. A hint of color warms her cheeks. And you? I hope the estate isn't wearing on your nerves. A faint smile tugs at my lips. The estate is manageable. No major conflicts at the moment. Then, quieter. You should rest if you're overworked. She shakes her head. I'm fine. I enjoy having tasks that keep me occupied. A slight pause. Besides, after yesterday, everything feels less daunting. The mention of our secret excursion tugs a surge of memory. Perhaps we'll go again, I say, voice low. A spark flares in her eyes. I'd like that. The hush that follows brims with potential, until a distant clatter of pots from the kitchen shatters it. She lifts the linens. I need to deliver these, she says softly. But maybe we can talk later? The request surprises me she's asking rather than me commanding. Yes, I manage, stepping aside. Later. She moves past, the faint scent of soap and lavender trailing in her wake. My tail flexes, an urge to pull her back and recapture that fleeting closeness. But I let her go, standing alone in the corridor, chest tight with a longing that edges dangerously close to something I'd once sworn to never feel again. By the time dusk falls, I find myself wandering near the eastern balcony, half hoping Mira will appear. The sun sinks behind the jungle canopy, turning the sky a deep violet laced with streaks of gold. Insects begin their evening songs, creating a gentle chorus that resonates through the estate's open windows. She doesn't appear, though, and a subdued disappointment settles over me. I remind myself that tomorrow is another day, that we might cross paths again in the hush of dawn, or in the middle of another hidden corner of the grounds. Returning to my chambers, I stand before the mirror, removing the gold clips from my hair. The reflection that meets me is not the same stoic warlord who once believed emotions were a liability. I see tension etched around my eyes, the gold in my gaze flickering with traces of an unwelcome desire. Yet, is it truly unwelcome? Swallowing hard, I touch the scar on my ribs, recalling the betrayal that nearly ended me. Emotions once made me vulnerable, nearly cost my life. Now I risk forging a new connection with someone who might slip past my armor in ways I can't control. But I can't ignore the slow burn that grows each time we share a moment, or the quiet thrill of watching her discover joy in something I present. I slide into bed, restless thoughts tangling in my mind. The memory of her laugh in the hidden garden returns, and I find myself smiling despite the conflict in my chest. The near kiss hovers in my mind, a silent promise waiting for the right moment. If I choose to cross that threshold, there's no guarantee what lies on the other side, only that it will change everything. Sleep remains elusive for a while, but eventually exhaustion drags me under. My last waking thought lingers on the image of her perched on that bench, cheeks flushed, the garden's blossoms shining around us. If I close my eyes, her breath feels like a phantom heat, her trust poised on the brink of one unshared kiss. Come morning. I may decide whether to let that kiss happen or keep this growing tension locked away. But for now, in the dim hush of night, I allow myself a moment of quiet yearning, acknowledging that the fortress I once guarded so fiercely is no longer quite so impenetrable when she is near.
Chapter 9. Mira. I jolt awake with the echoes of some old memory burning behind my eyes. My heart thunders in my chest, and for a moment I'm convinced I'm still trapped in that long-ago raid, where shadows swept through my home and left only ash behind. It takes several rasping breaths to remember I'm in the manor, a place I once feared might be my cage, but which now offers a tenuous sort of shelter. Moonlight spills through the narrow window of my small room, illuminating the austere furniture. My bedding feels clammy against my bare arms, damp from sweat. I flatten my palm over the frantic beat at my throat, willing it to slow. No matter how many nights pass in relative peace, my dreams remain haunted by images of desperate flight and crouched figures with reptilian eyes. The nightmares come in waves, sometimes lying dormant for weeks before ripping me from sleep. Tonight, the echoes refuse to leave me. My skin tingles with leftover dread, the bed suddenly claustrophobic. I need air, a sense of space, or I'll suffocate. Rising, I slip on a simple robe, tying it snug at the waist. My short hair clings to the sides of my face, damp from sweat, so I gather it away with the jade and gold comb Vaserin gave me. It's become second nature to wear it, even though the glint of gold in the night reminds me it's his token. I try not to dwell on the mixture of gratitude and anxiety that stirs in me whenever I think of him. Easing open my door, I step into the corridor. The hush is profound at this hour. Lamps burn low in sconces, their flames flickering across carved serpent motifs on the walls. My bare feet make minimal sound as I move along the corridor, listening for any sign of patrolling guards. If I'm spotted wandering so late, there might be questions. But I can't bear to remain in that stifling room a moment longer. I wander aimlessly at first, letting my hands brush the stone columns, trying to ground myself in physical reality. The chill of the hall's floor seeps into my soles, countering the leftover heat from my feverish dream. Now and then, a night insect chirps from some hidden nook, reminding me that even within these walls, the jungle's heartbeat persists. Eventually, I find myself near the library, its heavy wooden door ajar. A faint wash of lamp glow spills onto the corridor floor. Curiosity nudges me forward. Perhaps whoever's there can lend me a distraction, or at least not chase me back to my quarters. I peek inside, half expecting to see Sarin or Crick sorting scrolls. Instead, I spot Vaserin. He stands at a long table, a single lantern illuminating the refined lines of his face. His dark hair drapes over his shoulders, some of it tied back with gold clips. Thick black scales trace the length of his forearms, catching the lamp's glow with a faint sheen. The deep hush accentuates each shift of his tail coiling near his feet. He reads an old scroll, brow furrowed, but something in his posture suggests tension, as though the words on the parchment don't hold his full attention. I linger at the threshold, unsure whether to step away or enter. My heart stutters at the memory of our near kiss in the hidden garden, a moment I haven't stopped reliving in my thoughts. The memory both thrills and rattles me, and now, standing here, I realise I'm seeking him out in the dark, drawn by that pull I can't quite name. Before I can decide, his voice glides through the silence. "You can come inside." He doesn't look up from the scroll, but I sense his awareness of me. I swallow. Tentatively, I push the door wider and step into the library. Rows of shelves tower, laden with tomes, and the air smells faintly of parchment and dust. "I didn't mean to intrude," I say, voice hushed. "I couldn't sleep." He lifts his gaze, eyes reflecting faint gold in the lamplight. "Another nightmare?" I blink, surprised he guessed. "Yes," I admit. "I get them sometimes." His tail shifts, sliding across the floor in a slow, almost soothing motion. "You shouldn't roam the halls alone when you're troubled. This place can stir uneasy thoughts if you let it." My mouth quirks in a humourless smile. "I think I prefer walking over lying awake with my fears." He exhales, setting the scroll down. "Fair enough." A short pause follows, crackling with an unspoken tension that's shadowed us for weeks. "Come here," he finally says, voice quiet but decisive. I approach, crossing the space illuminated by the lantern. My robe clings to me, the belt at my waist tight from my frantic knotting. Up close, I see the faint lines of strain around his eyes, as if he too is carrying a burden that sleep can't alleviate. He studies me, expression unreadable. "Sometimes I find it helps to keep busy. Would you like to see what I'm working on?" I nod, more eager for distraction than I care to admit. He gestures to the parchment spread across the table, ancient text detailing some archaic venom brewing technique or possibly border defense strategies. The script is largely indecipherable to me, but I trace the faint lines with curious eyes. "Is this part of your research?" He inclines his head. "Part of it. My father once believed that knowledge was a better shield than any blade. I'm trying to see if there's anything in these records that can help me maintain the estate's independence." I recall the rumours about the Naga Council, the threat they pose if he doesn't conform. "If they come for you?" I trail off, unsure how to finish that thought. His jaw sets. "They won't take this domain from me without a fight." Then, scanning my face, he softens his tone. "But it's late. You don't need to worry over that now." Silence descends, and I sense his gaze drifting over me, lingering on my tense shoulders, the lines of my neck. A tremor ripples through me, equal parts nerves and something deeper. Despite all logic, I feel oddly safe in this dimly lit room with him. Perhaps it's the memory of how he's intervened to protect me before, or the gentle hush that surrounds us. I rub my arms, as if chasing away the remnants of my nightmare. Could I stay here for a bit? I ask, voice trembling with the vulnerability of the request. Just until my thoughts settle. He considers, tail coiling with a measured grace. Yes, he says simply. Sit, if you like. I move to a wooden chair near the table, though he remains standing. The flicker of the lantern reveals the set of his shoulders, powerful and poised, black scales glinting whenever he shifts. I watch his expression, noticing how his brow furrows slightly, as if in concern. A wave of emotion surges in me, gratitude, longing, and a faint flutter of trepidation. Minutes slip past in companionable quiet. He resumes reading, but every so often I feel his gaze slide toward me, like he's verifying I'm still there, that I'm not lost to some invisible threat. My anxiety slowly ebbs, replaced by a warmth that kindles my chest. At length I rise, walking around the table to stand beside him. My breath feels shallow. The desperation to push away my nightmares and the heightened awareness of him swirl into one. He lifts his head, startled, and that's when I see it. Something raw in his eyes, as though he's just as restless, just as torn between caution and the gravity of what draws us together. I don't know who moves first. Perhaps we shift in tandem. One moment, there's a step of space between us. The next, I'm within his reach, and his hand brushes my arm. His touch is light, but the heat crackles through me. My robe slips, exposing more of my collarbone than I realise, and his gaze zeroes in, a flicker of dark hunger sparking in the lamplight. Mira, he murmurs, voice low. That single word pulses with more emotion than I ever heard from him before. I part my lips to reply, but the swirling need in my chest erupts, pushing me forward. Gently, I rest my palm on his chest, feeling the firm plane of muscle beneath his robe. He inhales sharply, as though my touch is a shock. Something hums in the air, a final surrender to whatever's been building between us. He bends his head, lips grazing my temple, and the simple brush ignites a trembling in my limbs. I tilt my face up, and our gazes lock. Time compresses to this single heartbeat. Then his mouth finds mine.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. He runs a hand over my hair, voice low. Mira. The word holds a note of wonder, as if he's never spoken it quite like this before. I breathe out, letting my exhaustion speak for me. You chased the nightmares away, I say softly, eyes drifting shut. He doesn't answer, but his hold tightens, tail coiling a fraction closer. After a moment, his lips graze the top of my head, an unspoken vow lingering in the hush. My heart twists, but the pull of sleep claims me before I can dwell on the significance of what just transpired. I slip under, carried by the hush and the warmth of his coils, free of the nightmares that once plagued my nights. His presence is a fortress around me, and for the first time in a long while, I let go of fear, surrendering to the stillness of rest. And as I drift away, I realize that trusting him in this vulnerable act might be the bravest or most dangerous thing I've ever done. Yet for tonight, the risk feels worth it, cradled by his scaled arms in a truce born of passion and fleeting peace.
Chapter 10. Vaserin. Morning light pierces the thin curtains of my private chamber, rousing me from restless half-sleep. I lie on a broad bed with linen sheets that feel more constricting than soft. My tail curls in uneasy loops across the mattress, and my mind buzzes with the memory of what happened mere hours ago. Mira sleeps beside me, her body wrapped in my coils. I can't recall pulling her so close, but my tail cradles her like she's made of spun glass. Warmth radiates from her form, stirring a fierce, conflicting surge of protectiveness and alarm. I watch her face as she breathes, each exhale a soft puff against my arm. The lamplight from last night is gone, replaced by the soft glow of dawn. Dust motes drift in the air, turning golden near the window. My pulse quickens. I cannot deny the gravity of what we did. The vivid details still blaze in my mind. Her parted lips, the catch of her breath, the way she clung to me as though I were her only sanctuary. A swirl of desire curls low in my gut at the recollection, but a chilling wave of realization follows. I have broken the unspoken laws that govern Naga society. Humans can be bed slaves, maybe even tolerated as concubines for lesser lords, but the line I crossed is far deeper, an intimate claim that I never intended. A coil of panic squeezes my chest. In Naga law, there are rites and rituals for taking a mate, especially if that mate is not purely Naga. I have performed none, have sought no permission from the council. If the rumors of my brazen actions reach them, it could lead to condemnation. Exile is the least of the punishments they can impose. And yet, as I try to recall the exact moment I decided to toss such caution away, I find no single point in time, only the recollection of her trembling lips and the raw need in my chest. I tense, tail shifting, and Mira stirs. A quiet murmur escapes her as she burrows closer against my side. The gentle press of her body sends a flare of guilt laced with yearning. With cautious care, I unwind my tail and slip away, doing my best not to rouse her further. She sighs, adjusting in the bed but remaining asleep. Barefoot, I pad to the door, robe cinched around my waist. My black scales reflect faint morning light, the edges tinted greenish gold. I can almost feel a brand across my skin from last night, like I'm marked by that moment. My heart thuds in my ears, and a clammy sweat dots my brow. I press my palm to my chest, trying to steady my breath. This hush is different from the tension that once dominated my life. It is heavier, tinged with the knowledge that I've crossed a threshold no Naga lord is supposed to cross without public sanction. I slip into the corridor, shutting the door behind me. It's early enough that most staff remain in their rooms, leaving the halls empty. My tail moves in restless arcs behind me as I wind through the stone corridors, mind spinning. A single word echoes like a dire chant in my thoughts. Consequences. I refuse to follow the formal paths, and now I must reckon with the fallout if word spreads. And it will, eventually. My first stop is the library, but I don't seek the scrolls. Instead, hidden within a locked chest in the back is a small ledger containing the names of specialized apothecaries. One in particular stands out, a Venom brewer famed for concocting suppressants that can dampen a Naga's physical drives and keep emotional impulses in check. A desire-dulling brew rumored to quell everything from unseemly lust to dangerously possessive urges. I recall scornfully dismissing such potions in the past. Now, panic pushes me to consider them a lifeline. I retrieve the ledger, scanning the cramped script. My tail lashes the floor, agitated. If I can dull this maddening hunger for Mira, perhaps I can regain clarity. Force myself to keep her at arm's length until I find a safer arrangement, or until I decide it's best to send her away, somewhere hidden where neither the council nor I can reach her. The notion of letting her go stings like a fresh slash. I despise how a mere human has become so entwined with my every thought. My father's lessons ring hollow. He believed in calculated displays of dominance, never letting emotions rule. Yet I found myself undone by the press of her lips, the warmth of her body, the soft whimper she made when I touched her. I slammed the ledger shut, cursing under my breath. My life is no longer tidy. She is part of me now, whether I accept it or not. Breathing hard, I tuck the ledger under my arm and head for the corridor that leads to my personal study. That room is smaller, more private, where I can send for a messenger discreetly. But on the way, I nearly collide with Saurine, who steps out from a side hallway. Her pale eyes fix on me, despite her blindness, as though she sees the turmoil emanating from my body. "My lord," she says softly, "you are awake early." I grit my teeth. I need to send for an apothecary. Summon a messenger. Her brow furrows. "An apothecary? Are you ill?" I glance away, unsettled by her uncanny ability to sense tension in my posture. "Not exactly." Then impatience wars with caution. "This is no concern of yours, Serene." She shifts her cane, the tap echoing on the stone floor. "You've never asked for a Venom brewer's contact before, my lord. Something has changed." She tilts her head. "Is it because of her?" A flicker of warning surges. "Do not pry." "I only ask because I sense your conflict," she says gently. "You've become different since Mira arrived." Anger and guilt churn, but I keep my voice steady. "I must quell certain impulses for both our sakes. Sending for a suppressor is the wisest course." She exhales slowly, lips pressed thin. "Suppressing your desire will not erase the bond you've begun. Sometimes attempts to smother it only make the wound fester." I clench my jaw. "Spare me your counsel. This is my decision." A tense hush reigns, though I catch a flicker of sympathy on her features. Saurine has served me for years, and despite her bluntness, she remains loyal. "Very well," she says quietly. "I'll arrange a messenger. Do you want the brewer to come here, or for them to send the potion via courier?" "Have them send the potion discreetly," I answer, chest tight. "I won't risk an outsider seeing too much." She inclines her head. "As you wish." Turning, she takes a few steps before hesitating. "My lord, if I may, pushing Mira away now might protect you from the council, but it may hurt you more than you realize." I bristle, tail snapping the ground. "If it keeps us alive, so be it." Saurine bows her head, then continues on, cane tapping in a slow rhythm. I stand there, ledger in hand, breath unsteady. The corridor feels stifling. I weigh the risk of letting my desire for Mira continue unchecked. If the council learns I've bedded a human without the formal bond or declared concubine status, they'll swoop in, brand me a heretic or a traitor, strip me of my lands, or worse. I recall Ralazin's sneer as he threatened to expose me for simply defending Mira. This is far more damning. Frustration builds, hot and sharp. My mind conjures the memory of Mira's sleeping form, how her cheek pressed against my shoulder as if she found genuine peace in my arms. I tear my thoughts away, bury them. Emotion is a trap. There's no space for softness when our world punishes such weakness. Steeling myself, I proceed to my study, where I scribble a quick note for the brewer, detailing the formula I need something to blunt my physical urges and calm the roiling desire that threatens to sabotage my caution. Before sealing it, I pause, tail flicking. A twisted part of me rebels, not wanting to quell the searing flame that erupted between us. But the voice of survival is louder. I sign the letter with precise strokes, fold it, and leave it on the corner of my desk. By the time I emerge, Saurine has likely dispatched the messenger. My chest feels hollow, an echo of the conflict raging inside me. Trying to distract myself, I spend the next few hours overseeing household matters. I speak to Crick about border patrols, glower at Ralazin's ranting from his locked chamber, and ensure the staff remains vigilant. A hush clings to the corridors, as though the entire estate senses my agitation. Occasionally I catch glimpses of human servants darting away, presumably to avoid my notice. Mira is nowhere in sight, and I can't decide if that's relief or disappointment. The coil of longing deep in my belly doesn't fade, no matter how sternly I remind myself of the consequences. Each time I think of her, my mind drifts back to the library table, the taste of her kisses, her trembling acceptance of my unusual form. Guilt flares. She trusted me not to harm her. Did I betray that trust by letting my lust overshadow her safety? I force myself to keep moving. Duty is my shield. That's how I survived exile, how I built this territory into a fortress. Emotions threatened that once, and I nearly lost my life. I won't repeat those mistakes. By late afternoon, I learned from Serene that the brewer's package arrived. 2 vials of thick, opalescent liquid that I can ingest to dull my physical cravings. She sets them on my desk with a quiet caution. They must be taken carefully, my lord. Too high a dose can hamper your ability to fight or reason. I grunt in acknowledgement. It's temporary, just until I rectify this situation. She dips her head, but says nothing more. I sense her disapproval, and it gnaws at me. Does she think my solution is cowardice? I push the thought aside, uncorking a vial to examine the swirling mixture. The scent is pungent, reminiscent of crushed herbs and something metallic. My tail thrashes once. I weigh the cost of swallowing this brew, a forced numbness that might keep me from repeating last night's impulsive act. The alternative is to let this madness flourish. The memory of Mira's soft moans resurfaces, stirring desire in my gut. My throat tightens. I might not be able to resist her if the chance arises again. But if I feed that hunger, how long until the council's wrath descends upon us both? At last I raise the vial to my lips, bracing for bitterness, and down half of it in one go. The taste is vile, scorching a path down my throat. My eyes water, and I cough. But within moments, an odd numbness begins to spread through my limbs. It's not a total sedation, more like a dampening of the coiled tension in my gut. My tail relaxes, movements growing sluggish. A mental haze drifts in, dulling the heated fantasies that tormented me all morning. I slump into the chair, panting softly. My scalp prickles, and for a moment I fear I might pass out. Gradually, the sensation stabilizes. My mind feels both clearer and unnervingly distant, as though I'm viewing my life through a pane of tinted glass. The fiery longing that plagued me shrinks to a faint ember. Relief mingles with dread. This might be what I need to maintain control, though it tastes too close to self-inflicted apathy for my liking. A sudden knock jolts me from my stupor. "Enter," I call, voice lower than usual. Crick steps in, arching a brow. "My lord, you look unwell." His gaze drifts to the half-empty vial on my desk, suspicion flickering in his slitted eyes. "Are you mixing potions now?" I scowl. "That's none of your business." He crosses his arms, ignoring the bristling note in my tone. "I heard talk about you and the human girl, how you've been seen more often together." He shrugs, tail swishing. "People notice. Are you sure doping yourself with potions is the solution? Instead of, forging a real plan to handle the council?" I bristle, the suppressed anger flaring, though less intensely than it would without the potion's effect. "I do not require your counsel. The council hasn't found cause to strike yet." Crick snorts. "They will, if Rolazin says anything, or if rumors spread that you're dabbling with a human as though she's more than a servant." His gaze sharpens. "I've heard you might send her away. Is that wise?" My chest tightens at the mention of sending Mira away. The memory of her parted lips, the warmth in her eyes, resurfaces, only to be muffled by the potion's haze. "Wise or not, it might be the only path." Crick releases a frustrated breath. "If you truly want to exile her from here, that's your choice. But I've seen what that does to Naga who care, even if they won't admit it." I bare my fangs in a silent snarl. "Care?" I echo mockingly. "I do what I must to protect this territory from meddling. She's a risk." Crick studies me for a long moment before turning to leave. "All right," he mutters, "but from the look in your eyes, I doubt you'll find peace that way." Then he's gone, shutting the door behind him. A hollow ache spreads through me, even under the effects of the suppressant. Anger ebbs, replaced by a faint sense of dread. Perhaps I can't shut down my emotions entirely, no matter how potent the brewer's concoction is. The conversation with Crick stirs an ache that the haze can't fully smother. I push to my feet, ignoring the slight unsteadiness in my limbs, and pace the study. My tail drags behind me, not quite responding with its usual snap. The silence within these walls presses down, thick and inescapable. I recall the old ways. A naga must never demonstrate weakness. Letting a human occupy my bed, unbound by ritual, is considered an unforgivable breach by many. If it becomes known, I risk the entire estate. Or I risk losing her in a way that might be final. An idea prods me. Perhaps if I ensure she's physically safe by sending her to some remote village, my guilt might be lessened. Then I can numb myself until I no longer feel this maddening connection. But each time I envision her parted from me, that faint ember flares into protest. I grip the desk, wrestling with the swirl of conflicting impulses. Footsteps approach again, and Saurine enters without waiting for permission. She stands near the threshold, cane tapping softly. "My lord, I checked on Mira. She's in her room, awake and apparently unsettled by your absence." I inhale, the mention of her name stirring the suppressed longing. "Unsettled?" I echo, voice tight. Serene inclines her head. She noticed you left without a word. She's not sure if you regret what happened, or if she should vanish from your presence. My tail flicks with leftover irritation. "And you came to inform me of this? She's fragile right now. You are as well," Saurine says calmly. "You're forcing a potion to quell your urges, which might be prudent for short-term control, but it won't resolve the deeper conflict. Speak to her." A low growl builds in my throat. Speaking to her will only inflame my instincts. I risk repeating our mistake. Saurine's expression remains calm, though concern flickers. "Your instincts, as you call them, might be more than animal urges. Pushing her away may break you more thoroughly, my lord." I let out a shaky exhale, the potion dulling some of my frustration, but not the core of my turmoil. "Then I must bear that cost," I murmur. "Better I break than let the council devour us both." She cants her head slightly. "Is that truly the only option you see?" Heat prickles along my neck. "Go!" I snap, tail slamming the floor in a muted show of anger. "I will handle this!" Saurine bows her head and leaves. I'm left in the hush, mind spinning with the ramifications of her words. Break more thoroughly? I recall the dark time after my betrothed's betrayal, how I nearly retreated from life entirely. The memory stings. Could losing Mira be a similar blow? I swallow thickly, pressing a hand over the place where my heart hammers. The potion can dull physical desire, but not the deeper ache. The day wears on, each passing hour a slow torment. I bury myself in reading, sign off on supply requests, oversee a guard rotation. The numbness helps me function, at least. But behind the numbness lurks the knowledge that this can't continue indefinitely. Close to dusk, I slip outside to the lesser courtyard, hoping the open air will clear my head. The sky deepens into purple and gold, setting the jungle silhouettes aflame. Thick vines drape over the courtyard walls, and the smell of earth hangs in the evening air. Despite the potion, a dull pounding behind my temples warns I'm overwrought. Crick stands by the gate, nodding once as I pass. He seems to sense my mood and stays silent, letting me pace alone. The memory of Mira's parted lips returns, and I fight it down. I need rational solutions, not longing. At length I hear quiet footsteps behind me. Turning, I see Mira standing in the courtyard entrance, wearing a simple tunic, her hair pinned with that damnable comb that glints in the fading light. Her expression is anxious, eyes flicking to my tail's subtle flick. The sight triggers a wave of conflicting emotions, pressing against the potion's haze. She approaches cautiously. "Vaserin!" My name on her lips ignites a suppressed tremor in my chest. I keep my face cold, or try to. You should be resting. She stops a few steps away, arms hanging at her sides. I couldn't. Not when you disappeared. She draws a careful breath. Are you all right? A bitter laugh lodges in my throat. I'm fine, I say, voice hollow. Return to your duties or your room. I can't linger with you. Her brow knits. Last night I thought. She trails off, confusion clouding her face. Did I do something wrong? My stomach twists. No, I murmur, aware my posture is stiff, my tail coiled around my own leg as if to restrain me. I did something reckless. We both did. I can't repeat that mistake. Pain flashes in her gaze, fueling a pang of guilt. So it was a mistake, she repeats quietly. Why? I try to quell my frustration, the potion's dulling effect making me speak more flatly than I intend. Because I risk everything with you. The council, my domain, your safety, all of it is jeopardized by one night of surrender. Understand? Her eyes shimmer with hurt, but she stands firm. I see. A tremor laces her voice. You'd cast me aside to protect yourself? Anger flares, roiling beneath the veneer of numbness. It's not that simple, I snap. If the council learns I bedded a human without formal rights, they could come for us both. I have to be rational. She lifts her chin, quiet steel in her gaze. Rational? By ignoring me, pretending nothing happened? My tail slaps the ground in a dull thump. This isn't about ignoring you, it's about saving your life. Her lips part, a ragged exhale escaping. If I'm so unsafe here, send me away. Is that what you want? My chest constricts. The words come out harsher than I intend. Perhaps that might be best. She flinches, sorrow twisting her features. All right, she whispers, voice unsteady. If that's your decision, then tell me where to go. I can't bear the look in her eyes, yet I force myself to hold it. I haven't decided, I admit, my voice dropping to a near growl. But I have to consider it. She nods once, tears glistening but not falling. Then let me know, she says, turning away. I won't cling where I'm not wanted. A furious denial surges in my chest, but the potion dampens my reflex to reach for her. Instead, I stand motionless, tail coiled around my leg, mouth pressed thin. She strides back inside, posture rigid, leaving me in the gathering dusk with nothing but the ache of regret. The tension rips through my chest, but the concoction in my system stifles it into a cold, throbbing hole. Time crawls after her departure, my mind swirling in a haze of guilt and something akin to heartbreak. Night deepens, and the courtyard grows dim. Eventually, I re-enter the manor, steps echoing on stone. I find myself gravitating toward my personal chambers, tail dragging across the floor with lethargy. The staff vanish from sight, sensing my dark mood. When I reach my chamber, I see a figure seated on a cushioned chair near the brazier. Saurine. She must have let herself in, presumably to check on me. Her sightless eyes shift in my direction the moment I enter. She speaks softly. I gather you spoke to her. I grunt, crossing to the brazier, letting its warmth seep into my scales. It's done. She knows the risk. Saurine's voice gains an edge of sadness. And how did she take it? I exhale shakily. She's hurt. I told her I might send her away. Saurine's cane taps once on the floor. Might, she echoes. That means you're still unsure? I glare at her, tail flicking with subdued frustration. This is no trifling matter. I can't simply keep a human in my bed. The council. Yes, the council, Saurine says, cutting me off. You've always feared their wrath, and rightly so. But look at you. You're using potions that dull your senses. You argue with your own reflection. You push away the only person who makes you more than just a weapon. I clench my fists, lips pulled tight. The numbness from the potion makes me incapable of fully lashing out, but the undercurrent of anger simmers. She doesn't deserve the retribution that could fall upon her if the council learns of this. Let me handle it in my own way. Her shoulders slump. Handle it by exiling her? Or doping yourself until you're a husk? The cane taps again, frustration creeping into her voice. That's a bleak solution. I turn from the brazier, tail sliding across the rug in a slow arc. Better bleak than seeing her punished for my actions. My tone emerges clipped, mechanical, thanks to the potion's effect. Saurine sighs, rising from the chair. My lord, even exiling her might not keep the council from prying. They'll sense your shift in alliances. They might chase her down to unearth a scandal or use her as leverage. Is that truly safer? My throat tightens. I can't muster a retort. The walls of my carefully constructed justifications feel paper-thin. The hush that falls is profound, pregnant with the knowledge that none of my plans ensure her safety or mine. Saurine sets her free hand on my forearm, a rare gesture of genuine empathy. Consider speaking with her honestly. If you plan to keep her safe, at least do it with clarity, not secrecy. She's stronger than you give her credit for. I stand rigid, warring impulses clashing behind my eyes. The numbness robs me of the impetus to shout or break something, leaving me paralyzed. Go, I whisper at last. I need to be alone. With a quiet nod, she departs, cane tapping out the door. The latch clicks behind her, leaving me in my dimly lit chamber. My tail drags across the rug as I cross to the bed, the very space where I once believed I could command my destiny. Now, it feels like a trap. My head throbs and I sink onto the edge of the mattress, burying my face in my hands. Images swirl. Mira's tear-bright eyes, the night we spent in a frantic, beautiful tangle. The numbness tries to seal those memories behind a fog, but they burn through anyway. Crick's warning, Saurine's caution, Mira's heartbreak, my coiled terror that I'll see her snatched away by the council's decree or forced to watch me stand trial for violating tradition. I draw a ragged breath, feeling as though I'm drowning in a tide of conflicting demands. The estate's silence feels taunting now, a hollow echo of the quiet I once craved. But this quiet harbors too many unspoken possibilities. If I let her stay, I risk destruction. If I send her away, I risk a deeper kind of ruin within myself. Dusk deepens to full night, shadows stretching across the stone floors. My body remains heavy with the suppressor's effect, yet my mind churns, unrelenting. I replay the moment she asked if it was a mistake. The pain in her voice reopens a wound I've tried to keep shut. Sometime later, I rise and approach the window. A faint breeze stirs, carrying the scent of damp foliage and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. My reflection in the glass reveals the gold in my eyes dulled, like a flame behind frosted glass. Tension lines my face, jaw tight. I lean my forehead against the cool window, letting the outside chill my thoughts. If the council's tyranny is inevitable, do I have it in me to stand and fight for her, for what we shared? Or will I sabotage this fragile bond to preserve the status quo? The question tears me apart inside. My tail lashes once, hitting a low table and rattling a vase. I hiss in frustration, forcing myself to breathe. The numbness is wearing off, replaced by an undercurrent of panic. Another dose of the suppressor sits in the library, but I can't face that again tonight. I fear I'll lose the last shred of clarity I possess. A gentle knock slices through my spiraling thoughts. I stiffen, expecting Saurine or perhaps Crick. Instead, a timid voice speaks from the other side. My lord. It's Mira's voice. My heart seizes, warring with the urge to remain silent. But my traitorous mouth forms words. Enter! She steps inside, hugging her arms around her torso. She's dressed in a plain linen shift, hair pinned back haphazardly, as though she left her room in haste. Moonlight filters through the window, illuminating her tense posture. I realize I'm half-dressed, just a simple robe across my chest, scaled arms exposed, the potent lines of my shoulders taut. She sees me near the window, tail coiled in agitation. Her gaze flicks to the small table bearing scattered scrolls and the faint shimmer of a half-empty vial. She breathes quietly. I wanted to see if you needed anything. A bitter chuckle threatens, but I keep it in. I need many things, I say, voice rough, but none that you can fix. Her throat works, swallowing. I'm not here to fix you, she murmurs, stepping closer. I can't bear leaving things unsaid. My chest constricts. What is there to say? She halts a pace away, the tension between us palpable. You keep talking about punishing yourself or sending me away to save me from the council. But no matter what you do, you're tormented. Her eyes search mine. Have you considered that maybe you don't have to face this alone? A strange ache clutches my heart, fighting the residue of the suppressor. If I let you stand by me, the consequences might still be less destructive than what you're doing to yourself, she finishes gently. Her gaze drifts to the half-empty vial near the desk. You're taking potions to numb your feelings. That doesn't look like safety to me. I can't speak for a moment. My tail trembles, betraying the surge of emotion welling behind my carefully erected walls. She senses my hesitation and lifts her hand, hesitating before placing it on my forearm. The contact sends a jolt through me, her warmth colliding with the residual numbness. Mira, I whisper, voice ragged. You don't understand the depth of Naga law. I've spat on everything they hold sacred by taking you without ritual. She exhales slowly. I can't claim I understand all their rules, but I know what I feel when I'm with you. If it's worth the risk for me, shouldn't that matter? My breath shudders, the last of the suppressant's haze peeling back to reveal the raw longing I tried to bury. Her palm on my scales is both comforting and agonizing. I can't guarantee your safety, or that of my domain if the council decides to act. She steps closer, until I catch the faint scent of soap lingering on her skin. Let me help you fight, she says, voice trembling with resolve. Or let me stand at your side, at least. A swirl of conflicting emotions churns. Fear, hope, desire, and an undercurrent of shame that I'm letting her shoulder my burdens. I recall Sarin's words that sending Mira away or drugging myself might be worse than facing the council's wrath with honesty. In a moment of desperate vulnerability, I raise my hand and brush my knuckles over her cheek. She leans into the contact, eyes fluttering shut. My tail, uncoiling from tension, circles gently around her waist, not caging but holding her near. She breathes a quiet sigh. Her presence soothes the gnawing panic, if only for an instant. I see in her eyes that she's willing to stand with me, even though fear lurks behind her resolve. Something inside me cracks, releasing a surge of affection laced with protectiveness. For the first time in years, I let the stirring warmth in my chest override the coil of caution. I lower my forehead to hers, our breaths mingling. I am afraid, I confess, voice barely above a whisper. Not just of the council, but of losing you, and losing myself again. She slides her arms around my waist, pressing close. We'll find a way, she whispers. Together. For a moment I just hold her, letting the hush cradle us. The temptation to sweep her back into my bed flares, but I resist, mindful of the chaos swirling in my mind. We've already crossed a line that can't be uncrossed, but perhaps acknowledging this bond openly, rather than hiding it in potions and denials, is the first step to surviving the storm. I exhale slowly, releasing some of the tension. No more secrets, I murmur. If we face the council's wrath, we do so knowing what we risk. She nods, tears glistening, though she blinks them away. Thank you, she breathes, as if the words come from the depths of her soul. I ease my tail away, letting her take a half step back. My eyes drift to the half-empty vial on the desk, and a wave of distaste surges in my gut. The solution I craved now feels like a poison that robs me of the very real emotions I can't pretend to despise any longer. "Go," I say gently to Mira, guiding her toward the door. "Rest. We'll speak more in the morning, figure out our approach." She hesitates, then nods. "I'll wait for you." With a last, searching glance, she steps out into the corridor and disappears into the gloom. Alone once more, I pivot toward the desk, tail flicking in a decisive arc. With one sweep of my arm, I knock the leftover potion to the floor, shattering the glass. Liquid seeps across the stone, giving off that pungent smell. A sense of finality settles over me. I won't rely on such crutches again, no matter how terrified I am of the path ahead. My chest rises with a slow breath. Consequences still loom, but I won't face them by numbing myself or banishing her. If a confrontation is inevitable, so be it. At least I'll fight with a clear mind, fueled by something stronger than fear. The hush of the chamber no longer feels like a prison. It's simply the quiet before the struggle that will define us. I stride to the window, inhaling the night air. The distant jungle calls, whispering of ancient laws and savage hearts. The moon hangs low, casting silver over the courtyard. My tail sways, no longer locked by tension. I can almost feel the steady drum of possibility, the pulse of a future I never imagined sharing with a human. One step at a time, I remind myself. Tomorrow I'll face the estate, the staff, and the looming specter of the council with open eyes. No potions, no more denials. If I must guard Mira from the entire Naga world, I'll find a way. Her safety and the strange bond that's grown between us matter more than playing by rules, designed to keep hearts frozen. I rest my hand against the cool window frame, letting the final vestiges of the suppressor's numbness fade. A swirl of desire, protectiveness, and apprehension settles in my blood, vibrant and real. This might well break me or lead me to a new future beyond the confines of exile. But for now, I'll chase that new dawn with every coil of strength I possess. I close my eyes, breathing in the moment. Yes, consequences wait for me. But so does the memory of her gentle voice, her unwavering presence in my arms. The cost may be high, yet a quiet determination steels my spine. I will face what comes, and I will not let her stand alone. With that resolve echoing through me, I turn away from the window, tail sliding behind, the hush of night transforming into a vow. Tomorrow the confrontation begins, but at least I do not face it empty-handed or alone.
Chapter 11. Mira. I wake to morning light streaming through a high window, painting the stone floor in warm, irregular patches. My body still thrums with memories of the night Vaserin and I spent together. 2 nights ago, I remind myself. It feels both distant and achingly present. The soft linen sheets and the faint smell of the oils used for washing clothes recall a fleeting comfort I'm not sure I can hold on to. He didn't come to my room last night, and I spent the dark hours alone, tangled in thoughts of what we shared. My mind keeps circling the same questions. Did that closeness bind us, or did it push him away for good? I force myself to dress, fingers trembling as I tie my tunic. I can't lie in bed any longer, waiting for answers that never come. When I step into the corridor, the subdued quiet of the manor strikes me differently than before. Servants glide by with subdued purpose, heads bowed. A few glance my way, curiosity flickering in their eyes, but nobody meets my gaze. Whispers seem to ripple in my wake. I catch snatches of words, half lost behind the rustling of skirts and the faint echo of footsteps on stone. The human pet or something worse. The warlord's woman. A chill seeps into my limbs. They're talking about me. The revelation gnaws at my stomach. Being a servant, I'm used to being overlooked, but now the attention feels charged, as though everyone is waiting for a spectacle. I press my lips together and hurry along, determined to keep my tasks in mind. Gather laundry for the guest quarters, help in the kitchens, and tidy the greenhouse plants. But the hushed gossip seems to follow me like a trailing shadow. At the laundry area, I find Serene sitting quietly by a stack of folded sheets. Her unseeing eyes shift in my direction with that uncanny precision she has. "Good morning," she says in her measured tone. I summon a thin smile. "Morning, Serene." She taps her cane lightly on the floor. "Are you all right? You seem uneasy." Her voice carries genuine concern, even if she doesn't express it in open gestures. I swallow, piling linens into a broad wicker basket. "It's nothing. Just, I feel like people are talking about me more than usual." Her posture goes rigid. "You heard the whispers?" I nod, glancing around the quiet laundry space. I can't catch every detail, but I know it's about Vaserin and me. I sense something's shifted here. My cheeks burn at the memory of how intimately we've shifted each other's boundaries. But the tension in the halls suggests there's more than personal rumour at play. Serene draws a slow breath. Rumours do spread quickly in a place like this. It's possible the staff suspects you've grown closer to him. A surge of emotion twists in my chest. Part fear, part a strange flutter of defiant pride. "Maybe so," I murmur, recalling the way he coiled around me, how his body pressed me to the library table like a promise and a warning. But it feels larger than idle gossip. Everyone's skittish, Serene. She tilts her head, blind gaze unwavering. I've sensed it too, especially among the Naga staff. Tension lines her face. Word may be spreading outside the estate as well. If so, the council might become involved. My heart thuds. The Naga Council. Right. I know they hold immense power, enough to make even a warlord of Vazerin's stature tread carefully. Anxiety clutches me, recalling how Vaserin spoke of their wrath if he openly breaks taboo by taking a human as more than a toy. The memory of him turning distant after we shared something so fierce floods back. I realise I've been gripping the basket handle too tightly, my knuckles white. Does he know? Has Vaserin said anything about it? Serene's mouth tightens. He's aware, but he keeps his own counsel. I suspect he's trying to manage the rumours quietly, for now. I lower my gaze. I see. The hush that falls between us is thick. "Thank you," I manage, picking up the basket. "I need to deliver these linens." She nods, dismissing me with a gentle wave of her free hand. The weight in my chest grows heavier as I leave the laundry room. I can't shake the feeling that a storm looms, one far more dangerous than any personal heartbreak. My chores lead me through corridors I've walked 100 times, but the subtle shift in the atmosphere warps everything. I sense tension hanging in the air like a taut wire, ready to snap. The staff's hushed voices, the suspicious glances thrown my way. It all spells trouble. Late in the morning, while I'm scrubbing a stairwell banister, Crick appears at the foot of the steps, arms crossed. His scales glint in uneven patches, evidence of his half-Naga heritage. He acknowledges me with a slight nod. "Busy, I see," he remarks dryly. I slow my scrubbing. Always. My tone is guarded. Crick's bluntness often unsettles me, but I appreciate that he doesn't sugarcoat anything. He steps onto the first stair, eyeing me with a mix of sympathy and irony. "You know the council scouts arrived an hour ago, right?" A spike of dread churns in my stomach. "No," I reply, hand tightening on the cloth. "No one told me." He arches a brow, tail swishing. "They're in the main hall. They asked to see the warlord, something about verifying the state of his household." He glances up, meeting my eyes. "I hear they specifically want to examine the human assets." My mouth goes dry. "That means me, doesn't it?" Crick's gaze turns sympathetic. Likely. I doubt they came just to chat. They've heard rumours about you. A trembling starts in my fingers. Are they taking me away? He exhales, climbing a few steps to stand closer. The council has the power to do so if they believe you're an unsanctioned threat or if you pollute the Naga bloodlines. But that doesn't mean they'll succeed. I stare at the dripping cloth in my hand, mind spinning. So, what do I do? He shrugs. Keep your head down. Let Vaserin handle them. He's a warlord, exiled or not. He has standing. A pause, then he lowers his voice. But if they question you, speak carefully. Don't incriminate him. Incriminate him how? Crick's jaw sets. That he's broken taboo by bedding a human or caring for you in ways that exceed normal servitude. If they suspect that, the repercussions could be severe. My stomach twists. I understand. Though fear pulses in my veins, a spark of anger flares. Isn't it enough that we must hide something that feels real, all because of archaic laws? Crick gives a curt nod and turns to leave. Be cautious, he warns. And if they summon you, do not lie about your status, but avoid details they can twist. I watch him go, chest tight with a knot of dread. The council's presence transforms every rumour into a loaded weapon. Finishing my scrubbing feels impossible with the weight of this knowledge pressing down. Still, I force myself to complete the task and deposit the cleaning supplies in a nearby closet. Hiding in corners won't solve anything. As I move through a corridor leading to the east wing, I spot Heroine talking to a pair of Naga staff. The staff appear on edge, nodding stiffly before hurrying off. Heroine beckons me closer with the tilt of her head. She lowers her voice when I approach. You heard about the scouts? I nod. Crick told me. Her mouth tightens. They've already demanded an audience with Vaserin. He's meeting them in the main hall, behind closed doors. Rumour says they want him to prove no taint exists in his domain. A flicker of compassion softens her face. That means you. My pulse hammers. Should I stay out of sight, or show myself to prove I'm not a threat? She shakes her head, lips pursed in thought. Stay in your usual routine. Do nothing suspicious. If they call for you, respond calmly. Vaserin may attempt to hide you, but that might raise more suspicion if they already know you exist. Let him choose how to proceed. I clench my fists, a wave of frustration rising. I hate feeling powerless, forced to let others decide my fate. Yet I recall how guarded Vaserin became after our night together. Not because he regrets me, he made that clear recently, but because he fears for my safety. Perhaps I must trust his instincts. Thank you, I say to Serene. She dips her head, stepping aside as I resume my route, heart pounding. I spend the next few hours wandering the estate in a daze. Each new hallway or courtyard has me on edge, expecting an ambush of council scouts. The hush of the manor crackles with tension, as though everyone anticipates a verdict. Servants avoid me more than usual, some giving me sidelong looks that suggest pity or fear. My steps feel heavier with every passing minute. Afternoon light slants through the windows when I hear the distant tread of boots. I press myself to the wall of a corridor, peeking around a pillar. 3 Naga step past, tall, scaled, wearing official sashes marked with the council's emblem. They speak in low voices about tainted property and gross violation. My stomach twists, hearing them mention the human. They don't name me, but it's obvious who they mean. As they vanish around a corner, I force my breathing to stay even. So they truly are investigating. The threat is no longer a rumour. It's flesh and scale, prowling the halls. My nerves rattle at the prospect of them hauling me away, slapping me in chains, or punishing Vaserin for daring to share more than a master-servant bond with me. Desperate for some measure of solace, I head to the greenhouse, pushing open the door to the humid air and lush greenery. The space thrums with life. A fountain trickles in the corner. Bright blossoms spill from pots, and exotic vines wind around support beams. This place often calms me, a small oasis of colour and growth in a world of stone. I set about watering the plants, trying to ground myself in the simple act of nurturing them. Each droplet that falls into the soil reminds me that life can persist even under dire conditions. The routine soothes my frazzled mind, though I can't entirely shake the tension in my limbs. Halfway through watering a row of delicate blossoms, a voice breaks the quiet. Mira. I turn to see Vaserin standing at the greenhouse's threshold, tail moving slowly behind him. He looks composed yet coiled with an inner tension. His onyx hair frames the stark angles of his face, and gold flickers in his eyes like embers. My chest tightens at the sight of him. Images from our shared night flood back, followed by the memory of him distancing himself. But I recall our last conversation, when he decided we wouldn't hide from each other's presence anymore. Anxiety wars with relief as I set the watering can aside. "You're here," I murmur, voice softer than I intend. He nods, stepping into the greenhouse's humid air. "I've been looking for you." My heart stutters. "Crick said the council scouts arrived. Are you all right?" His jaw clenches, tension evident in the way his tail coils near his ankle. They're demanding to interview all human workers, claiming they have orders to ensure I haven't broken any laws. Specifically, they want to see if I've given humans more privilege than permitted. I swallow. "Which includes me." He closes the distance, eyes scanning my face. "Yes, they asked after you by name." A low hiss slides between his teeth. "Someone must have told them of your presence, or perhaps Rahlazan did. It's not unexpected, but it's earlier than I hoped." Fear seeps into my veins. "What will happen?" He exhales slowly. "I'll try to keep them from questioning you alone. If they do question you, answer truthfully but offer nothing extra. They can't prove anything scandalous if we remain calm." His voice carries a controlled edge, though the flick of his tail betrays worry. I nod, hands trembling. "I understand." For a moment he lifts a clawed hand as though intending to brush my cheek. Then he lowers it, seeming to remember we're in a place where someone might see us. A pang of loss cuts through me. Before I can speak, footsteps echo near the greenhouse entrance. We both tense, turning to see a naga scout step inside, tall, scaled a dull green, wearing a sash with the council's emblem. He regards us with sharp curiosity, slit pupils narrowing at me, then at Vaserin. "Warlord?" the scout says in a clipped tone, inclining his head only slightly. "We were told we'd find you here." Vaserin's voice turns colder. "I'll speak to you outside." The scout's gaze lingers on me, and a faint sneer curls his lip. This must be the rumoured human pet. My pulse thuds, fury mingling with dread. Vaserin's tail flicks in a warning arc. "Do not address her like that," he says, voice dropping with threat. "Her name is Mira." The scout's eyes gleam with a condescending amusement. "My apologies. The council requires we verify her status." He gestures for me to step forward. "Come." Everything in me screams to shrink back, but a sliver of defiance ignites. I recall Crick's advice. Remain calm, but don't lie. I glance at Vaserin, who nods stiffly, as if to say it's okay. Summoning courage, I approach the scout, arms folded in a semblance of composure. The scout circles me like I'm livestock, gaze raking over my plain tunic and the jade comb glinting in my hair. "You appear more well kept than some. Are you his personal maid?" My cheeks flare. "I assist with various tasks," I reply, voice steady. "Cleaning, greenhouse work, laundry, whatever is needed." He snorts, jotting a note on a small parchment. "And does he grant you special privileges?" "You appear comfortable in his presence." I recall Vaserin's warning. I respect my master, I say carefully, voice subdued. He provides a safe environment, and I do my duties without complaint. The scout's gaze narrows. You have your own chamber? Yes, it's near the southern corridor, like any other servant. Not exactly a lie. I do have a private room. I won't mention how frequently Vaserin visited it until recently. He hums, scribbling another note. Do you eat with the rest of the staff, or separately? My tension builds, but I keep my tone neutral. I usually take my meals in the kitchens, sometimes with other humans. He flicks his forked tongue. Do you share his bed? My heart lurches. I sense Vaserin tensing behind me, tail half lifted as though to strike. I gather every scrap of composure. I do not share his bed, I murmur, focusing on the literal question. Our one time in the library, and that fleeting night we spent in the private chamber, are not the same as living in his bed regularly. The scout snorts, eyeing me with suspicion, but I keep my gaze lowered. We'll see, he mutters, stepping back. The council will decide if your presence violates the guidelines for human servants. Vaserin steps forward, placing himself between me and the scout. Is that all? His voice drips with warning, each syllable deliberate. The scout straightens. For now, but will remain in the estate another day or two, verifying all accounts. The council expects thoroughness. Vaserin's golden eyes flash. I trust you'll keep your men from harassing my staff needlessly. A thin smile crosses the scout's face. We'll do only what's required. He turns on his heel, robes brushing the greenhouse floor. His footsteps echo as he leaves. The silence that follows churns with lingering tension. My lungs burn for air, as though I've been holding my breath. Vaserin stares after the scout's retreating form, scales gleaming under the greenhouse's filtered sunlight. At last he exhales. Are you all right? I nod, though my hands shake. I answered carefully, but they might remain unconvinced. His tail coils in frustration. They can't prove anything from a single conversation. A haunted look flickers in his gaze, but if they suspect more, they'll keep digging. I struggle to contain the tremor in my voice. What do we do? He sighs, rubbing a clawed hand over his face. I'll stall them. Assert that you're simply a competent servant, nothing more. They'll want more proof, but if we're cautious, we might outlast their scrutiny. My chest aches with a surge of conflicting emotions. Relief that we have a plan, mingled with a hollow sorrow that we must hide the truth of what we share. Is that why you've been avoiding me? So they don't see us together? He looks away, tension lining his jaw. Yes, he admits softly. If they catch wind of the depth of our bond, they'll target you. I can't let that happen. I hug myself, hating the reality that we must act like strangers or risk everything. Then I guess we keep our distance, I murmur, voice cracking slightly. For now. He steps closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper. I despise it, he confesses, tail gently brushing my ankle in a fleeting gesture of comfort. But until these scouts leave, we have no choice. I nod, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. Despite the strong front I maintain, dread pools in my stomach. If the council's intelligence is thorough, they might find cracks in our charade. The lingering tension in my body from the memory of his touch, the charged silence threading through the estate. Any slip could be disastrous. We stand there, torn by the need to appear distant and the pull of unspoken feeling. Finally he turns away, tail sliding after him. I need to meet them again soon, he says, voice grim. Act as though nothing has changed. If they approach you again, direct them to me. My hand rises instinctively, fingertips brushing my sternum as I steady my breath. All right, He leaves me alone in the greenhouse, tension radiating from his posture. The door closes softly, and I wilt against a table filled with potted herbs. My chest feels squeezed, fear pressing like a physical weight. This is the cost of crossing lines in a society that refuses to bend. We might stand united, but we must do so from behind a mask of normalcy. Some time later, I gather myself enough to resume watering the plants. Each droplet that sinks into the soil feels like a tiny prayer for time, for the chance to weather this storm. The hours pass in a fog of dread. I glimpse the council scouts prowling different wings of the manor, quizzing other humans and a few naga staff, likely searching for any contradiction. Vaserin remains out of sight, presumably locked in negotiations or giving them the runaround. My nerves keep me from eating, so I skip lunch, forcing myself to keep busy. The threat of being seized and labelled tainted property looms in every corner. If they drag me from these walls, would Vaserin fight for me openly or let them have me to protect his lands? The question stabs at my heart. Toward dusk, I creep to the corridor outside the main hall. The double doors stand closed, and muffled voices seep through the thick wood. One voice belongs to Vaserin, low and measured, layered with a simmering anger. The other voices are sharper, the council scouts, I assume, pushing him for answers. I can't make out their words fully, but I catch references to purity, human influence, lack of proper documentation. My nails dig into my palms. If they brand me as a corruption of his domain, the council can punish us both. A flicker of rage stirs in me at how unjust it is. We haven't harmed anyone, yet they cling to some archaic notion that a human who shares more than chores with a naga is an offence. As I stand there, uncertain, the door cracks open. I dart behind a broad pillar, peering around to see two scouts exit. They speak in low voices. No direct proof, but the rumours. The warlord is cagey. We might have to return with official sanction. They move on, footsteps fading. My insides twist. Official sanction suggests a harsher response if they deem Vaserin guilty of harbouring a forbidden relationship. I fight the urge to barge into the hall and defend him. That would only confirm their suspicions. Instead, I slip away, heart pounding. Night falls quickly, bringing a hush that crackles with unease. I drift to my chamber, each step weighted by the knowledge that tomorrow or the next day they might tear us apart under some twisted notion of law. The door closes behind me with a hollow thud. My small bed offers cold comfort. Crouching by the room's single window, I watch the moon rise over the estate's walls. The memories of Vaserin's warmth flood back, tightening my throat. I recall his vow that we'd face this together, but it's hard to cling to that promise while the council lurks. The thought of losing him, or seeing him stripped of his lands because of me, gnaws at my mind like a relentless rat. I press my forehead to the windowsill, breathing in the night air. A flurry of emotions swirl: longing, fear, anger at a world that wants to crush any bond we share. My nails rake the sill as I wrestle with my frustration. If I vanish, maybe they'll leave him in peace. But I know he'd blame himself, and part of me refuses to run, unwilling to let them define my fate again. Eventually, exhaustion claims me, and I slump onto the bed. Sleep is uneasy, haunted by nightmares of being dragged before a council of sneering naga, bound in chains while Vaserin watches in powerless fury. I jolt awake repeatedly, heart racing, until the first rays of dawn creep through my window. Morning arrives, and the tension in the manor intensifies. Servants whisper that the scouts plan to finalise their inspection today. I half expect them to summon me for further questioning, but the morning passes without confrontation. I see them fleetingly in a hallway, conferring with each other. They cast me cold glances yet don't approach. The entire estate hangs in a breathless pause, waiting for a verdict. At midday, Serene corners me near the kitchens. I heard the scouts might depart tomorrow, she says, voice low. They claim they found no overt violation, but they remain unconvinced. They'll file a report to the council. A cold pit forms in my stomach. So it isn't over. She shakes her head. They want more evidence, I suspect. They might return with greater authority or attempt to intercept you beyond these walls. I grip a dish towel, knuckles whitening. I don't know how much longer I can live like this, waiting for them to pounce. Her expression softens. Stay close to those who'll protect you. That's all I can advise. I bow my head, fighting tears I refuse to shed in front of her. This dread is suffocating me, a reminder of how fragile my place is. The hours creep by, and dusk finds me in the greenhouse again, seeking solace among the plants. My hands tremble as I trim dead leaves from a vine, trying to channel my energy into something constructive. A faint shuffle of scales against stone signals Vaserin's arrival. I glance up to see him in the greenhouse doorway. He stands tall, black scales glinting in the lamplight, hair loose around his shoulders. His face is drawn, lines of strain framing his slitted gold eyes. I lower the shears, heart twisting at his obvious fatigue. You look exhausted. He steps inside, tail coiling behind him. I've been contending with their demands all day. They claim they found no direct proof of wrongdoing, but they remain suspicious. I set aside the vine, crossing the greenhouse floor to him. So they'll leave? He runs a hand through his hair, sighing. Yes, but they're filing an official report to the council. They'll likely return, or worse, the council might summon me. We have a reprieve, not a pardon. Fear surges, but I mask it. What does that mean for us? His jaw tightens. It means we must remain discreet until I figure out a permanent solution. The council's interest in you is no longer rumour. They want an excuse to brand you as a threat or brand me a heretic. I exhale shakily. How do we fight that? He closes the distance, lowering his voice, by refusing to give them ammunition. For now, we pretend you are just a capable servant. Nothing more. Anguish flashes through me. I know it's necessary, but it hurts. His tail shifts in a slow arc, brushing my calf in a comforting gesture. I'm sorry, he murmurs, voice raw with regret. I hate it too, but I won't let them destroy us. My heart clenches at the promise in his eyes. Despite the fear, an ember of resolve warms my chest. Then I'll endure whatever charade is needed, as long as we remain united. He hesitates, tail looping around my leg a fraction tighter, a wordless reassurance. We will. I vow it. He glances around the greenhouse, speaking in a low hush. But for the next few weeks or months, keep your distance in public. If they return, let me handle them. No slip-ups. I bite my lip, recalling the easy closeness we once had exploring these plants, the fierce intimacy we shared. Now we must bury it behind a facade of cold politeness. I understand. He studies me, longing and sorrow swirling in his eyes. Then he steps back, tail sliding from my calf. Until this threat recedes, that's our only choice. A hush settles between us, heavy with unspoken wishes for a life not ruled by archaic laws. My chest aches. You'll let me know if anything changes. He nods, voice hushed. Always. Keep faith in that, and in us. I watch him leave, a swirl of dread and determination gripping me. The scouts may depart, but the spectre of the council remains. Threats loom in every corner, waiting to pounce on any sign of our bond. Yet I feel a flicker of defiance. If they mean to label me tainted property, let them see that I won't surrender easily. Returning to the vine, I prune the dead leaves with careful motions. Each snip echoes my internal vow. I refuse to be caged by their laws or used to break the man I care for. One day we might stand openly, but until then, we'll navigate the shadows of a domain that punishes forbidden ties. By the time night covers the estate, the scouts have departed, leaving an uneasy silence in their wake. I wander to my small room, alone with the knowledge that I remain a target of their suspicion. As I lie awake, listening to the distant hum of insects and the drip of water from the courtyard fountain, I remind myself that defiance can exist even in hushed corridors. I will wait, and I will endure. For Vaserin, for myself, for the fragile, precious connection we built beneath the watchful eyes of a world that insists it must not be. If the council wants a reason to strike, I won't hand it to them easily. And if they come for me, I'll face them standing, not cowering. Sleep eventually takes me, but it's shallow, haunted by images of scaled figures dragging me away and Vaserin forced to watch. Yet beneath the fear, determination glows. We've survived the first strike, but the battle is only beginning. They may label me tainted, but I'll prove there's more to me than a mere human pet. And with Vaserin by my side, I might just weather the storm. From the depths of the darkness of Prathika,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prathika fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprathika.com. Prathika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 12. Vaserin. I sweep through the corridors of my estate, tail swishing across the polished floors in a subdued rhythm. Outside, the sky broods under a cloak of storm clouds, casting the halls in a pale gray light. The atmosphere inside my domain hasn't improved since the council's scouts departed. If anything, I sense a building tension, like a string pulled taut and ready to snap. Despite the reprieve from immediate scrutiny, rumors linger, stirring distrust among my staff. It's a fragile calm, one I scarcely trust. I pass a pair of naga guards near the main entrance. They bow their heads, but I see wariness in their slitted eyes, as though they still expect trouble to emerge from the jungled horizon. My own wariness hasn't subsided either at night. I sleep lightly, half expecting a midnight raid from council zealots. Yet the push of daily duties forces me to keep functioning, to maintain the facade of normalcy even while I steel myself for the next blow. I catch fleeting glimpses of Mira throughout the day. She maintains her calm mask, quietly doing her tasks and avoiding direct confrontation with the staff. But I notice the subtle lines of strain around her eyes. Whenever we pass in a corridor or courtyard, a pang flares in my chest, guilt, longing, the fierce drive to protect her. With the council's departure, we gained a sliver of breathing room, but the knowledge that they might return with evidence or new charges hangs over us like a blade. This uneasy routine holds until midday, when Saurine finds me in the eastern wing. Her cane taps against the stone floor, guiding her unseeing eyes with uncanny precision. "My lord," she says softly, voice taut with concern. "There's a carriage at the gates. Someone demands to speak with you." My tail stills, a flicker of dread sparking along my spine. A council messenger? Her expression twists in uncertainty. Not quite. The visitor gave a name, Lady Velna. A jolt runs through me, every muscle seizing. My tail lashes the ground in a reflexive, abrupt snap. Velna. Of all the possibilities, I never expected her to show up unannounced, not after what she did. My tongue feels thick in my mouth. "Tell the guards to let her in," I murmur, though fury and old wounds simmer behind each word. Saurine tilts her head. "Are you certain? We could deny her." "No," I interrupt. My voice emerges low, almost a growl. "If she's come this far, it's because she knows I won't ignore her. Let her in. Escort her to the main reception chamber. I'll deal with her." Saurine's grip on her cane tightens, but she nods. "As you command." She pivots to deliver my instructions, leaving me alone in the corridor with my heart pounding and my mind boiling with half-buried memories. I turn, tail lashing, and make my way to the reception chamber, a modestly grand room I rarely use, lined with tapestries depicting old naga battles. My arms tense as I cross to the center. A cold weight settles in my chest. Lady Velna was once my betrothed back in the High Nest, a match arranged by families seeking to merge power. We had grown close in a brittle, careful way, until I refused to carry out certain cruelties against a human servant. In Velna's eyes, that small kindness made me weak. She conspired with assassins to remove me and seize my inheritance. I barely escaped with my life, the scar near my ribs a permanent reminder of her betrayal. Now she dares to appear at my door. I rake my claws over my arm bracers, adjusting them to hide the slight tremor in my fingertips. On the outside, I must remain implacable, a warlord in control. The door swings open and Saurine announces Velna's arrival before stepping back into the shadows. Velna strides in with regal poise. She's tall, with shining emerald scales across her forearms and a hood that accentuates the sharp angles of her face. Her hair midnight black streaked with faint gold coils down her back in an elaborate style. She wears a finely embroidered robe, the insignia of her lineage glinting at her collar. She pauses, letting her gaze flick around the reception chamber before settling on me. A thin smile curls her lips. "Vaserin." The syllables roll off her tongue with a practiced drawl, laced with condescension. "It's been too long." I hold her stare, voice tight. "Long enough. You should have stayed gone." Her brow arches, feigning hurt. Now. Is that how you greet an old friend?" She glides closer, each step measured. "Your estate is simpler than I expected. An exile's retreat, I suppose." My tail coils in a dangerous arc behind me. "State your purpose, Velna. I doubt you traveled across the jungles to admire my walls." She laughs quietly, a sound as cold as frosted glass. "Direct. I appreciate that. Yes, I came for reasons more pressing than polite conversation. Word reached me that you've been consorting with a human. The council grows curious, or so I've heard." My heart pounds. The memory of Mira's warm presence surges in my mind, intensifying my resentment of Velna's intrusion. "If you rely on rumors," I say, voice low, "then you waste your time. My domain is free of the council's meddling." She lifts a claw-tipped hand in a dismissive gesture. Perhaps for now, but I suspect the rumors ring true. She prowls around the chamber's perimeter, brushing her fingers across an old tapestry. "You've always had a soft spot for lesser creatures, haven't you? That servant girl in the High Nest, the one you spared. Then your father's illusions for your future, which you also betrayed." She smirks. "Oh, my apologies. Did that sting?" Rage flares, hot and potent. I step forward, tail snapping against the floor. "I recall your involvement in that fiasco." I cut myself off, remembering a vow not to use that word. My lip curls in frustration. "That plot. You tried to kill me after I refused to butcher an innocent." Velna's smile tightens. "You forget, I was following your father's wishes. He believed mercy a weakness. I merely did what had to be done to preserve our family lines." I exhale sharply, chest seizing with old pain. That attempt forced me into exile, stripped me of the High Nest. We could have resolved matters without blood. She shrugs, gaze steely. I see you still cling to your righteous illusions. Compassion for humans will ruin you. It's already begun, hasn't it? She inspects her manicured claws, feigning boredom. Anyway, I digress. This domain of yours is rumored to host a human you treat with unwarranted favor. Perhaps you even share a bed. My breath hisses between parted fangs. Spread your rumors, if you like. The Council's scouts found no proof. She stops wandering, meeting my gaze with predatory delight. And yet you look like a cornered beast. Because you know if I confirm your transgression to the Council, they'll have all the excuse they need to devour what's left of your reputation. Possibly your domain, too. Hatred churns in my gut. What do you want, Velna? She smiles, revealing pointed incisors. Simple. I want your compliance. Offer me your political support in the upcoming Nest faction dispute, or I'll present proof that you're indulging in a forbidden liaison with a human. The Council is hungry for scandal these days, especially if it means toppling a renegade warlord. A tremor runs down my spine. She's blackmailing me, threatening to deliver my greatest vulnerability on a platter. The memory of Mira's fear, her determination to stand by me floods my mind. I can't let Velna destroy that. Yet the idea of betraying my own moral code or letting this vile woman manipulate me stirs revulsion. Force a semblance of calm, crossing my arms over my broad chest. And if I refuse? Her emerald scales catch the lamplight as she shifts. You know the answer. The Council hates you enough. I simply hand them the proof that you bed a human, that you treat her as something more. They descend on your estate, tear your domain from you, and punish your pet as well. She arches her brow. Is that what you desire? My tail flicks, a cold sweat gathering at the base of my neck. You have no real proof. She laughs, a brittle sound. We both know how these things work. Enough whispers, a few well-placed testimonies from staff or your father's old allies, and the Council won't need physical evidence. They'll convict you on principle. Her expression darkens with triumph. Your staff's loyalty is suspect. Some of them remember how you treat humans with too much leniency. Give me time and I'll find a traitor willing to spill everything. 1,000 curses burn my tongue, but I keep them locked behind clenched teeth. My posture stiffens. So you want me to endorse your position in the Nest faction dispute. In return, you remain silent about my personal affairs. She spreads her hands, mocking innocence. You see how neatly it can be resolved? Ensure I gain the seat of power I seek in the High Nest, and I'll keep your little secret. I weigh my options in a frantic swirl. If I yield, I become her puppet, endorsing a vile figure who tried to kill me once. If I refuse, she has the means to ruin me and endanger Mira's life. My tail thrashes in frustration, mind spinning. Velna's smirk reveals how she basks in my turmoil. A memory surfaces of the time I found Mira shaking after a nightmare, the raw trust in her eyes when she turned to me for comfort. The power of that moment intensifies my resolve. I will not let Velna's blackmail tear me from what I cherish now. Perhaps I can stall or outmaneuver her. I take a slow breath, forcing my voice to remain level. I need time to consider your demand. The Nest faction dispute is complicated. My endorsement carries weight, but I won't offer it blindly. Velna narrows her eyes. Don't imagine you can stall indefinitely. I expect your decision soon. I step closer, allowing my height and coiled tail to overshadow her. Do not forget, Velna, that you walk on dangerous ground. You might be the Council's darling, but you're in my estate now. If you overstep, you won't leave unscathed. She lifts her chin, unbowed. Threaten me all you like. I know you can't risk killing me, or the scandal would be even greater. A muscle in my jaw twitches. Then stay out of my path while I deliberate. Betray me once more, and I'll make certain you regret it. She tilts her head, an exaggerated show of compliance. I'm so glad we can chat without shedding blood this time. With a final pointed glance, she sweeps from the reception chamber, her robes swishing across the floor. I watch her go, every fiber of me coiled with fury. She played her hand, and for now she holds the advantage. Tension thrums in my veins, each breath sharp. A swirl of old resentments mixes with the fresh panic that she could destroy everything I've built. My domain stands precariously enough with council scrutiny. Adding Velna's blackmail could tip the scales beyond my control. And Mira fear stabs my chest. If Velna reveals our bond, the council might seize her as evidence of my heresy. That possibility sets my teeth on edge. I stand in the empty chamber for an interminable stretch, trying to quell my shaking. Then I storm out, tail slapping the floor, and head for my private wing. My mind churns, searching for a plan. If I succumb to Velna's demands, I become her puppet. If I resist, I risk losing everything. Is there a middle path? Perhaps I can glean leverage or orchestrate her downfall. Eventually, I find myself in the corridor near Mira's quarters, the weighty quiet of the manor pressing in. An urge compels me to see her, to anchor myself in her presence. An urge compels me to see her, to anchor myself in her presence. We've tried to keep a distance, but right now distance won't quell the roiling storm inside me. I knock softly on her door. A few heartbeats pass. Then it opens, revealing her small form wrapped in a simple robe, dark hair pinned with that jade comb. Concern flashes in her eyes at the sight of my tense shoulders and clenched jaw. "Vaserin," she says, voice hushed. "Is something wrong?" I grit my teeth, stepping inside before I can talk myself out of it. Her room is modest. A narrow bed, a single dresser, a faint lamp lighting the space. The air carries her subtle scent, lavender and soap. My tail flicks behind me, betraying agitation I can't hide. She closes the door, face lined with worry. "Tell me!" Exhaling unsteadily, I lock eyes with her. "Velna arrived," I say, keeping my voice low. "My ex-betrothed. She's blackmailing me, threatening to inform the council about us if I don't endorse her political ambitions." Shock ripples across her features. "She's the one who tried to kill you in the past?" Her hand clenches at her robe's edge. Why would she come now? "Because she smells weakness," I murmur, tail curling in frustration. "The council's scrutiny, the rumors about you and me, she believes she can exploit them." Mira's cheeks pale. "And if you refuse her?" I swallow the knot in my throat. "She'll tell the council everything. We risk losing the estate, your freedom, everything." My voice shakes with suppressed rage. I refuse to let her manipulate me, but we stand on dangerous ground. A hush settles, thick with dread. Then Mira steps closer, placing a hand on my scaled forearm. Her touch sends a surge of heat and longing coursing through me. "We'll find a way," she murmurs, gaze steady. "You're not alone." My chest tightens with gratitude, overshadowed by a gnawing hunger for her reassurance. She stands so near, the lamplight casting warm highlights across her cheeks. The swirl of old fury at Velna and fresh desire for Mira tangles in my gut, fueling an almost desperate need to cling to something real, something ours. "Mira," I whisper, voice breaking. I can't stand her presence in these walls, threatening our bond. She hushes me gently, hands sliding to my chest. "Don't let her poison you with fear." Her eyes flick to the door, verifying it's closed, then back to me. "You are stronger than her lies, stronger than the council's threats." A raw, desperate feeling surges in me. I dip my head, resting my forehead against hers. "I want to believe that," I murmur. "But the weight of it." She rises on her toes, lips brushing mine in a feather-light caress. The contact sends a lightning bolt of need through my body. A trembling exhale escapes me, tail automatically coiling around her waist, drawing her close. My anger over Velna's intrusion blends with a hungry desire to reaffirm what's truly mine. She kisses me again, more firmly. I respond with a low growl, tangling my hand in her hair. The comb clatters to the floor, a small casualty of our urgency. Our mouths meet with a fervor that devours caution. Her robe slips, revealing her smooth shoulders. The flicker of lamplight on her bare skin ignites every protective, possessive instinct in me. "Mira," I breathe, voice thick with longing. My tail loops around her thighs, lifting her so our faces align. Her arms wind around my neck, eyes shining with trust and raw want. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. We lie there, sweat cooling on our skin. Outside, thunder rumbles softly, the storm's approach echoing the tension in my life. She nestles her head on my shoulder, voice quivering. "Thank you," she whispers, soft but resonant, "for letting me in even when everything conspires to keep us apart." My throat constricts. "I should thank you," I rasp, "for trusting me, for not walking away despite the threats." My tail curls more snugly around her, a silent vow. "I won't let Velna or anyone else destroy what we have." She nods, eyes drifting shut, exhaustion tugging at us both. In that fragile moment of peace, we clutch each other like survivors adrift in a storm. The future remains uncertain. Velna's blackmail, the council's suspicion. But here entwined, we banish the shadows with shared warmth. Time slips by in a haze of spent passion and murmured reassurances. Eventually, I slide off the bed, gathering my scattered robe. Her gaze follows me, a hint of worry returning as the glow of intimacy fades. "Are you going to see her again?" I secure the robe, tail flicking restlessly. "I'll have to. She expects an answer soon, but I'll buy time, search for leverage against her." My eyes return to Mira's face. "Until I succeed, keep a low profile. Don't let her corner you alone." She sits up, pulling her robe around her shoulders. A trace of fear dims her eyes, but also resolve. "I can handle her if she tries." A faint, wry smile curves my mouth. "I know you can, but I'd rather not put you in that position." She nods, standing, hair mussed from our encounter, cheeks still flushed. She picks up the fallen comb from the floor, sliding it back into her hair with practiced ease. Watching her perform such a small act of composure after the rawness we shared touches me in ways I can't fully express. I want to shield her from the storm gathering outside, but I sense she'd stand by me even if the sky fell. Steeling myself, I step to the door. My tail lingers behind me, brushing her ankle in a gentle farewell. She stands in the center of the room, lips parted as though wishing for a better goodbye. But we dare not linger. With one last heated glance, I slip out, returning to the corridors. My mind roils with conflicting tides, fierce satisfaction from our shared intimacy, overshadowed by the realization that if Velna learns about this, she'll sharpen the blade of her blackmail. But I refuse to cower. I am a warlord, exile or not. I survived her betrayal once. I can do it again. The storm outside finally breaks as I stride away from Mira's door, thunder rattling the glass windows. Rain cascades in thick sheets, drumming the roof. A tumult of worry stirs in my gut, but a quiet determination rises to meet it. We fought for this fragile closeness. I won't let Velna or the council tear it apart. Slipping into my private study, I notice the gloom from the storm has turned the room nearly dark, save for a lone lantern flickering on my desk. The old scrolled maps and treatises about Venom refinement lie untouched, overshadowed by the immediate crisis. I close the door behind me, leaning against it, breath ragged. The memory of Mira's heartbeat pressed to mine lingers, granting a measure of resolve. Velna may hold a dagger at my throat, but she underestimates my will to protect the one I've chosen, even if I never meant to choose anyone again. I feel my scaled arms prickle with adrenaline. Perhaps, just perhaps, there's a way to outmaneuver her cunning. Sighing, I push off the door and gather my thoughts. If Velna hopes to climb the ranks of the Highnest, she'll need allies, funds, or political leverage. Maybe I can turn her scheme on its head, feed the Council alternative scandals about Velna's own misdeeds, or forge a pact with other families opposed to her rise. The notion of re-entering the Highnest's labyrinth of politics nauseates me, but for Mira's sake, I'll do anything. Lightning flashes beyond the windows, illuminating the shelves stacked with dusty scrolls. My father believed in a strictly merciless approach, but that path nearly cost me everything. Instead, I'll wield cunning and alliances to shield this domain and Mira. I owe it to her, to the vow we forged in the hush of secrecy. Leaving the lantern's glow behind, I stand at the window, watching the storm lash the courtyard. Rain washes the stone with furious intensity, as if the jungle weeps for the tangled fates of those living within it. My tail coils around my legs, reflecting the tension in my heart. No matter how bleak the horizon, I vow not to betray what we share. The Council, Velna, the entire pantheon of Naga tradition, let them hiss and strike. I'll meet them with a steadfast heart and enough cunning to hold my ground. And if the storm worsens, I won't face it alone. A reminder of her warmth lingers across my scaled arms, a promise that some bonds are worth defending, even if it means defying the laws that once bound me in silence. Rain pounds the rooftop, thunder rolling. I place a hand against the cold glass, exhaling a slow breath. Tomorrow, I begin searching for cracks in Velna's armor, forging the alliances needed to protect Mira. The thought of looking that viper in the eyes again sets my venom burning, but I find comfort in the knowledge that, for the first time, I fight not just for pride or revenge, but for a future that includes her. My reflection in the window stares back golden eyes, damp hair from the greenhouse humidity, tension lining my jaw. Yet beneath the anger and worry, I sense a new steadiness. Let the storms come. I'll face them all, and if I must tear down the old ways to keep my mate safe, then so be it. Nothing and no one will take what is mine.
Chapter 13. Mira. I wake to a morning drenched in a low-hanging fog, the kind that wraps around every thought and doesn't let go. My small window admits only grey light, as if the sun itself hesitates to illuminate this day. The estate feels subdued. Even the birds are quieter than usual. I dress mechanically, muscle memory guiding my fingers as I tie my tunic. My head is cluttered with worries. The Council, Lady Velna's arrival, and Vaserin's struggle to shield us from threats on all sides. I can't help thinking about how determined he seemed the last time we spoke, like he'd tear down centuries of tradition if that was the price of keeping me safe. Yet a persistent dread coils in my chest. Powerful forces are circling us. The Council remains suspicious, and Velna's blackmail tightens around us like a noose. Leaving my quarters, I move through the corridors with a weariness that's become second nature. Staff members pass in subdued clusters, their voices muted. Since the Council scouts departed, tension hums beneath the surface of every interaction. Some of the Naga guards glance my way, pity threading their eyes, while humans avert their faces, as if fearing I'm a reminder of what befalls those who draw a warlord's gaze. I head to the kitchens, thinking I'll busy myself with menial tasks. The rhythmic chopping of vegetables might offer an anchor, something to quiet the storm in my thoughts. But before I reach the archway, a familiar voice stops me. "Mira," Crick says, emerging from a side corridor. His mismatched scales catch the glow of nearby lamps, and a half-smile tugs at his lips, though it doesn't reach his eyes. "We need to talk." My pulse stutters. "What's happened?" He leans closer, keeping his voice low. The warlord has been in conference with Velna again. I overheard snatches of conversation. She's pressing him for a decision about endorsing her in the Nest faction. He's stalling, but she's tightening the screws. Anxiety prickles my skin. What can he do? Crick's jaw flexes. Not much, unless he's prepared to wage open war with her. She's holding the council's favour hostage, threatening to expose your bond. His gaze flicks over me. I don't trust her not to strike soon. I swallow, a hollow ache opening in my gut. Thanks for telling me. He nods, voice rough with sympathy. He's caught in a web, and so are you. With that, he heads off, leaving me more unsettled than before. The idea of Velna wrestling Vaserin into compliance churns my stomach. Over the last few weeks, I've seen the toll of these threats. Despite our attempts at closeness, attention pulls him in too many directions. I fear something is about to snap. Trying to steady myself, I enter the kitchens. The cook is fussing over a pot of stew, and a few human servants chop onions at a long table. They cast me cautious glances, but I focus on grabbing a knife and sinking it into a squash. Let them whisper if they must. My mind throbs with Crick's warning anyway. I chop vegetables in an almost robotic rhythm, ignoring the sting of onion fumes. Yet the sense of impending crisis gnaws at me. Memories of recent nights swirl Vaserin's coil around my waist, the quiet vow in his voice that we'd endure no matter what. We fought so hard, but the forces arrayed against us are formidable. Abruptly, the cook addresses me, voice terse. Go fetch more carrots from storage. I nod, setting aside the knife. My head aches, a dull throb at my temple. Nausea swirls unexpectedly, forcing me to pause. Maybe it's hunger, or the stress devouring me from inside out. Pushing it down, I carry on. In the storage room, I gather carrots in a basket, feeling a dizzy wave. The dark space spins for a moment, and I brace myself against a shelf. A cold sweat beads on my brow. I breathe carefully until the dizziness subsides, chalking it up to exhaustion and too many worries. By midday, I finish my chores and step out into a quiet corridor, thinking I might rest for a minute in the greenhouse. But I freeze at the sight of Vaserin standing at the far end, tail lowered, arms folded. Tension radiates from him like a palpable heat. He sees me and inclines his head, gesturing for me to follow. No words. Worry flares. I fall into step behind him, ignoring the prickle of watchful eyes from a pair of naga staff near the entrance. We wind through the estate until we reach a seldom-used courtyard near the southeast corner. It's an enclosed space, moss creeping along the walls, a single bench overshadowed by a leaning palm tree. Here, no one lingers. He stops, and I sense the charged hush in the air. I come to a halt, nerves rattling. His face is drawn, cheekbones sharp under the greyish light filtering through the clouds. Black scales line his arms, glinting faintly. He doesn't speak for several heartbeats, tail curling with restless agitation. Velna has given me an ultimatum, he finally says, voice low and raw. Support her claim in the Nest dispute, or she reveals everything to the council, about us. A pang stabs my chest. I suspected as much. My gaze flickers over his posture, noticing how rigid he stands. Do you have a plan? His eyes flash with suppressed torment. Plan? I'm torn between refusing and risking war, or yielding and losing my dignity. Neither option spares you if the council decides I've broken their sacred laws. He exhales, anguish twisting his features. I can't see a path that ensures you stay unscathed. My stomach churns. You told me we'd face this together. The words emerge gentler than I intend, an aching reminder of our vow. His tail lashes once, a sharp movement. Together, he echoes bitterly, turning away. We tried, but they tighten the net. If I remain stubborn, Velna tears our secret open. You get branded as tainted property. The council might drag you off or punish you in ways I can't prevent. I step closer, pressing a hand to his arm. He flinches, then forces himself to still. "What are you saying?" I whisper, heart pounding. He pulls away, stepping out of reach, tail coiling around him like a shield. I can't let that happen. I won't see you destroyed because you trusted me." His voice trembles, though his face sets in a cold mask. "So I have to remove you from the equation." My throat constricts. "Remove me?" He meets my gaze, eyes filled with a tumult of sorrow and determination. "I'm releasing you from my domain, setting you free." Each word sounds like it costs him blood. "Take whatever possessions you have. Gather food. I'll arrange safe passage out of these lands." My chest tightens in panic. "You want me to leave?" He nods stiffly, arms crossing over his broad chest. "Yes, for your own safety. Once you're gone, Velna loses her main bargaining chip. The council no longer has a direct target in my estate. If they come, I can weather their scrutiny alone." Shock flares, mingling with disbelief that he's saying this after everything we fought to keep. "But you said—" His throat works as though it hurts to speak. "I know what I said, but look at the reality. The council will never relent, and Velna's threats won't vanish unless I sever what ties me to you. If you stay, you face ruin or worse." My hand trembles at my side. Anguish smoulders behind my ribs. "So your solution is to cast me out?" He grimaces, tail thrashing in frustration. "Better to let you go now than watch them tear you away by force. At least this way, you leave on your own terms." A hollow ache blooms in my chest, so intense I can hardly breathe. Then everything we shared, was it nothing? My voice shakes, tears threatening to spill. He flinches as though struck, but his expression hardens. "This is the only way I see to protect you," he murmurs, forcing an edge of coldness. "I'll ensure you have enough coins and supplies to survive. No one will harm you once you're outside my territory." I swallow thickly, dizziness creeping in again, possibly from heartbreak. "You think being exiled alone is safer than standing with you?" His gaze flicks away. "If you remain, you risk the council's wrath. I'm done gambling with your life." The courtyard walls press in, suffocating me. My hands ball into fists at my sides. "But you're gambling with my heart," I manage, voice breaking. "You offered me safety, closeness, then pushed me away to face the world alone." He closes his eyes, tension lining his jaw. "It's better than seeing your name on a council order for execution or enslavement." Each word emerges stiff, brittle with pain. "I can't lose you that way." My eyes fill with tears, but I refuse to let them fall. My chest aches so fiercely I can hardly think. "So you're throwing me away?" The statement feels like shattered glass on my tongue. He presses a clawed hand over his face, as though fighting for composure. "Call it what you will. If leaving spares you from this nightmare, then I'll play the villain who drives you out." I stare at him, at the man, no, the naga, who once swore he'd stand against everything for my sake. Now he chooses this. A fury wells behind my sorrow. "You're a fool," I whisper, tears burning my cheeks. "But I'll go if that's what you truly want." His tail coils tighter, as though he restrains himself from pulling me back. "I can't see another way," he murmurs, voice hollow. "Take the chance to escape the council's crosshairs." Numbness engulfs me, punctuated by heartbreak. "Fine." I turn on my heel before I crumble completely. My steps feel leaden as I retreat across the courtyard, tears slipping down my face. I pause at the threshold, wanting him to stop me, to say this is a misunderstanding. But all I hear is the hush of the estate, broken by a distant, echoing footstep. He doesn't call me back. I stagger down the corridor, sobs clawing at my throat. Servants cast me nervous glances, sensing my distress, but none dare approach. My room feels cold and unwelcoming as I pack the meagre belongings I own. 2 changes of clothes, a few personal items, the jade comb he once gifted me. My fingers tremble as I clutch that comb, recalling how it felt to see his face light with quiet pride when he placed it in my hands. Now, the memory cuts like a blade. At some point, Sareen appears at my doorway, guided by her cane. She tilts her head, sensing my turmoil. "Child, what are you doing?" I gather the comb into a small pouch, swallowing back sobs. "Leaving," I rasp. He ordered me to go." Her mouth parts, shock clouding her blind gaze. "Why would he?" My tears resurface, making my voice raw. "Because he thinks it'll keep me safe from Velna and the council. He's setting me free, but it feels like banishment." The last word shreds my composure, fresh tears sliding down my cheeks. She exhales, shaking her head. "Oh, foolish warlord. He thinks it's mercy." She steps forward, placing a hand on my arm. "I can't stop you, can I?" I wipe my face with the back of my hand, chest heaving. No, he's determined to cut all ties. My throat burns. "I have to go, Serene." Her grip tightens. "Then accept my blessing. May you find safety beyond these walls." She hesitates. He truly believes it's the only way. I nod, choking on grief. I know. With that, I sling my small satchel over my shoulder and leave the estate's halls for the last time, silent tears falling. The gates open, and I pass through, the guard on duty looking pained but saying nothing. One step onto the overgrown path, and I realise I have no real plan. The future stretches ahead as a terrifying unknown. My feet carry me away, each step a fresh wound. The sky overhead hangs in a sombre gloom, thick clouds threatening rain. I walk until the manor's high walls vanish behind the dense foliage of the surrounding jungle. My heart feels as though it's left a piece behind in that stone fortress, caged with the warlord who demanded my departure. The path leads to the outskirts of Nagaland, weaving through marshy forests and gnarled roots. Occasionally, I spot a traveller or a small settlement, but I keep my hood up, face lowered. Naga roam these lands, along with other creatures, and I've no illusions of safety. But it's not fear of the wild that eats at me most. It's the hollow ache of Vaserin's rejection, the memory of his warmth replaced by stark emptiness. I push onward for days, living off sparse rations. Loneliness crawls through my veins. Each morning I wake curled under a makeshift shelter of leaves and branches. I can't recall ever feeling this directionless. Even as a servant, I had a place. Now my only identity is the woman he cast out. My tears run dry, replaced by a gnawing hollowness. Eventually, the path leads me to a run-down way station near the border of Nagaland. It's a cluster of ramshackle huts and a dusty inn, where stray travellers stop before venturing deeper into foreign lands. My meagre coin buys a night's rest on a pallet that smells of old straw and mildew. Exhausted, I lie there, staring at the ceiling's cracked beams, mind swirling with memories. His tail wrapped around my waist, the first time he touched me, the quiet vow in his eyes. A wave of nausea hits me then, rolling up from my stomach. I scramble outside to retch, heart hammering. This has happened more than once since I left, especially in the mornings. Perhaps the stress is making me ill, or the poor diet of dried rations. Each time it passes, I feel weaker, drained. Shaking, I return to my pallet, a faint dread gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. Something isn't right with my body. The next day, the sickness intensifies. My limbs feel heavy, and a clammy sweat coats my forehead. Sipping water from a crude cup, I hunch in the corner of the inn's single common room, ignoring the curious stares of a few passing travellers. My mind drifts to improbable worries. What if I caught some jungle fever? Or is it the heartbreak itself turning my stomach? As evening falls, I force myself to eat a little soup. No sooner does it hit my stomach than I gag, rushing outside to empty it all. That's when a glimmer of realization surfaces in my dazed mind. My monthly cycle. It's late. Far overdue, in fact. I press a trembling hand to my abdomen, dread coiled with a flicker of astonishing hope. I find a quiet spot behind the inn, away from prying eyes, and crouch there, pressing shaking hands to my belly. The possibility that I carry his child tears through me like lightning. My entire body trembles with fear and a faint, miraculous warmth. Could it truly be? My monthly cycles weren't always punctual, but this, combined with persistent nausea, can't be coincidence. If I am pregnant with Vaselin's child, the implications are staggering. A half-naga, half-human child. The council would brand it an even greater abomination. Velna and her allies would pounce on such evidence. My heart hammers, remembering how the council treats any mixing of naga blood with human. They consider it a grotesque betrayal. Yet I can't quell a surge of fierce protectiveness. This child, if real, is ours. A testament to a bond no law can erase. Stricken with uncertainty, I slump against the inn's rickety wall, tears burning my cheeks again. What do I do now? Vaserin forced me away to spare me from politics, but if I carry his child, I can't disappear forever. I sense the child's existence would uproot every plan he made to keep me safe by distance. The notion of continuing alone, carrying this baby in the wilderness, terrifies me. Yet returning to him risks everything. The council's wrath would ignite anew, Velna's blackmail sharpened. But can I bear raising a half-naga child without the father's protection, haunted by the knowledge I abandoned him as well? My thoughts swirl in chaos, exhaustion stealing my breath. After a sleepless night of vomiting and fretful pacing, I accept the truth. I can't let fear of the council strip me of the life growing within me, nor can I bear the thought of Vaserin never knowing. Even if he pushed me away in a misguided attempt to protect me, this is his child too. Dawn arrives with pale sunshine cutting through the remaining gloom. I muster what remains of my resolve, pack my scant belongings, and slip out of the inn. My limbs still feel unsteady, but a grim determination steels my spine. My path leads back to him. I must tell him, consequences be damned. If the child is truly half his, we'll face the storm that follows. The alternative is drifting alone in a hostile land, perpetually in hiding. My journey back is grueling, slowed by bouts of sickness and a heaviness in my limbs. But each mile I cover, the hollow ache inside me shifts to a fierce resolve. It's not just about love or heartbreak anymore. A child binds us beyond any vow or tradition. If the council sees it as a crime, so be it. I won't let them snuff out this new life. Days pass in a blur of fatigue and uneasy sleep. Nights bring nightmares of the council dragging me into shackles, or Velna smirking as she tears my child away. Still, I persist, forging onward with trembling steps. My single guiding light is the knowledge that Vaserin must learn the truth. No matter his misguided desire to exile me, he deserves to know we've created something that transcends the constraints of species or law. At last, the distant outline of his estate's walls emerges through the thick canopy. My heart clenches with mingled relief and dread. How will he react? Will he be furious I defied his command? Will he think I'm lying to manipulate him? My nails bite into my palms as I approach the gates, recalling the moment I left with tears streaming down my cheeks. A guard stands at the gates, eyes widening in shock when he recognizes me. He hesitates, uncertain whether to let me inside. Before he can decide, the gate swings open, revealing Crick, crossing his arms as he steps forward. His mismatched scales gleam in the sunlight. "Mira," he mutters, face dark with concern. What are you doing here?" I swallow, every muscle quivering. "I need to see Vaserin. It's urgent." Crick's gaze flicks over my haggard appearance, the shadows under my eyes, the unsteady grip on my satchel. "He told me you left. Are you sure this is wise?" My chest feels tight. Doesn't matter if it's wise, it's necessary. My hand drifts to my belly in an involuntary gesture. I can't say the words yet, but he picks up on the motion, a faint spark of realization crossing his features. "All right," he concedes, stepping aside. "But be careful. He's been volatile since you left. Steer clear of Velna if she's around." I nod, stepping through the gates. Exhaustion and relief war in my veins as I cross the familiar courtyard, noticing staff skitter away, shock written on their faces. I ignore them, forging on until I reach the main entrance. Sareen meets me just inside, her blind eyes fixating on me with uncanny precision. "Mira," she breathes, voice trembling with empathy. "You returned." I can hardly form words. "Yes. I have to see him. Where is he?" She angles her head toward the corridor leading to his private study. "He's there, locked in discussion with Velna again, I believe." My heart thuds painfully. Then that's where I need to go. I slip down the corridor, each step firing adrenaline through my tired limbs. The heavy door to his study stands ajar, lamplight spilling across the threshold. Low voices drift out Vaserin's deep timbre laced with tension, Velna's polished, scornful tone. I push the door open. Inside, Vaserin stands behind a desk scattered with scrolls, tail coiled in frustration. Velna lounges in a chair, elegantly draped robes accentuating her green scales. She halts mid-sentence at the sight of me, eyes widening in surprise. Vaserin's face blanches, shock morphing into panic. "Mira," he utters, voice dropping to a hush. Velna rises gracefully, a toxic smile curving her lips. So the human returns. How interesting. I barely glance at her, locking eyes with him. My chest tightens with 1,000 emotions. He crosses to me in a flash, tail brushing my leg as though confirming my presence is real. "What are you doing here?" he breathes, voice thick with conflicting relief and anger. "I told you to stay away." Tears threaten, but I steady my voice. "I couldn't." I shift my hand to my belly, a trembling gesture that reveals everything. "I'm pregnant." The word detonates in the hush, echoing off the stone walls. Vaserin's amber eyes widen, shock and awe colliding on his features. Velna hisses sharply, her facade of control cracking. "Pregnant," she repeats, voice rising in disbelief. "With a half-naga spawn." Fury explodes in me at her sneer, but I focus on Vaserin. "I found out soon after I left. I tried to continue, but I can't hide this from you. I won't let them punish our child before it's even born." His eyes drop to my abdomen as his tail coils protectively around my waist. The shift from confusion to fierce protectiveness is instant. "Mira," he chokes, voice trembling. You shouldn't have endured so much alone." A sob racks my chest. "Then don't push me away again. If you truly want me safe, we'll face this together." Behind him, Velna regains her composure, lips curling in a snarl. "How scandalous," she mocks, though her eyes glitter with triumph. "This is all I need to confirm your heresy, Vaserin. A half-breed child. The council will have a field day." He whirls on her, tail tightening around me as though shielding me from her venom. "Shut up, Velna," he hisses, fangs bared. "You step too far." She smirks coldly. "Oh dear warlord, You have no idea how far I can step. This child's existence will ruin any hope you have of avoiding the council's condemnation. My body trembles, the weight of her threat crushing. But Vaserin straightens, a dangerous light igniting in his eyes. Then so be it. If you mean to use this against me, do your worst. I won't let you harm her or our child. Velna's nostrils flare. You think you can protect a half-breed abomination from the entire nest? Your illusions are pitiful. Vaserin lunges forward, tail forcibly shoving Velna away from me, voice resonating with quiet menace. Yes, I do. And if you so much as breathe a word of this to the council, you'll not leave this estate unscathed. Velna recoils, though a feral smile lingers on her lips. Threatening me again? Watch your tongue, or the council will hear of your violence. He stands tall, looming, scales glinting in the lamplight. I've grown weary of your blackmail. Try me, Velna. Let's see which one of us stands when the dust settles. An electric silence fills the study. Velna's gaze darts between us, weighing her next move. Then she gives a theatrical sigh, smoothing her robe. This is far from over. With a final glare, she glides out, hips swaying, leaving us in suffocating tension. The door thuds shut behind her. My legs threaten to buckle, exhaustion from the journey colliding with the emotional toll of this confrontation. Vaserin catches me, arms snaking around my waist, tail coiling gently. You shouldn't be here, he says, though the note of awe remains in his voice as he slides a hand across my abdomen. By the gods, a child, ours? Tears spill, a mix of relief and heartbreak. Yes, I discovered it too late. I couldn't keep it from you. His eyes drift to my face, a storm of conflict raging in their golden depths. I tried to push you away, he murmurs brokenly, thinking it would save you from the council, but now, with a child at stake, I can't lose either of you. My chest heaves with sobs that refuse to stay silent. I was so afraid you'd see this as another burden, but I couldn't bear the idea of our child growing up never knowing its father. My voice cracks. Not when part of me still hopes we can fight this. He draws me close, tail wrapping firmly but gently around my hips, forging a sense of security I haven't felt in days. We will fight, he says, each word resonant with fierce conviction. I made the mistake of thinking banishing you was the only way. No more. Fresh tears spill, relief warring with the knowledge that our enemies won't vanish overnight. Velna still holds powerful sway. A flicker of fear shadows his gaze, but he cradles my face in his scaled hands. Yes, and the council remains a threat, but we stand a better chance if we face it united. No more exiling you against your will. If war is coming, we'll meet it with every coil and fang. My breath shudders. I lean into his touch, letting the tension of the past days seep out. Despite everything, my heart beats with a fragile hope. Thank you, I whisper. I was so lost after you made me leave. He bows his head, letting it rest gently against mine. I'm sorry, he breathes, tail drawing me against his chest. I thought I was sparing you from a worse fate. I never meant to break you. I cling to him, tears soaking the collar of his robe. Promise me, I say quietly. You won't let me go again without a fight. He closes his eyes, inhaling unsteadily. I promise. For a time we stand entwined, hearts pounding in sync. The hush around us crackles with the knowledge that our moment of unity won't deter Velna or the council. But at least now I'm not cast adrift, and my child, our child, has a chance at belonging somewhere, no matter the cost. Eventually he guides me to a nearby chair, urging me to sit. You look exhausted. Let me bring you food, something warm. His voice holds a gentle insistence that nearly breaks me with gratitude. I manage a small nod. I'll stay here. My body feels so weak. He presses a tender kiss to my temple, tail brushing my thigh in a soft caress. Rest. I'll return soon. He strides out, tension still stiffening his shoulders, but a glint of purpose in his eyes. I sense he's already planning our next move, bracing for the onslaught Velna promised. Left alone, I cradle my stomach, heart thrumming with cautious joy. The breakup he forced upon me is undone by the life growing inside me. Fear still lurks, but hope sneaks in, fragile yet persistent. If the world wants to tear us apart, so be it. I refuse to live in the shadows anymore. I won't flee. I won't hide. I'll stand at his side, no matter what the council, Velna, or any law deems unthinkable. Lightning flashes through the window, revealing a darkening sky, another storm gathering. But this time, I straighten in the chair, pressing a hand over my abdomen. We won't face it alone. Vaserin is coming back with food, and more than that, a plan. And for the first time since I left, the hollow ache in my chest eases, replaced by a steady beat of resolve. I've found my way back to him, carrying a child that might upend everything. Let the world rage. We'll meet it with all the love and defiance we can muster. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human, happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 14. Vaserin. I stand on the ledge of the capital's grand terrace, peering down at the sprawling city below. My breath curls in the chill air, carrying the tang of smoke and incense from the countless braziers that line the high-nest streets. Even at this early hour, the capital throbs with life. Naga of every station moving through winding avenues, the echoes of clashing scales blending with the distant hum of commerce. Yet I find no comfort here. My reflection glimmers in a gilded pillar's polished surface. Tall, broad-shouldered, black scales rimming my forearms, midnight hair bound in gold clips. My eyes carry faint gold flecks that reflect the sky's gray light, but weariness etches lines around them. I've come to the capital to beg, not as a triumphant warlord, but as a supplicant who'd tear down everything for the sake of one human woman and our unborn child. Tension coils through my tail, a sign of my roiling emotions. The messenger from the council demanded my presence in this gilded nest weeks ago. I stalled as long as I could, hoping to find some leverage, some trick to nullify Velna's blackmail or the council's scorn. But time ran short. Rumors of my abomination with a human sword, feeding the council's hunger for punishment. Meanwhile, Velna only strengthened her hold, threatening to cast my secrets to the darkest corners of Naga society. So I arrived here last night, leaving Mira behind in my estate. She wanted to come, to stand by my side even in the lion's maw, but I insisted she remain somewhere safe. If the negotiations fail, I'll not see her dragged into the council's cruelty again. The knowledge that she's carrying our child lodges like a raw thorn in my heart, intensifying my desperation. Perhaps I can buy her freedom with the only currency left, my territory and my titles. A soft hiss reaches my ears. I turn to find Crick approaching, half-blood scales glinting with tension. He insisted on accompanying me for protection, though we both know there's little either of us can do if the council decides to enforce a verdict. He halts a few paces away, crossing his arms in that unspoken gesture of solidarity. "They're ready for you," he says, voice subdued. "Are you certain about this?" I draw a measured breath, tail wrapping around one leg for an instant before releasing. I see no other path. If I surrender my domain, maybe they'll relent and let her live in peace. My words taste bitter, but the alternative is unthinkable, handing Mira over to the Council's so-called justice, or letting them brand our child an atrocity. I'd burn every inch of my inheritance before letting that happen. Crick's eyes flicker with sympathy. "We'll do what we must." He hesitates, then adds quietly, "But tread carefully. They might not accept a deal so easily." I nod, and together we step from the terrace into the high-nest labyrinth of opulent corridors. Towering arches carved with serpentine motifs frame our path, each column draped in banners proclaiming the Council's authority. I remember these halls well once. They were to be mine, an inheritance of ancient bloodlines. That dream died the day I refused to slaughter a human servant, spurring my betrothed's betrayal and my father's wrath. We approach a pair of massive doors wrought from iron and gold. 2 armed naga guards flank the entrance, each eyeing me with unveiled suspicion. One raps the butt of his spear against the door, announcing our arrival. Slowly, the doors creak open to reveal the Council's chamber, an imposing circular hall with a high dome, braziers arranged in a ring that highlights the dais at the center. The air inside is heavy with incense, a potent mix that pricks at my nostrils. 11 councilors are present, each perched on a raised seat, their scales gleaming under the brazier's flames. Some bear elaborate robes, others prefer martial attire. All regard me with expressions ranging from disapproval to outright hostility. My tail flicks with muted anger. I recall how these same counselors watched my downfall years ago, how they let me slink off into exile instead of defending me. Now I bow my head out of necessity, acknowledging their power. Crick remains by the door, arms crossed. He doesn't speak, but his stance says he's ready to challenge anyone who crosses me. The guard at my side announces my name, though it rings hollow in a chamber that already knows who I am. One of the counselors, an older naga with silvered scales across his forearms, gestures with a clawed hand. "Vaserin," he begins, voice resounding in the dome. "You've come to answer for the rumors swirling about your association with humans, specifically a certain bond that defies our laws. We trust you won't insult us with denials." I grit my teeth, wrestling to maintain a facade of calm. "I offer no denial," I reply, voice low. "I come to negotiate terms for her safety." A ripple of murmurs snakes through the dais. Another counselor, a female with deep jade scales, leans forward, eyes glittering. "You presume we'll parley, despite the offense you've committed?" My tail tenses, but I keep my tone level. "I stand here out of respect for your authority. If you push too far, I can't guarantee compliance." The words taste like a threat, and I see a few counselors stiffen, offended. Let them. I can't feign total submission or they'll smell weakness. Silver-scaled counselor raises a hand, quelling the murmurs. "We are not here to wage open war yet, but we must settle the matter of your heretical union with a human. Lady Vela has made certain claims of how shall we phrase it, intimate transgressions. Do you refute them?" My chest tightens. This is the moment. I think of Mira, pregnant and frightened, yet steadfast. "I do not refute," I say, voice resonant, ignoring the council's collective intake of breath. "But the fault lies with me alone. Let me name my price. I'll relinquish my entire territory, every acre, if you spare her from punishment or capture." Crick stands behind me, silent. He knows I must do this. The counselors exchange meaningful glances, relishing my desperation. Another counselor, younger with bright copper scales, taps a claw on his seat. "Your territory? Quite a substantial offer. And you expect we'll simply let the human walk away unscathed?" I incline my head. "Yes. She poses no threat to Naga. Let her live beyond our borders, free of harassment. My stomach roils at the image of her forced into exile, but it's better than captivity, or worse. A third counselor sneers, flicking his forked tongue. And you? You'd remain in your estate as caretaker, or perhaps yield all authority to the next warlord the council appoints? I exhale, steeling myself for the final blow. I'll accept exile if that is your demand, I murmur. The hush that follows intensifies, thick with shock. Council exiles are seldom reversed. I recall the lonely years I spent isolated from these very halls, but I'll endure it again for her sake. Take my title, my lands, if it secures her safety. Silver-scaled counselor's slitted eyes narrow. He confers in hushed tones with the others. After an agonizing pause, he returns his attention to me. You offer your domain, your birthright, and even your freedom for a mere human. Disdain laces his tone. We must consider this carefully. It's not every day a warlord surrenders everything for a worthless warm blood. Fury flashes under my ribs, but I quell it. She's far from worthless, I hiss, though I keep my posture outwardly calm, but I'll pay whatever price you set. I picture Mira's face, the quiet strength in her eyes. That memory anchors me. The council confers again, a swirling debate that echoes in the chamber. Eventually, jade-scaled counselor addresses me, voice cool and final. You are prepared to relinquish all claims to your territory, cede your warlord rank, and accept indefinite exile from the High Nest. In exchange, we vow not to pursue the human as an abomination, yes? My tail thrashes once in repressed agony. That is correct. Those words shred my heart. Even if it saves Mira, it means I can't shield her in my estate, can't stand by her side. She'll carry our child alone with me cast out. My fangs grind in frustration, but I see no alternative. A triumphant gleam passes through several counselors' eyes. They begin drafting the official statement. My shoulders sag under the weight of their condemnation. So, this is how it ends. Stripped of all I once commanded, banished from the seat of Naga power, all to spare her from their savage traditions. My only solace is that she might live free, our child spared from the council's cruelty. But then, copper-scaled counselor coughs. There's a complication. The city's rumor mill suggests your human is pregnant. A hush slams down. My tail stiffens. So the rumors preceded me. My heart clenches. And if she is, I say, voice quiet, every muscle tensing. You already have my terms. Let us depart, unpunished. Jade-scaled counselor smirks. A half-breed. The council must consider it more than a simple human. Such a child threatens the purity of Naga blood. Silver-scaled counselor raises his hand to quell the fresh wave of debate. Yes, we must weigh that. If she bears a half-Naga child, this changes everything. The child could grow with unique abilities or vulnerabilities. It might incite further heresy if others see you forging a new lineage. Some might attempt to replicate your folly. I sense the trap. Fear stabs my chest. You can't punish an unborn child. A cold chuckle emanates from the dais. That remains to be decided. The council's laws regarding half-breeds are strict. Typically, we'd confiscate the child, place it under watch, or end its existence if it's deemed an abomination. The casual cruelty in the counselor's voice churns my stomach. But we might be merciful if you comply with certain demands. Clenching my fists, I force myself to speak calmly. Name them. The hush crackles with tension. Then, silver-scaled counselor intones. We require you to hand over the human to our custody for the duration of her pregnancy. The child will be examined upon birth to see if it warrants survival. Rage explodes in me, tail slamming the floor with a sharp hiss that reverberates in the chamber. Never. You'll not cage her like a broodmare for your experiments. Displeased muttering ripples through the dais. Jade-scaled counselor's eyes glint. Then your attempt to spare her is pointless. If we have no assurance the half-breed can be controlled, we cannot let it roam free. My limbs tremble with suppressed wrath. This has become a no-win scenario. Hand her over to their so-called caretaking, or watch them brand me and the child abominations. My voice emerges strangled. If your condition is to imprison or kill them, I refuse. I'll fight you to the last scale. Silver-scaled counselor sighs in mock sympathy. You truly are lost, warlord. The council tries to be lenient, to preserve your life for your father's legacy. We see now you're beyond reason. He nods to the others, a grim finality in his gaze. Very well. If you will not relinquish the child to us, we have no choice but to demand your domain and your exile. And we reserve the right to apprehend the human if she re-enters Naga lands. My heart plummets. That wasn't the deal we agreed upon. They ignore my protest, forging ahead with inky quills on parchment. The dais hums with their clipped voices, finalizing an ultimatum. A wave of despair washes over me as I realize they're granting me nothing. Even sacrificing my title won't guarantee Mira's safety unless she stays permanently outside my borders. I won't see her child, won't shield them from the council's covert reach. I can't return to the High Nest or my estate. They've cornered me, leaving me powerless. I try to muster a final argument. This is tyranny, I say, voice shaking with fury. You'll turn me into a wanderer, cast out from my own lands, for loving someone you deem lesser. I defy you. Jade-scaled counselor flicks her tongue in disdain. Defy us all you wish, but the law stands. Accept our terms or face immediate condemnation. We can dispatch enforcers to seize your estate this very hour. Crick, who stood silent near the entrance, shifts, a snarl under his breath. The guards bristle, ready if we lash out. My entire being brims with the urge to tear these counselors limb from limb for their arrogance. But that would only doom Mira and the child further. Realizing I'm truly trapped, I let out a ragged breath. So be it. I yield my territory, my rank, and will leave your nest forever. But keep your hands off her. My tail coils in torment. If she remains outside Naga borders, you'll let her live? The counselors exchange smug glances. Silver-scaled counselor answers. If the abomination never sets foot in Nagaland, the council has no jurisdiction. A flicker of cruelty taints his voice. Let your half-breed roam the outside lands if it can survive. But if it dares cross our domain, we'll treat it as a threat. My chest hammers, heartbreak tightening every muscle. So this is their final offer. Exile, the loss of all I once held dear, and a lifelong ban on Mira's return. My only solace is that they won't actively hunt her beyond our borders, assuming they keep their word. Numbly, I nod, tail sagging. I accept your demands. The words tear from my throat, hollow and final. The dais hums with satisfaction, as though they revel in my downfall. I want to roar that they haven't truly broken me, but all I feel is a bleak emptiness, convinced I've lost everything. I stand there battered as they draft the decree. They read it aloud, formalizing that I relinquish my estate and warlord title, cede all rights to the High Nest, and must leave Naga territory within a fortnight. Mira and the child remain barred from re-entry, or they face immediate capture. I sense the council's pleasure at removing a rogue from their midst. Once it's done, I spin on my heel, ignoring the condescending bows offered by a few counselors. Crick follows me out, jaw clenched. We move down the corridor in grim silence. My mind replays the council's edict. I can't protect Mira or the child if they ever step foot in Nagaland again. Our bond is severed by the threat of annihilation. I exit into the open courtyard, fresh air striking me like an icy blade. The High Nest's grand spires loom overhead, once a place that might have been mine to command. Now it's a graveyard of my hopes. I stoop near a grand statue of some ancient warlord, ignoring the stares of passing nobles. My throat burns, a mixture of hatred and despair warring inside me. Crick steps closer, voice tight. We can't let them get away with this. You shouldn't accept their ultimatum. I laugh bitterly, tail thrashing on the polished stones. What choice do I have? Fight them, and we brand Mira and the child targets of open war. They'd never be safe. He exhales, anger radiating from him. So that's it! You lose your lands, your status, everything. I straighten, glaring at the distant horizon. Yes. I'll gather my personal belongings and leave for exile before the fortnight ends. Mira must remain hidden outside Nagaland forever. They can't harm what they cannot find. My voice cracks at the final word, the idea of never returning to the place I built, never holding my child in my estate, tears at me. But if it spares them from the council's wrath, I'll pay that cost. Crick hesitates, reaching out. And what about you? Where will you go? A hollow laugh escapes me. Anywhere that welcomes a disgraced warlord. Perhaps I'll dwell in the frontier lands, forging a new life with the exiles and wanderers. It hardly matters. I press a hand over the scar near my ribs, the legacy of betrayal from my betrothed, now overshadowed by the betrayal of my entire race. He sets his jaw, wanting to protest, but seems at a loss. I'll follow you if you need me, he finally says. I owe you that much. The loyalty in his voice stings, a reminder that I still have a friend, but it doesn't lessen the weight of sorrow. Thank you, I murmur, not meeting his eyes. But first, let's get out of here. I can't stand another moment in this den of hypocrites. With that, we leave the capital's courtyard, descending marble steps that echo with each beat of my tail. My mind remains drowned in regrets. I picture Mira, presumably waiting for some sign that I've prevailed. How can I face her with news that I've bartered away our future in Nagaland for a fragile promise of safety? We can't remain in the estate. Once the council's edict is enforced, it no longer belongs to me. And if she re-enters these lands, they might seize her or the child. We mount a small carriage at the city gates. The driver snaps the reins, and we depart under the watchful eyes of curious onlookers. I stare at the passing spires and magnificent arches, everything I once believed shaped the heart of Naga civilization. Now I see them for the illusions they are. The high seat fosters cruelty hidden behind grandeur. The road leading away from the capital is lined with thick-barked trees, red vines tangling across twisted branches. The sun sets behind us, painting the sky in a bruised palette of purples and golds. I slump in the carriage, feeling each rattle of the wheels as an echo of my pounding heart. In a matter of hours, I lost everything I'd spent a lifetime forging. Except Mira. She's outside the council's reach for now. But I can't see how we'll remain together if stepping into Nagaland again spells certain doom. A day passes in bleak silence as we journey back toward my estate. I barely eat or speak, ignoring Crick's attempts at conversation. My thoughts revolve around how to tell Mira, how to break the news that our child can never set foot in my homeland, that I must vanish into exile or risk their wrath all over again. We arrive late afternoon, the estate's imposing walls looming in the distance. The gate opens without fuss, but I sense the staff's tension as we pass. Word of the council's edict must have preceded me. A hush clings to every corridor, fear and pity woven into each sideways glance. I dismount in the courtyard, tail dragging behind me as I march to the main hall. My chest aches with an emptiness so profound I can barely breathe. Scenes flash in my mind. The day I first brought Mira here, how I watched her from the shadows, enthralled by her quiet grace. Now I face the humiliating truth that I must vacate my own territory within a fortnight. The staff, the fields, the hidden garden, none of it is mine anymore. Crick shadows me, uncertain. We reach the corridor leading to Mira's room, but I pause. A wave of anguish grips me, forcing me to lean against the wall. My tail curls in a despairing coil, as though trying to hold me upright. I've never felt so powerless. Vaserin, Crick says gently, placing a hand on my shoulder. She'll want to know you returned. I nod, swallowing a knot of emotion. Yes. Summoning what remains of my composure, I move forward, pushing the door open with a trembling hand. Inside, she stands near a small table wearing a plain tunic that highlights her slight figure. Her dark hair is pinned with the jade comb I gave her long ago, the single ornament that reminds me of simpler days. The moment she sees me, her face floods with relief, swiftly replaced by alarm at my expression. "Vaserin," she whispers, stepping closer. "You're back. Are you?" I can't speak for a moment. My tail slides across the floor, scraping gently. "The council demanded everything," I manage, voice hoarse. "My domain, my warlord title. I'm banished from these lands within 14 days. It hurts to voice the final blow. You and our child can't stay here either. If you do, the council reserves the right to seize you." Her eyes brim with tears, heartbreak etched in every line of her face. "So they gave you no mercy." A bitter laugh escapes me. "None. If we remain, they'll come with official sanction. They can crush us." My gaze lingers on her belly. A fierce longing and despair churn like a tempest inside me. "I'm so sorry, I tried." She presses a shaking hand to my chest, tears sliding down her cheeks. "You gave up everything for me." Her voice trembles, a torrent of sorrow. "That's not your fault. The council is vile." I dip my head, tail moving around her in an instinctive show of comfort. "We have to leave this place. My staff can decide whether to remain under new overlords or accompany me into exile. But the estate itself is lost." She swallows hard, leaning against me. "Then we go together, right?" She searches my face with fragile hope. "We'll find a new land, raise our child free from their tyranny." My breath hitches at the magnitude of that dream. "It's all we can do," I whisper, voice husky. "But no, it won't be easy. I'm a warlord turned fugitive. We might face scorn in other lands too." She grips my forearm. "Better than living in fear of the council. We stand a chance out there, if we stand together." Tears prick my eyes, a rare show of vulnerability I can't hide. I cup her cheek, letting the weight of my heartbreak slip into that touch. "Yes," I say, voice unsteady. "We face a dark road, but I'll never let them harm you or our child." She slips into my arms, cheek to my chest, and we stay wrapped in each other in the hush of her room. The realization that we must flee, leaving behind every foundation, crushes me. But I cling to the single truth that matters. As long as we remain united, hope survives. Night falls outside, the estate's corridors hushed with dread. Tomorrow I'll gather my loyal staff, inform them of the council's decree. Some may follow me into the unknown. Others might bow to the new regime. I glance at Mira's pale face, haunted yet determined. We've lost a home, but we still have each other. The council can't strip me of that bond, not without shedding my last drop of blood. My tail curls around her waist, anchoring us in the midst of ruin. Her trembling slows as she matches my breathing. We stand, hearts pounding, enveloped by the reality of our new destiny. The future is a labyrinth of potential dangers, but we'll walk it side by side. A single flame in the room's lantern flickers, reflecting in her eyes. The tension eases just enough for us to share a fleeting sense of solace, even in the face of devastation. I tilt my head, pressing my mouth gently to her temple. She exhales shakily, arms winding around my waist. "I have you," I whisper, voice thick with emotion. "No matter where we go." She closes her eyes, tears slipping free. "And I have you." We linger in that fragile embrace, bracing for the dark night that threatens to swallow us. Though I stand at the brink of losing all I once claimed title, lands, ancestral honor, I cling to the singular light we carry. The unborn child stirring possibility in her womb, and the quiet vow in our hearts that refuses to be crushed.
Chapter 15. Mira. I stand at the edge of a clearing beyond Vaserin's estate, the early sun still trapped by the jungle canopy so that only a few beams stab through. My pulse hammers with a nervous energy. Tally, the strange and wry jungle witch, circles me slowly, her staff tapping the moist ground. Her presence both unsettles and reassures me. She has a way of knowing secrets I'd rather keep hidden, yet she has pledged her help. Crick leans against a mossy tree, arms folded. He's come to escort me, or to protect me, or perhaps both. Ever since Vaserin returned from the high nest with the council's ultimatum, the mood in his domain has been grim. He has a fortnight before final exile. After that, the council will claim everything, leaving us homeless in the outside lands. I should be racked by despair, but my frustration burns hotter than heartbreak. If we quietly accept their demands, we'll be forever banished. And once my child is born, I'll have no place in Nagaland. My child, ours, would grow up rootless, condemned before drawing a first breath. Vaserin wanted me to remain hidden, safe from the council. But I can't bear waiting like some helpless piece on a board. I'm carrying a life that should exist without fear. So I made a choice. To return to the capital, to stand up before those who deny our bond. I won't cower while they tear apart everything we built. If Vaserin wages a war by politics, I'll fight on my terms, through public defiance, through raw truth. Tally stops her circling, narrowing dark eyes rimmed with green tattoos. She's tall, half wrapped in vines, her skin tinted with the hue of the jungle's damp air. You're certain of this path, child? Her voice resonates with an ancient timbre, as though she's older than the twisted trees around us. Challenging Naga law is no small matter. They've hammered it into tradition for centuries. My tale of nerves, my battered, anxious heart, almost makes me waver. But I inhale the humid air, my palms settling over my lower belly. The morning sickness has mostly subsided for now, replaced by a swirl of determination. I'm certain, I say quietly. I can't hide when they want to brand my child an abomination. If my presence disrupts their illusions of purity, so be it. Crick steps forward, letting out a resigned sigh. Then we'll do it right. You'll need an escort to the high nest. I know the roads, the guard checkpoints. Tally can help keep the scouts off our trail. She raises her staff. My potions can create illusions of smell to fool Naga senses, just long enough for us to slip close to the capital. But once you confront them publicly, there's no more hiding. A tremor slips down my spine at the thought of standing in that grand chamber, facing the sneers of the council. I picture them in their lavish seats, ready to condemn anything that doesn't fit their laws. Fear threatens to surface, but so does a quiet fury. Vaserin is facing exile alone, tearing himself apart. I won't let him shoulder all blame. I plan to stake our claim openly, even if it defies reason. I hold Tally's gaze. Help me get there unnoticed, and I'll do the rest. She nods, extending a small pouch of herbs. Chew these if your sickness returns on the journey. The child in your womb draws strength from you, but it also steals some of your vitality. Don't faint in the middle of your big stand. A shaky laugh escapes me. Thank you, Tally. Pocketing the herbs, I glance at Crick. Let's go. We set out, slipping through the winding paths of Vaserin's estate. I can't say goodbye to him. If I do, he'll forbid this. I left a note, explaining I must do this on my own terms. Even as sorrow grips me at the thought of his reaction, I press forward. My footsteps feel lighter than they should, perhaps because my resolve is the only thing keeping me upright. Crick leads the way through a tangle of red-barked trees at the far edge of the property, avoiding the main gate. Tally trails behind, occasionally muttering incantations under her breath. She sprinkles crushed leaves that swirl in the air, leaving behind a faint shimmering that dissipates like smoke. If it works, the Naga scouts posted along the roads might sense only the wind or the passing of small animals. The journey to the capital is grueling. We travel mostly by night, resting in hidden hollows during the day. My stomach churns occasionally, forcing me to pause and breathe, but Tally's herbal remedy dulls the worst of the sickness. Twice we spot naga patrols weaving through the jungle. Once a pair of orcs passes a distant clearing. Each time Tally hushes us and activates her illusions. We slip by undetected. My chest pounds with every close call, but we persist. After days of cautious travel, the high nest's silhouette rises in the distance, its towers piercing the sky. The roads leading there are well trodden, patrolled by council loyalists. My pulse climbs as we near the outskirts. Tally covers us in one final swirl of shimmering dust, instructing us to keep quiet. We bypass the gates at dusk, scaling a side ridge that overlooks a lesser-known path. Crick pries open a rusted grate, leading us into a disused aqueduct that empties near the city's lower quarter. We emerge in the capital's labyrinthine streets after nightfall, passing through alleyways lit by flickering lanterns. The city hums with activity even at this hour, merchants hawking goods, guards patrolling, naga of every caste flitting about on unknown errands. I tug my hood lower, sensing the stares. A human strolling these streets is a rarity, especially unescorted by a master. We find a cramped inn near the city's fringes, dark and unremarkable. Tally haggles for a single room with her potions, and the innkeeper's eyes glaze over, a sign of mild enchantment. Soon we slip into a dusty chamber with a narrow bed and a battered table. Exhaustion threatens to overwhelm me, but the knowledge of what I must do keeps me awake. Crick paces, arms folded. Tomorrow, the council convenes at mid-morning to finalise decisions about territory reassignments. They might finalise Vaserin's exile and confirm Velna's rise if she's pressing for that. He gives me a searching look. That's your best chance to interrupt them all. My throat is dry. Yes, I'll reveal the pregnancy to the entire council, leaving them no option but to hear me out. He glances at Tally, who rummages through her satchel of herbs. You're certain you want to do this? I think of Vaserin, how he once shielded me from every threat, how he bleeds inside at the prospect of losing everything for our child's sake. I have to, I say quietly. He shouldn't fight alone. Night's hush stretches across the cramped room. Tally dozes in a corner, staff laid across her lap. Crick volunteers to keep watch, leaning by the door. I lie on the bed, an odd swirl of dread and excitement twisting my insides. My child stirs faintly, or maybe that's just my nervous heart. I murmur a silent vow. Tomorrow, I'll stand before the council. Let them see me not as a cringing servant, but as a mother defending her unborn child. Sleep eventually finds me in ragged snatches. Dawn creeps over the rooftops. We take a sparse meal in the inn's dim common room, ignoring the innkeeper's suspicious glare. By mid-morning, we slip from the inn and head deeper into the high nest's heart. The wide boulevards climb toward the council's grand building, a structure carved from pale stone that rises in ornate spires. My palms sweat, remembering how Vaserin once described it as a lair of hypocrisy. Crick leads the way, shoulders tense. Tally trails behind me. We attract stares, but no immediate challenge. My hood remains low until we near the grand steps leading up to the council's hall. Guards flank the entrance, warily eyeing the lines of naga dignitaries streaming in. The day's session must be a formal tribunal, open to certain spectators. Standing at the base of the steps, Crick turns. Are you sure you want to do this alone? Tally and I can escort you inside. I swallow hard. If you both enter, they'll see it as an invasion from outside forces. Let me go first. If I fail, or if they move to arrest me, then do what you must. My voice shakes, but I lift my chin. I'm the one carrying the child. Let them confront me directly. Crick's jaw clenches. We'll be near no matter what. He exchanges a nod with Tally, who mutters a cryptic blessing in the old tongues. I gather my courage, ascending the stone steps. Each step echoes in my mind, a countdown to confrontation. My heart thunders. Beneath my hood, sweat beads at my temples. The guards glance at me, perplexed by a lone human in a crowd of Naga aristocrats. But they don't stop me. Perhaps they assume I'm someone's servant. Inside, the hall is even grander. A circular space with tall columns shaped like coiled serpents. Light filters through stained glass high overhead, casting dancing colours on the polished floor. Rows of seated Naga line the perimeter, with a raised dais at the centre, where the council sits in judgment. My gaze sweeps the dais, searching for Vaserin among the throng. I spot him near the side, not on the dais but in a section reserved for exiled warlords forced to appear. He stands tall, yet looks hollowed out, tension radiating from his black-scaled arms and coiled tail. My breath catches. He's more beautiful than I remembered, but heartbreak shadows his golden eyes. At the dais, the councillors preside. Velna perches near them, coiled in a seat of honour, wearing a triumphant expression. The hush of official proceedings thrums in the air as a robed herald announces, "The council now hears the final reading of the resolution on Warlord Vazirin's estate and his exile." I push forward through the crowd, ignoring the startled murmurs from Naga nobles. My hood slips back, revealing my human features. A ripple of shock spreads. Some recoil, others gawk at the audacity of a human stepping into the council's chamber uninvited. But I keep going until I reach the open centre of the hall. A guard tries to bar my path. "Stop," he hisses. No humans allowed in the sacred hearing. I force my voice to ring across the hush. I come with the most crucial testimony regarding Vazirin's fate. My heart pounds as I turn to the dais, lifting my chin. I will speak, or this tribunal will remain a farce. Velna rises, eyes flaring in anger. How dare a human interrupt? Vaserin steps forward, alarm etched in every line of his face. "Mira!" he breathes, tail twitching violently. "You shouldn't be here." But it's too late to retreat. I face the dais, letting the entire hall see my determined stance. "The council condemns him for defying your laws with me, but you must know the truth. I carry his child, a half-naga who is no crime. We stand here to break your illusions of purity. We will not be cast aside as abominations." A stunned silence envelops the chamber. Some councillors lean forward in shock, others recoil. Velna's expression darkens with fury. Then an uproar erupts, shouting, hisses, cries of outrage. The presiding councillor slams a staff on the dais, demanding order. My heart races, but I stand firm. Vazirin tries to edge closer, but two guards block him. His gaze locks onto mine, fear and pride mingling in his eyes. I give him a small, resolute nod, chest tight with so many emotions. The next wave of council condemnation hits. One councillor snarls, "This cannot stand. A half-breed is an affront to Naga heritage." Another councillor demands, "Seize the human at once." I stiffen, dread surging, but I hold my ground. "If you label me a criminal, let all watch as you punish a pregnant mother. Show your true face, council, to every Naga in this hall." I sweep my gaze across the assembled watchers, many of whom shift uncomfortably. A child, half Naga, half human, is not a threat. The real threat is your refusal to evolve beyond archaic cruelty. Velna slithers from her seat, robes sweeping the floor. "Archaic cruelty? Our laws preserve Naga strength. You'd birth a bastard that weakens our entire race." "Or strengthens it," I counter, chest heaving. "You fear what you cannot control. I say it's time to break your cycle of fear." The chamber erupts again. Guards approach, but Vaserin roars, Venom lacing his fangs, halting them. He spins to face the dais, voice booming. "Enough of your hypocrisy. I've offered my entire territory to keep her safe, yet you refuse reason. Now she stands before you, unafraid. Silver-scaled counsellor slams his staff. You dare defy our final verdict? Vaserin stands tall, black scales glittering. I do, because you refuse to see beyond your rigid laws. Velna sneers. Spare us your grand speeches. This half-breed fiasco. She cuts off, searching for a better term. This travesty undermines all we hold dear. My fury ignites. What you hold dear is power, not the well-being of your people. You cling to illusions of purity while ignoring the potential for compassion, for unity beyond bloodlines. A hush crashes over the hall, weighted with tension. The councillors exchange glances, uncertain how to proceed in the face of such open defiance. Some seem rattled, others incensed. Outside the ring of watchers, I catch sight of Tally and Crick, both hovering near an archway. Tally's staff glints, as if ready to cast illusions or spells if the guards attack. Crick's posture is coiled for a fight. Silver-scaled counsellor raps his staff again. This is unacceptable. Guards, remove her. But I step forward, voice rising over the commotion. Remove me, and your entire system stands exposed as a farce. I ask all Naga here to witness. Is this truly the justice you uphold? To imprison or kill a mother and unborn child for daring to exist outside your precious lines? Murmuring ripples through the crowd. Some appear horrified or fascinated, uncertain whether to side with me or obey the council's iron tradition. Jade-scaled counsellor glowers. We do this for the race's survival. I fix my stare on her. Does survival require stamping out every difference? Would you kill the child now, in front of everyone, to prove your point? I lay a hand on my abdomen. Let them see the truth. Silence, broken only by scattered gasps. The guards hesitate, unsure whether to drag me away in front of so many onlookers. Vaserin edges closer, tail lashing. I claimed exile to save her, he says, voice trembling with anger. But even that wasn't enough. Now you see we will not yield. If you want to crush us, do it here, in public view. The presiding councillor's eyes flick over the hall. The crowd of nobles shifts, an undercurrent of tension building. Perhaps the council fears open scandal if they physically seize a pregnant woman. Maybe they sense the watcher's growing discomfort. Lady Velna hisses, but she holds back, uncertain. I press on, heart thudding. Your laws call me a taint, an abomination. But if your race is so strong, why fear a single woman and child? If your traditions are so just, why conceal them behind closed doors? Velna whips around, tail striking the dais in frustration. This is pointless. The law stands. I cut her off, stepping closer, voice ringing. Then challenge me by your law, not in secret. Let me present my case. Let Vaserin present his. If your tradition is fair, you'll allow a trial for our unborn child's right to exist. Silver-scaled counsellor bristles. A trial? You demand rights for a half-breed fetus? My pulse surges, but I hold fast. I demand you honour your own legal proceedings. If I must stand trial, do it openly. Let all see how you judge an unborn life. The hush intensifies, watchers straining to hear the council's response. Vaserin's tail slides across my waist, a protective gesture that steadies me. His eyes gleam with renewed hope, as though seeing me fight stokes his courage. Listen to her, he says, voice echoing. We call for an open tribunal, not a backroom verdict. Let the entire capital witness your fairness or your cruelty. Frenzied whispers break out. Councillors exchange alarmed looks. The hubbub grows, even among the nobility crowding the chamber. Then, in a decisive move, jade-scaled councillor hisses for silence. This is highly irregular, she snaps. But I sense her wariness. They can't simply ignore an open challenge with so many onlookers. The capital thrives on spectacle. Velna seethes, glaring between me and Vaserin. "You're playing with fire," she spits, tail slamming the floor. "Do you think a public trial will absolve you? We will still brand your child a threat." I return her glare, refusing to waver. "Then do it in the open, with the entire city watching. Let them see if you truly uphold justice or if you fear the truth of a child's innocent potential." She bares her fangs, but the council hushes her. Silver-scaled councillor confers with the others in frantic undertones. Tension mounts. At last he turns to the dais. "Very well. The council acknowledges a formal challenge. We'll convene an open tribunal in 3 days' time to address the so-called half-breed's fate and Vaserin's exile. Until then, the human is confined to the city, under guard, but not harmed." Relief and terror jolt through me. I stare at Vaserin, chest tight. We've forced them into a public hearing, but that's no guarantee we'll win. Yet a spark of triumph courses in my veins. I haven't let them bury our fate behind closed doors. The watchers murmur, enthralled by the spectacle. Velna hurls a venomous look at me, then at the council. "You coddle them. This hearing should be moot. The child is an abomination." Silver-scaled councillor waves her off. "Enough, Lady Velna. We will proceed by the letter of law, or risk turning the city's crowd against us." His gaze flicks to me. "In 3 days, appear before us. If you flee, we'll consider you guilty by default." Vaserin grips my hand, tail brushing my hip in a protective swirl. "We won't flee," he says, voice resonant. "We'll face your trial, and if you doom us, let it be done in the harsh light of truth." With that, the council's session closes in chaos. I stand, trembling from adrenaline, as guards attempt to corral the crowd. Tally and Crick slip closer, relief etched on their faces. But we're quickly flanked by watchers, some intrigued, others disgusted. Vaserin shields me with his tall frame, ignoring the hateful mutters that swirl. Despite the rancor, I feel a pulse of victory. We didn't let them finalize our doom in secrecy. By forcing an open tribunal, we give ourselves a fighting chance. My body quakes with the aftermath of defiance, but Vaserin's presence steadies me. For once, he doesn't push me away. Instead, his tail tightens around my waist, an unspoken vow that we stand together. Outside, the city's daylight stings my eyes. Guards insist on escorting us, ensuring we don't vanish. Tally flanks me with stoic calm, her staff tapping the cobblestones. Crick hovers behind, scanning for threats. Vaserin holds my hand in silent support. We walk in uneasy formation down the broad steps, watched by throngs of naga, many of whom gossip openly about the human mother who dared to speak in the council's face. My head throbs with the tension, and nausea stirs again, a reminder of the child that drives me to risk everything. The guards direct us to a city guest compound, a glorified prison where we can't easily slip away. But I cling to the knowledge that in 3 days we'll speak our truth to the entire nest. If the city's watchers see the council's cruelty laid bare, perhaps sympathy might shift in our favour. Once inside the compound's tall walls, we're shown to separate quarters, an arrangement that rankles, but I suspect the council wants to keep Vaserin from me. I glance at him in alarm, but he squeezes my hand, forcing a tight smile. "I'll find a way to see you. Stay strong." Before I can reply, a guard tugs me away. My heart aches, but I lift my chin and follow. Tally and Crick are directed to smaller cells on the perimeter, while I'm led to a modest chamber with a barred window. The guard tosses me a cynical glance, then leaves, locking the door behind him. My stomach twists with a wave of sickness, but I fight it down. We've come too far to succumb to despair now. The day passes slowly. I pace the cramped chamber, ignoring the stone cot in the corner. My thoughts whirl with half-formed arguments for the upcoming tribunal, ways to sway public opinion, or at least shame the council. Exhaustion weighs on me, but each time I close my eyes, I see the council's scornful faces. Night settles. A guard brings stale bread and tepid water. My appetite is minimal, though the baby's constant demand for nourishment forces me to nibble. After hours of fretful tossing, I slump on the cot, tailing a single blanket around my shoulders. Sleep comes in fits. Vaserin's face haunts my dreams, alongside images of a child caught in the council's claws. At some point, a muffled scrape at the door startles me awake. I sit up, heart hammering. Then the door creaks open, revealing Vaserin's tall form, slipping in with feline grace. He secures the latch behind him, casting me a hushed, urgent look. "Vaserin," I whisper, standing unsteadily. "How did you—" He presses a finger to my lips, tail winding around my hips. "Hush, I paid off a guard. We don't have long." His eyes blaze with a desperate light. "I had to see you." Relief floods me. I throw my arms around him, face buried in the crook of his neck. The tension of the day dissolves into a wave of yearning. He murmurs my name, voice thick with longing. His tail slides up my spine, and we tangle together in the dim lamplight, savouring this stolen moment. My breath catches. Despite the heaviness of our predicament, or maybe because of it, I feel an urgent need to reaffirm the bond that's carried us here. I sense the same spark in his trembling hands, the coil of his tail, the hitch in his breath. He cups my cheek, eyes flicking to my abdomen. "Are you well? The baby?" I nod, tears prickling. "I'm fine. We're fine." He bends, capturing my lips with a tenderness that melts me. The kiss deepens swiftly, fueled by the knowledge that any second a guard might disrupt us. Our desperation collides, and I moan softly, parting my mouth for him. His tail tightens, pulling me flush to his chest. Heat crackles in the confined space, overshadowing the chill of the stone walls. He drags me against him, lips trailing down my neck. "I thought I'd lost you to their cruelty," he murmurs, voice rough with emotion. "Then you returned, defying the council. How can I ever let go?" Tears slip down my cheeks, a mix of sorrow and fierce devotion. "You don't have to," I whisper, clinging to him. "Not now, not ever." In that hush, raw longing takes hold. We have so little time, so many dangers swirling around us, yet I crave his touch, the affirmation that we exist beyond the council's shackles. My hands slide under his robe, feeling the ridges of black scales. He exhales a stuttering breath, closing the space between us until our foreheads meet. "Is it safe for you, for the baby?" he asks, tail coiling around my leg, unsure. I nod, cheeks flushing. Tally said moderate intimacy is safe, and right now I need you, I admit, voice quavering. I need to remember there's more than fear.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. We collapse onto the cot, limbs entwined, breathing as one. The flickering lamplight bathes our damp skin in a muted glow. I cradle his face, tears trailing down my cheeks. He presses gentle kisses to my knuckles, eyes shining with fierce devotion. For a few precious moments, all the strife and political turmoil vanish, replaced by the living truth that we choose each other despite every obstacle. Eventually, the reality of our situation returns. We can't linger indefinitely. The guards might notice his absence. He lifts his head, tail slowly unwinding from my thigh. We have to prepare, he whispers, voice heavy. A public tribunal awaits in 3 days. They'll fight to brand us criminals, but maybe we can rally some support. I nod, fingers tracing the edge of his jaw. I'll stand by your side when we face them again. I won't be silent again. He rolls off me, pulling me up gently. We right our clothes, hearts still thrumming with aftershocks of pleasure and dread. In the hush of the lamp's glow, he cups my cheek. Thank you, he breathes, voice trembling, for coming here, for risking everything so we might have a chance. My eyes burn with unshed tears. I'd do it again, no matter how dark. If we yield to their cruelty, we lose more than land or titles. We lose who we are. He kisses me, a tender press of lips that promises unity. We must plan carefully. The city's crowd saw your boldness. Some might sympathise. I'll contact old allies, or those disillusioned with the council's tyranny. We can turn public opinion enough to make them hesitate before condemning our child. Hope flutters in my chest, tenuous yet bright. Then we fight, not just for ourselves, but for every life their laws would crush. He nods, tail curling around my waist in a final embrace. I must slip out now. The guard who turned a blind eye for me can't stall forever. A flicker of desperation crosses his face. Be safe. I'll do all I can to ensure your comfort here. Tally and Crick remain near, correct? Yes, I say, voice quivering with emotion. They stand watch outside. He gives a brief nod, tail brushing me in farewell. My hand clenches around his for one last moment, our parted fingers a silent vow. Then he's gone, slipping through the door. It latches shut behind him with a quiet finality, leaving me in the lamplit hush, body still thrumming from the intensity of our union. I slump on the cot, fingers splayed over my abdomen. My thoughts spin with a mix of dread and determination. We forced the council's hand into a public tribunal. We risk everything in 3 days. But we also hold a chance to shatter the illusions that bind Naga tradition. The lamplight flickers, reflecting in my tear-filled gaze. I imagine standing before the council, my voice unwavering, the child in my womb the living proof that love can cross boundaries. Let them try to chain me or brand me monstrous. I have Vaserin's devotion, and he has mine. Together, we might carve a new path, one that defies their ancient fear. Exhaling, I curl beneath the threadbare blanket. My body aches from exhaustion and the aftermath of our stolen intimacy, but my heart glows with a fierce light that no law can extinguish. The upcoming tribunal looms like a thundercloud, yet I sense the faint hum of possibility pulsing beneath the terror. If we succeed, we might reshape Naga law. If we fail, we face condemnation. Either way, I refuse to let my child inherit a world ruled by blind prejudice. My eyes fall shut as the memory of his scaled arms and whispered promises lulls me into a fitful slumber. Time rushes forward, unstoppable, carrying me toward the day we confront the council and risk everything for the bond we've forged in love and defiance. Chapter 16. Mirror. The day of the tribunal arrives in a haze of jittery dread and determined resolve. I wake in the same cramped chamber where the council has confined me, heart hammering even before consciousness fully claims me. My dreams were turbulent, scenes of the council dais looming, of Vaserin reaching for me, while serpentine shadows tried to yank me away. I sit up on the thin cot, cradling my still aching body. My stomach turns, but I force the nausea down, reminding myself of the child in my womb who needs me calm and focused. Sunlight trickles through a barred window, casting stripes on the floor. Outside the city hums with an undercurrent of tension, as though the entire high nest braces for confrontation. Word must have spread that there would be a public hearing. I sense a crowd forming even now, nobles drawn by scandal, merchants seeking gossip, a restless populace yearning for a show. The council thrives on spectacle, and we're about to give them one. I stand, resting my hand over my abdomen as another wave of nerves surges. The child feels like a quiet presence within me, giving me strength. I whisper a silent promise. I'll fight for us, no matter the cost. A knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. I cross the cramped space, footsteps echoing on cold stone. When I pull it open, Tally stands outside, staff in hand, her eyes grave. She's tall, with sinuous limbs partly covered in vine-like tattoos, hair coiled up in a messy knot. Behind her, Crick waits, arms folded, half blood scales glinting in the dim corridor. A single guard lingers near the intersection, pretending not to notice us. Likely Tally or Crick bribed him again. Tally's voice emerges low. They convene soon in the main hall. The entire nest will have eyes on you. She lifts her staff slightly. Are you ready? My throat feels dry, but I nod. I have to be, I answer, stepping into the hallway. Crick gives me a small, encouraging nod. His mismatched scales and the scar on his chin speak to a life of conflict, but his loyalty has never wavered. We walk together, each step echoing in the hush. Vaserin is supposed to wait in a separate holding area. The council wants to ensure we don't coordinate a surprise, as if we haven't already declared our love before the entire city. I ache to see him, to feel his steady presence coil around me in silent reassurance, but I can't. We must enter the hall from different sides, like two defendants in a monstrous trial. When we reach a large archway, the guard from earlier blocks Tally and Crick from preceding. Tally gives me a swift look, her expression hinting at quiet pride. Crick rests a hand on my shoulder, leaning in close. Show them you're not afraid, he murmurs, voice firm. We'll be right here if things turn dire. I manage a tight smile, then push forward alone. The corridor soon opens into the council's grand chamber, a circular arena lined with tall columns. Coloured light streams in from stained glass windows overhead, painting the floor in swirls of blue and gold. Rows of naga fill the perimeter, whispering among themselves. Nobles in fine robes, lesser officials with simpler garments. Some half-bloods on the edges, curiosity burning in their stares. At the centre, the dais stands raised, where the councillors perch on carved seats shaped like serpents. Lady Velna sits to one side, elegantly robed, her green scales glinting. She levels a disdainful glare at me as I enter, chin lifting in faint triumph. She believes she's orchestrated our downfall. I force myself to hold her gaze, refusing to shrink. My heart leaps when I spot Vaserin across the chamber. He stands tall, black scales and broad shoulders tense with coiled energy, arms folded over his chest. The faint lamplight picks out the sharp angles of his face and the reflective gleam in his golden eyes. Though stoic, I sense an undercurrent of worry in the flick of his tail. He inclines his head a fraction, a silent greeting. I respond with a brief nod, chest flooding with warmth. Even separated by a sea of onlookers, we stand together. A herald in elaborate robes steps forward, banging a long staff on the floor. The council convenes to address the matter of Vaserin's alleged violation of Naga purity laws and the presence of his human consort, Mira, carrying a half-breed child. Let all bear witness to this tribunal. A rustle of movement sweeps through the crowd. My limbs tremble, but I move to the centre of the floor, lifting my chin. Vaserin mirrors me from the opposite side. Our gazes lock, bolstering my courage. Silver-scaled councillor stands, addressing the assembly. Vaserin has already forfeited his territory and rank, accepting exile. Yet the issue of the child remains. The mother insists on challenging our laws, claiming the unborn life should be recognised. We, the council, find this ridiculous, but we agreed to a public hearing. Murmurs and hisses ripple, some outraged, others intrigued. My pulse races. I think of the child's fluttering presence in my belly, drawing in a shaky breath. Then I speak, forcing my voice to carry across the hush. You condemn us without truly hearing our plea. This child is not an abomination. I stand here to prove that our union, our bond, is not a violation, but something your laws fail to encompass. Velna rises, tail flicking in agitation. Your bond is nothing but a stain on Naga honor. You dare to claim otherwise? Show us how you intend to prove your union is legitimate under ancient law. An older counsellor with jade-green scales nods. Yes, what more can you say? You've defied the simplest of traditions. The child's existence is a threat to our race's identity. My throat tightens with fury. A threat? Are you so fragile that one half-breed child shatters your entire society? I refuse to accept that cruelty is your only path. If your laws have a space for new forms of bonding, let us stand on that ground. I recall a snippet Vaserin told me about archaic rituals once, how there was a deep tradition of venom sharing for those deemed worthy. Velna sneers. You spout nonsense. Our laws demand rigorous rites for a union to be recognised. You have not performed them, and to attempt them now is laughable. You cannot possibly endure the Venom challenge. The Venom challenge. My heart pounds in recognition of that term. Vaserin mentioned it once as a near-forgotten rite, something only done in myth or ancient practice. But it's a legitimate path, if horrifying. My gaze snaps to him, and I see the flicker of alarm in his eyes. He must fear for me. Still, I step forward, the crowd parting around me. Then let me do it, I say, voice resonating with the hush. If your law demands a venom rite to sanctify our union, I claim that right. Show us you truly abide by your ancient codes. If I survive, you must accept me as his mate. If not... My words falter, dread crawling up my spine. Then so be it. A stunned silence grips the hall. Even the council appears taken aback by my boldness. Velna's lips twist, eyes widening. She tries to speak, but silver-scaled counsellor hushes her, intrigued. Do you realise the Venom challenge kills nearly any outsider who attempts it? He asks, voice dripping with cold cynicism. You gamble with your life and that of the unborn child. My knees threaten to buckle, but I recall the raw devotion in Vaserin's eyes. The child stirs inside me, a silent plea that we refuse to live in shame. I do, I whisper. I choose it anyway. A tumult of whispers surges among the audience. Some appear horrified, others enthralled by the possibility of such a spectacle. Jade-scaled counsellor regards me with a calculating stare. If you fail, we rid ourselves of this half-breed scandal. If you succeed, well, ancient law might force our hand to acknowledge your bond. A cunning gamble. Vaserin storms forward, tail lashing. No, he growls, glaring at me. I won't let you do it. We can find another way. My heart twists at his protest. I meet his gaze, voice trembling but firm. This is the only way to break their condemnation, the only way they'll stop calling our child a crime. If you truly want our union recognised by their archaic rules, let me try. He inhales sharply, anguish carving lines into his face. I can't watch you die, he whispers, tail coiling around my waist in an almost pleading gesture. It's too dangerous, especially while you carry the baby. Tears prick my eyes, but I hold steady. I love you. I love our child. We either stand openly in their laws, or we remain fugitives forever. This is my choice. Velna snorts, crossing her arms. How touching. But will the council truly allow such an ancient rite? The Venom challenge is near forgotten, and we have no guarantee it still stands. Silver-scaled counsellor lifts a clawed hand. The law stands. We cannot deny a challenge if one is declared, even if we consider it a relic. Let the record show the human woman requests the Venom rite. He eyes me with a grim look. So be it. You drink his venom in front of us all, and if you survive, ancient law compels recognition of your bond. If you perish, the matter is resolved. My insides churn, terror thrashing. This is more public than I ever wanted. My potential death turned into a spectacle. But I recall Tally's confidence in me, the child's unwavering presence, and the vow I made to Vaserin. I nod, swallowing my fear. I accept. Vaserin, distraught, tries to speak, but the council members hush him, beckoning attendants to set the stage. The dais clears, leaving a circle in the centre of the hall. The watchers press in, forming a ring of expectant faces. My heart pounds so loudly it deafens me. Vaserin steps before me, towering, black scales reflecting the flickering torches. His eyes hold a storm of love and panic. He grasps my hands, tail brushing my ankles in an almost soothing stroke. "Mira," he whispers, voice raw. "If it goes wrong, I can't." I press my fingers to his lips, tears sliding down my cheeks. "Show me the steps. I'll do my part." My entire body shakes, but a fierce resolve hums within. You told me once, the venom must be given willingly, that it anchors my essence to yours if I survive. He bows his head, tail trembling. Yes, usually it's done in private, guided by priests. We have no such guidance here. But the principle stands. You must ingest my venom, endure the fever, and if you live, the bond is sealed. They can't deny it. Silver-scaled counsellor slams his staff. "Proceed," he commands coldly. "Begin the rite or withdraw." Vaserin's gaze flicks to the dais, then returns to me. Despair and devotion war in his golden eyes. "I can't lose you," he breathes, voice cracking. "But I won't stop you. I'm sorry." I gently curl my hand around the side of his face, feeling the subtle ridges of scale. "No regrets," I murmur, leaning in to brush my lips against his. A hush falls over the crowd, watchers transfixed by the raw intimacy. Then I step back, head high, letting him prepare. He closes his eyes, inhaling sharply. When they open, his pupils have contracted to narrow slits, venom swirling behind his fangs. He hisses, a guttural sound, and bites into the meaty part of his own forearm, just beneath the layer of black scales. My stomach churns at the sight. Thick, shimmering venom wells from the wound, trailing down his skin. He holds out his arm, the poison dripping ominously. My breath falters. One drop might kill a mortal in seconds. I gather every scrap of courage, ignoring the roar of fear in my mind. Then, in one swift motion, I press my lips to the wound, letting the venom coat my mouth. The taste is bitter, hot, and my entire body recoils. Still, I force myself to swallow. Gasps ripple through the hall. The venom scorches my throat, sending a line of fire all the way down to my stomach. Instantly, I break into a sweat, vision darkening at the edges. My knees threaten to give out, but I grip Vaserin's arm as though it's the only anchor I have. A wave of dizzy heat blasts me. My lungs seize, fighting for air. My body convulses once, a spasm of raw pain. I let out a choked cry, staggering. Vaserin catches me, tail wrapping around my waist. The crowd murmurs, half horrified, half fascinated. I can feel my heartbeat pounding in my ears, loud enough to drown the torch's crackle. The fever hits next, a roiling inferno surging through my veins. My skin prickles, sweat pouring down my face. Every inch of my body feels as though it's being consumed from within. The child, I think frantically, though the pain is too all-encompassing to pinpoint anything else. My vision blurs, shapes swirling in a maelstrom of colour. Vaserin's voice cuts through my agony, low and urgent. "Mira, hold on," he pleads, arms steadying me. Focus on my voice. The world tilts, and I collapse to my knees, chest racked with convulsions. My teeth chatter, and a wave of nausea threatens to upend me. I see glimpses of the council dais, blurred faces, Lady Velna's smug silhouette. Then my eyes clamp shut as another surge of scorching pain slices through me. I hear Vaserin's roar, commanding the watchers back. "Stay away," he snarls. "No one touches her unless she fails. This is our right." His tail coils around me, forging a cocoon of scaled protection. I cling to him, nails digging into his arms, the torment nearly too great to endure. My body flares in feverish thrashing, each breath a struggle. It feels as though my blood boils with liquid fire, as if the venom courses and rewires me from the inside out. My heart pumps furiously, my lungs burn. I gasp for air, eyes rolling back. Vaserin cradles me close, whispering my name in a litany of raw emotion. "Mira, Mira, stay. Please, don't leave me. Fight." His breath ghosts over my sweat-drenched forehead. I sense him swaying with me, tail locked in an iron coil to keep me upright. The rest of the world fades to a distant roar. Time loses meaning in that vortex of suffering. I sink into a half-conscious haze, trembling violently. My thoughts scatter, images of home, of the estate we once shared, of him smiling in rare moments of peace. The child's faint stirring. A glimmer of reason urges me to survive, to not let them claim my life or brand our baby an atrocity. My entire body spasms. I taste blood on my tongue, vision flickering. Another wave of agony tears a ragged scream from my throat. Is this the end? Doubt claws at me, but Vaserin's voice keeps pulling me back. He repeats my name with desperate reverence, as though refusing to let my spirit slip away. Somewhere beyond the curtain of pain, I hear counsellors exclaiming, watchers gasping at the ferocity of the right. Tally might be chanting, or Crick might be cursing the council's callousness. I can't focus on anything except the heat raging inside me and the anchor of Vaserin's arms. Suddenly, a cold wave surges, clashing against the fiery venom. My body stiffens, lungs refusing to work. The conflict within me feels cataclysmic, like a storm that might annihilate me. Then, as though from the depths of the storm, a faint sense of calm emerges. My heartbeat thumps in a new rhythm, sinking with an unfamiliar force coursing through me. Vaserin's voice becomes clearer. "You're strong," he murmurs, his tail drawing me tighter against his chest. "Stay with me, please." I cling to that command. My convulsions slow, the fever receding from a blazing inferno to a milder but persistent burn. I cough, tasting bile, tears streaming down my cheeks. My entire body trembles as if I've run 1,000 miles, muscles weak as water. At last, I blink my eyes open, seeing only a swirling haze. The lamplight overhead seems too bright, but I glimpse Vaserin's face above me, features drawn with desperate hope. The hall remains a chaotic blur of shapes. She's alive," a counsellor mutters somewhere. Velna's voice crackles. "Impossible. Humans can't survive that level of venom." Vaserin releases a shaky breath, his brow brushing mine in a quiet surrender. "Mira," he breathes, tail still encircling me. "Yes, you're alive." My chest heaves, mine still foggy. I think so," I rasp, voice barely audible. My limbs feel leaden, but my heart drums with undeniable vigour, as though infused with an echo of his serpentine pulse. He helps me shift, guiding my head to rest against his shoulder. The crowd pulses with noise, but he shields me from it, coiling protectively. "You endured the transformation," he whispers, eyes shining with awe and relief. "They cannot deny us now." A hush drapes the chamber, overshadowed only by the hush of watchers who can't believe I survived. Council members confer in hushed urgency. My vision sharpens slowly, capturing the wide stares of many Naga onlookers. Some appear shaken, others furious. Silver-scaled counselor steps forward, staff tapping the ground. She lives, he concedes, voice trembling with grudging respect. By ancient law, if a human endures the Venom challenge, she is recognized as scalebound, united in blood with her naga mate. Vaserin's tail tightens in triumph, though his face remains wary. You see now that we are bound, not by fleeting lust, but by the deepest right your traditions hold. Velna seethes, tail lashing the ground. This is madness. She's carrying an abomination. But her protest lacks its previous venom. The law is older than any council decree. Jade-scaled counsellor inclines her head, face grim. We must honour the old codes. The bond stands. The unborn child, by extension, is recognised under that bond. She addresses the assembled watchers, voice echoing. So it is decreed. The union of Vaserin and Mira is scalebound. Let none declare them abominations by law. A wave of astonished murmurs and cheers swirl in the crowd. Some hiss in displeasure, but many appear stunned or even moved by the spectacle. My pulse stutters with relief, though exhaustion drags at me. I cling to Vaserin, tears streaming in a mixture of triumph and overwhelming fatigue. Velna wheels on the dais, outraged. You yield to archaic nonsense. We should. Silver-scaled counsellor raises a hand. We cannot dispute the ancient Venom rites. Let this serve as a lesson that some traditions endure. Lady Velna, you have pressed your claims, but you must abide by the result. She hisses, frustration twisting her features, but the dais seems resolute in honouring the spectacle we've just enacted. My mind reels. We might have won a reprieve, even official recognition. My limbs quake, the Venom's aftershocks still rippling. Vaserin lifts me carefully, tail sliding under my knees, arms supporting my back. Don't speak, he murmurs. Rest. I have you. His voice breaks on that last word, betraying the raw emotion beneath. I lean into him, feeling his warmth as a shield against the throng's stares. The council calls for order, but I hardly hear them. My entire focus narrows to the fierce, silent vow in Vaserin's eyes as he holds me. We did it. We forced them to honour an ancient law that even their prejudice can't override. My gaze drifts to the watchers. Some watch with rapt fascination, others appear unsettled. Tally's face among the crowd flickers in the distance, a small, victorious smile. Crick stands near her, arms folded, relief written in every line of his stance. At last, silver-scaled counsellor's voice addresses the crowd. This hearing ends. By venerable code, the scale-bound bond stands. The nest is compelled to acknowledge it. Let it be recorded. The child is recognised under that bond as well. A thunder of conflicting reactions pulses through the chamber. Disbelief, anger, or reluctant acceptance. The dais stands firm, ironically bound by the same archaic tradition they once scoffed. Lady Velna seethes, storming off in a swirl of fine robes. The hall begins to thin of onlookers. Some approach tentatively, as though unsure whether to congratulate or curse us. None dare act openly against us in this moment, not with the entire city having witnessed the rite. My head lolls against Vaserin's shoulder, the Venom's fever still simmering in my veins. He notices my pallor, eyes flooding with worry. Mira, we need to get you somewhere safe. Tally can tend to your aftermath. The baby. He shakes his head, voice raw. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you from such agony. I press a trembling hand to his cheek, mustering a faint smile. We're alive, I whisper, chest aching with relief. That's enough. He tightens his hold, brushing a tender kiss to my temple. Always enough, he echoes softly.
Chapter 17. Vaserin. The council chamber is nearly empty now, the faint torchlight dancing over the grand pillars and ornate serpent carvings. Only a few scattered guards linger at their posts, whispering among themselves. Moments ago, this hall was alive with tension, brimming with the shocked faces of Naga nobles as Mira survived my venom. Now the hush is profound, reverberating in the arches above like the final echo of a once thunderous storm. I stand at the center of the marbled floor, tail coiled beneath me in a gesture of repressed energy. The air feels heavy, and my heart pounds with the realization that the council, those ancient gatekeepers of tradition, has no choice but to acknowledge Mira's scale-bound status. She overcame the Venom challenge in front of everyone, proving our bond is no fleeting scandal, but hallowed by the oldest laws. Mira sways beside me, her face pale, still bearing the aftershocks of the fever that nearly consumed her life. Her hair clings to her damp cheeks in stray curls, and her breathing remains shallow, though her eyes shine with a fierce light. She's alive. That singular truth keeps me anchored as I reach for her. My scaled arms slip around her waist, lending support. My tail shifts to steady her. I brush a trembling hand over her cheek, relief flooding me. "Steady," I whisper. "You're sure you can stand?" She nods, though I feel her muscles tense from the effort. "I can," she manages in a thin but resolute voice. "I won't collapse again. Not when—" She draws a breath, meeting my gaze. Her eyes reflect a swirl of triumph and exhaustion. "We've won." The word crackles in my mind. Won. It feels too monumental to fully absorb. We forced the council's hand, shattered their condemnation. The half-circle of seats stands deserted, the echoes of their grudging acceptance still swirling around us. If the law is to be upheld and the council thrives on law, then our bond stands beyond question. A scuff of steps disrupts my thoughts. Silver-scaled counselor steps forward, face etched in a mixture of reluctance and what might be respect. A handful of watchers gather behind him, lesser officials, curious onlookers, perhaps a guard or two. Their eyes flick between me and Mira with open wariness. Silver-scaled counselor clears his throat. "Vaserin," he intones, voice measured. "You and the human Mira are recognized as scale-bound by the ancient code. By that right, your bond is incontestable." He sounds as though each word costs him. "The council will not dispute it." A hush follows, punctured only by the shifting of a few startled courtiers. For so long I've lived under the threat of condemnation, forced to offer my entire domain as a sacrifice. But now the law we invoked outranks even the council's edicts. The tension in my chest unwinds fractionally. I tighten my hold on Mira, sensing the trembling in her body. Silver-scaled counselor glances away, perhaps unwilling to meet our eyes. "You remain exiled from formal leadership," he adds stiffly, "given your prior choices. But we cannot brand your mate or your child as heresy. The old law compels acceptance." Velna lingers behind him, posture rigid, green scales glinting with frustration. She opens her mouth as if to protest, but the counselor cuts her off with a curt gesture. I see fury simmer in her eyes. Let her rage. We survived her schemes. A flicker of movement catches my gaze. Crick and Tally stand near a shadowy column, relief plain on their faces. Crick's arms fold over his chest in his typical stance, while Tally grips her staff, her tattoos glinting with faint colors in the torchlight. They must have snuck into the aftermath, ensuring we're not alone for the final declaration. I incline my head in acknowledgement of the counselor's pronouncement, voice low with years of pent-up defiance. Then my mate stands with me, recognized by the laws you claim to uphold. My tail flicks once, a subtle sign of my lingering tension. That is enough. Silver-scaled counselor nods reluctantly. Yes, but do not misunderstand. You will not be warlord of your father's domain. The council reassigns it. Your household staff may remain or depart as they choose. I exchange a look with Mira, my mind whirling. I see no future in these halls. Freed from the council's threat, we can choose our own path. The territory I once cherished is beyond my grasp. I'm not sure I mourn its loss, Mira's presence at my side outweighs any ambition I once harbored. You may keep your life, the counselor adds tersely, as though bestowing a grand favor. But your title is forfeit. That is the council's final word. A surge of resolve rises in me, meeting that final blow with a surprising calm. I renounce the warlord rank, I say, voice sharper than I expect. I have no interest in wearing a name that binds me to a system so cruel. I tighten my arms around Mira, feeling her lean on me with quiet gratitude. We are done here. Silver-scaled counselor stiffens, some of the watchers shifting in alarm. Usually an ex-warlord might slink off in shame or plead for partial restitution. I do neither. Instead, I turn on my heel, guiding Mira carefully toward the main doors. My coils shift around her to keep her upright. She walks with slow determination, her steps echoing in the high vaulted space. A ripple of whispers follows us. Some watchers appear scandalized, others oddly moved. Defiance thrums through me, each step carrying the weight of 1,000 unsaid farewells. Let them see how little I value their manipulative throne. Let them whisper that I carried my mate out of this viper's nest in full daylight. At the threshold, a hush drapes over me. I pause, turning to glance at the half-empty dais, the place where I once believed my destiny resided. The council stares back in stony silence. Then, ignoring them, I sweep out into the corridor, supporting Mira all the way. She exhales sharply once we're beyond the chamber's oppressive gloom. It's done, she murmurs, voice tremulous with relief. They can't undo our bond, nor can they declare our child a crime. I press a soft kiss to her temple, tail brushing her calf in reassurance. We broke their hold, I whisper. We walk away with heads high. Crick and Tally hurry to join us, footsteps echoing on polished stone. Tally's eyes glint with approval, while Crick's lopsided grin underscores his pride. I half expected them to attempt one final ambush, Crick mutters, glancing back warily. But it seems they fear the public scandal of defying the old laws. Tally taps her staff, expression thoughtful. Likely they'll plan behind the scenes, but for now you forced them to comply. Well done. She cuts a rare smile at Mira, who returns it, albeit tiredly. A throng of lesser nobles and curious onlookers mill in the hall, parting to let us pass. Our pace is measured, mindful of Mira's fragile state. She remains upright, determined not to show weakness in front of these watchers. I feel her trembling under my hand, but she never stumbles. Pride and protectiveness swirl in me, fueling an almost giddy sensation. The once looming shadow of condemnation has fractured. At the grand entrance to the High Nest's central building, bright sunlight floods the polished steps outside. I blink, adjusting to the brilliance. A crowd stands on the plaza, naga of every caste, half-bloods, even a few humans huddled on the fringes. They hush as we appear, curiosity etched on every face. Word must have spread about the final outcome. The human who survived Venom, forging an unbreakable bond with the disgraced warlord. I glance at Mira, silently asking if she can bear the spectacle. She squares her shoulders, lips curving in a faint, confident line. I'm ready, she whispers. We descend the steps. The crowd mutters, eyes flicking to the coil of my tail around Mira's waist. Some nudge each other in uneasy awe, others sneer. A few watchers step forward, not to attack, but to stare in fascination. One or two half-bloods actually cheer softly, though they're quickly shushed by anxious peers. The tension is thick, but no one dares block us. About halfway down the steps, Mira's breath catches, and I sense her legs quiver. Without hesitation, I sweep her into my arms, mindful of her condition. She tenses at first, wanting to stand on her own, but then exhales in acceptance, letting me cradle her. The crowd's murmurs increase, a wave of startled gasps. Let them see that I claim her openly. I hiss under my breath, a subtle warning that no one should approach. She winds an arm around my neck, face pressed to my chest. Despite the swirl of hundreds of eyes, a hush envelops us, as if time slows. I can't recall the last time I felt such fierce devotion. Adrenaline pulses through me, tangled with triumph and the raw tenderness of her survival for both of us. I meet the stairs with unwavering resolve, silently proclaiming that if they attempt to harm her or our unborn child, they face me head on. We reach the bottom of the steps, Tally and Crick flanking us, glaring at anyone who draws too close. The crowd parts. I hold Mira firmly, tail trailing behind, guiding us through the throng. Step by step, we push beyond the heart of the High Nest, forging a path out of the oppressive capital. The city we exit is not the same place that once banished me in scorn. Now, it's a city forced to witness our defiance, powerless to reverse it. As we press onward, the crowd thins. By the time we reach the gates, only a handful of stunned onlookers trail behind. The guards stationed there glance at me uncertainly. I am no warlord now, only a man carrying his mate in full, unwavering claim. They stand aside without a word, letting us pass. The bright sky frames the moment, scorching away the last vestiges of the council's looming shadow. Mira lifts her head, hair drifting in a gentle breeze, hazel eyes reflecting relief. "We're free," she murmurs, voice still weak from the fever but lined with awe. I nod, swallowing hard. "Free of them," I confirm. My voice emerges husky, thick with a swirl of emotion. No more bowing to a system that sought to bury us. Her lips curl in a small, bittersweet smile. Now we can truly start over.
Chapter 18. Mira. I can't stop smiling as I stand beside the oldest serpent tree behind the jungle manor, one hand braced on its massive trunk, the other resting on the gentle swell of my belly. The tree's bark twists in sinuous patterns, etched with ancient runes that time and vines have half consumed. Thick roots sprawl across the damp earth, forming natural arches where tiny flowers bloom in the shade. Overhead, the lush canopy filters sunlight into dappled gold, transforming this secluded clearing into an almost otherworldly sanctuary. My heart thrums with anticipation. We're back at the manor we once fled, but today it feels more like a haven than a cage. Vaserin paces a few steps away, exchanging low words with Tally and Crick. His broad shoulders and black scales reflect the noon sun, every carved line of muscle powerful yet subdued. He no longer wears the warlord's insignia. He renounced it publicly in the capital's glare, swearing never to bow to the council again. Now he's simply Vaserin, the naga who risked everything for us. My mate. My chest warms at the truth of that word. Today, we hold our private mating ceremony, recognized by old naga tradition and nurtured by our own hearts. I shift my weight, feeling the child move inside me. My belly has grown noticeably since the Venom challenge, time passing in relief rather than fear. The dishevelled courtyard we once saw is partially cleared, a testament to the handful of allies who remain loyal. Crick, Tally, even Serene in her quiet, watchful way. The staff that didn't abandon us have helped restore a corner of the manor to livable condition. And now they discreetly linger around, ensuring we have everything we need for the ceremony. I run my fingertips across the trunk's ridges, recalling how Vaserin used to speak of this particular serpent tree, rumoured to be centuries old, maybe older than the nest itself. He said the ancients once made vows under these branches, forging pacts that no council could break. A breeze stirs overhead, rustling the leaves, as if the tree breathes with anticipation. "Ready?" a soft voice asks at my side. I turn to see Tally, staff in hand, tattoos along her arms glimmering with faint colour. She surveys my face, her unusual eyes hinting at a hidden well of knowledge. The others are waiting by the trunk. It's time to begin. I nod, nerves fluttering in my stomach. Although we survived the capital's condemnation, forging a recognized bond. This ceremony is something personal, a vow we choose of our own will. My pulse races as I press a hand to my abdomen again, steadying myself. The baby shifts under my touch, a gentle reminder that we're forging a future not just for Vaserin and me, but for the life we created. Tally gives me a small, confident nod and glides away, returning to a cluster of watchers near the tree's broad roots, Crick in his ragged scales, Serene with her clouded eyes, plus a few staff members who insisted on witnessing. Serene stands tall, blind gaze directed by some arcane sense, her cane tapping faintly on the soil. Crick stands near her, arms crossed, tail flicking in suppressed excitement. He catches my eye and winks, a gesture of camaraderie that makes me grin. I recall how he once called me soft-hearted for bonding with Vaserin. Now he stands here as if proud of me. Vaserin finishes his conversation and turns, stepping across the grass. My breath hitches at the sight of him. He's tall, hair a cascade of obsidian black down his back, high cheekbones accentuating gold-flecked eyes. Black scales rim his forearms and the length of his powerful tail, shimmering faintly in the bright daylight. He wears no formal regalia, only a simple dark robe left half open at the chest, revealing glimpses of scaled muscle. My heart flutters. His expression softens when his gaze settles on me. He closes the distance, tail swishing across the grass. Despite his calm facade, I sense a trace of nervousness in the stiff tilt of his shoulders. "Mira," he says, voice low. "Are you comfortable? If you need to sit or if the heat is too much." I laugh lightly, warmth blooming in my chest. "I'm fine. Overprotective naga," I tease, though my tone brims with affection. My belly feels heavier these days, but the flutter of excitement overrides any discomfort. He exhales, tail brushing my ankle. "I can't help it. Seeing you carry our child, I'd tear down the entire nest again to keep you safe." His voice dips to a reverent hush. "But Tally says the ceremony must start promptly." I nod, realizing that the small gathering around us has grown silent, expectant. I step forward, guiding Vaserin's hand to rest lightly on my abdomen. He blinks, then a gentle smile curves his lips as he feels the child shift. My pulse speeds. This is the moment we proclaim our union, beyond the forced recognition of the capital's laws, a vow that is ours alone. Tally signals with a raised staff. She begins chanting softly in an old Naga dialect, each syllable weaving around us like a faint melody. I don't know all the words, but I recognize the shape of them from Vaserin's stories, phrases that evoke the jungle's ancient spirits, calling upon the silent watchers in these trees. The serpent tree overhead creaks, leaves swaying as if acknowledging the rite. He and I stand face to face, the hush so profound I can hear my own heartbeat. I tilt my chin, meeting his gaze. Amber eyes watch me intently, as though memorizing every detail of my face. Carefully, I place my hands on his broad shoulders. He lowers his head, gently pressing his forehead to mine in a gesture of closeness. The crowd around us forms a ring, but I barely sense them. In this moment, it's just the two of us, scales and skin, heartbreak and triumph. Tally's chanting fades, replaced by a waiting stillness. She steps back, allowing us to speak. My throat constricts with emotion. I recall how we once danced around our feelings, how I believed he found me worthless, how he believed he could never break the nest's cruelty. Now, we stand united. Vaserin touches my cheek with a scaled palm, tail coiling near my legs. His voice emerges soft but resonant, carrying to those gathered. "Mira," he says, eyes never leaving mine. "I offer no grand titles, no pledge of territory or rank. All I can give is myself, bound in love and devotion. For every wound inflicted by my race, for every sorrow that bruised your heart, I vow to heal it, protect you, and stand by you. Always." Tears spring to my eyes. We no longer fear condemnation. I let them fall, exhaling a trembling breath. Vaserin, I say, voice catching. When I arrived in your domain, I expected only cruelty. You showed me something else, a deeper compassion hidden behind walls. We overcame venom and prejudice, forging a bond that stands beyond any counsel. Now I vow to walk beside you as your mate, your equal, your home. A hush drapes the clearing. Tally inclines her head, murmuring an invocation. Then she gestures for us to exchange words in both tongues, human and naga. My heart races. We practiced a few phrases, enough that I can speak them without stumbling. I swallow and begin, my voice soft. In the name of love, I claim you, I say in my human language. Then, in halting naga, I attempt the archaic vow. Moshkas lahin esva, which Vaserin taught me to mean, you are my anchor, my choice. My accent stumbles, but his tail tightens in recognition. His eyes glisten with a hint of tears as he replies, first in the naga tongue, then in my language. Ashkir Natsa, I accept your bond, he whispers. You are my heart, my forever. A wave of relief and joy surges through me. The watchers around us, Crick, Tally, Serene, bow their heads in approval. The hush cracks with a smatter of gentle applause, hushed reverence more than celebration. Serene murmurs something about the serpent tree blessing the union, her cane tapping the earth as if reading the vibrations. Vaserin breathes out, tail sliding around my waist in a final show of ownership and devotion. For a moment, we stay like that, foreheads touching, arms wrapped in an embrace that transcends language. My tears flow freely, though they taste of happiness, not sorrow. I sense the child move again, as if stirred by this swirl of emotion. Crick steps forward, expression uncharacteristically soft. Congratulations, he says, voice gruff. Never expected to see the day a half-blood like me would witness a ceremony forging a path for half-breeds. But here we are. He inclines his head to me, a subtle sign of respect that warms my heart. Tally smiles, tapping her staff lightly. May your union bring new beginnings to this land, she says. You defied old boundaries, but forging something fresh is never easy. Lean on each other. Sarene's sightless eyes fix on our direction. The vines once threatened to crush you both, she murmurs in a cracked voice. Yet you pruned them away. Let the serpent tree stand witness to your vow. She lifts a hand, groping for me. I take her palm, and she squeezes gently. Be kind to each other, always. Emotion wells in me. Thank you, I say, voice thick. All of you. They step back, letting us savour the moment. My gaze lingers on Vaserin's face. Even as I see relief etched there, I notice the tension in his shoulders. He's scanning the perimeter, no doubt verifying we remain undisturbed. His protective instincts are unstoppable, especially with my swollen belly on display. I reach for his hand, tangling my fingers with his claws, reassuring him that all is well. He glances down, a low rumble of affection escaping his chest. You need rest, he whispers. This ceremony is enough for one day. The child's safety matters above all else. I nod, remembering the Venom ordeal. Though weeks have passed, occasional bouts of fatigue remind me not to overexert. A short rest, yes, I answer softly. But then maybe I'd like to walk the grounds, see how the orchard is faring if it's still overgrown. I want to imagine what we might build here. He tilts his head in surprise. You wish to remain in the manor? It's hardly more than a deserted ruin in parts, and we have no warlord authority here. My lips curl wryly. We own no illusions about being warlords or owners, I say. But the estate is physically yours, if not by law. Let them assign it to some puppet. We still dwell here, forging a life in the jungle's domain, not the council's. He smiles, that rare, devastating softness lighting his face. Yes, he murmurs, tucking a stray curl behind my ear. We can remain, or move on if we wish. We owe them nothing. The watchers disperse, returning to the manor's courtyard or slipping away into the vine-choked paths, leaving us a moment of privacy under the serpent tree. We stand close, breathing in unison, the hush only broken by the rustle of leaves overhead. My belly presses to him, a living promise of tomorrow. A trickle of warmth coils through me, reminiscent of the intimacy we've shared. My body thrums with that memory, a spark of desire kindling even in the midst of ceremony. I recall how we overcame so many barriers to consummate our love, how each union felt like defying an entire nest's condemnation. Now, with vows exchanged and my belly swollen, a fierce longing stirs again, a need to feel his adoration. He senses it too, eyes darkening with recognition. "Mira," he whispers, tail sliding around my ankle. "We should return inside, rest in a proper bed. This ground is too rough for you." I smile, letting him sense my hidden hunger. "I trust you to ensure I'm comfortable." My cheeks heat, but I make no attempt to hide my reaction. We overcame shame long ago. He nods, tail coiling up my leg, a gentle pressure that sets my heart racing. "Let's go," he breathes. "I'll carry you if you tire." I allow him to guide me from the clearing, the serpent tree's ancient presence at our backs. The sky overhead glows with the approaching afternoon. In the distance, I catch glimpses of Tally and Crick tidying the remains of the ceremony, Vaserin standing near them in quiet reflection. My chest glows with gratitude. These allies stood by us through every storm. We reach the manor's interior, meandering through a corridor that once felt oppressive. Now it breathes with possibility. The walls are still partially covered in vines, but patches of fresh paint hint at attempts to reclaim it. We ascend a short flight of stairs, stepping into what used to be the master chamber. The room is mostly empty, except for a large bed draped with newly washed linens. Air flows through an open window, carrying the scent of the jungle's blossoms. He closes the door behind us, turning to me with eyes ablaze. "Sit," he orders softly, tail flicking. "Let me help." My heart flutters at his protective note. "Yes, warlord," I tease. Then I correct myself with a smile. "I mean, Vaserin." He grunts in mock reproach, a faint smirk twisting his lips. "Mock me all you wish, but I see you're exhausted." He leads me to the bed, supporting my elbow. I sink onto the edge, tailing a breath of relief. My legs feel heavier, burdened by pregnancy and the emotional whirlwind of the ceremony. He kneels before me, slitted gold eyes scanning my face. "You truly want this? A life in the jungle, forging new traditions?" A spark of uncertainty edges his tone. I rest my palms on his broad shoulders, nails skimming the subtle ridges of black scales. "I do," I say, voice unwavering. "We might face new trials, but we'll face them together." He exhales, tension melting. Then his tail glides up my calf, a slow, sinuous motion that ignites a thrumming desire in my core. Sparks flicker in the hush, reminiscent of how we first bridged the chasm between us. My breath falters, recalling the nights of forbidden closeness, how we overcame taboo. He rises, pulling me to my feet again, though I remain pressed to the bed's edge. The heat of his chest radiates, each scale distinct against my simpler garments. My belly bumps him lightly. He presses a reverent kiss to my temple, voice husky. "I want to celebrate this union with you," he murmurs. "But I'll be gentle. I know how carefully we must mind the baby." My cheeks warm. "I trust you," I whisper. "Always." His eyes flick down, capturing my mouth in a sudden tender kiss. I melt into him, parting my lips with a soft sigh, The tension from the ceremony, from our entire struggle, channels into this moment, winding through every brush of scale and skin. He lifts a hand to cradle the back of my head, tangling his fingers in my hair. My pulse surges. I angle my face, deepening the kiss. His tail curls around my legs, coaxing me onto the bed. I recline carefully, mindful of my swollen belly, letting him hover above me. The mattress dips under his weight. Our mouths remain joined, an electric current dancing along my spine. My body responds with a fierce ache that belies the months of stress. Now we can be free, truly, to love without fear. He breaks the kiss, leaning back to study me. My hair drapes the pillows, cheeks flushed. "You're radiant," he murmurs, voice catching on emotion. "Carrying our child only makes you more stunning."
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Silence stretches, broken only by the distant calls of jungle birds. Eventually, the sun's angle shifts, bathing the room in warm light. The swirl of dust motes looks almost golden. Reluctantly, we pull ourselves upright. I slip back into my tunic, though the dishevelled hair and flushed cheeks reflect our union. He tucks away his scaled lower half, tying his robe loosely. We help each other stand, still a bit unsteady from the intensity of the moment. He extends his arm for support. My belly weighs me down, but also fills me with a quiet sense of power. I hold his gaze, smiling. Shall we see if the orchard still stands? He laughs, low and soft. Yes, let's walk a bit, then rest. Tally might scold us if we push you too hard. I grin, leaning into his side as we exit the chamber. The corridor outside remains hushed, the once stifling gloom eased by new memories. We amble down stone hallways toward a back entrance. Vines crawl across the cracks, but signs of new growth sprout as well. Flowers planted by staff, a testament that life thrives even after ruin. Outside, the orchard is overgrown but surprisingly vibrant. Some fruit trees sagging with unharvested bounty, others twisting with creepers. Sunlight streams between thick branches, giving the orchard a softly lit ambience. I slip my hand in Vaserin's, relishing the sense of belonging. We drift through the orchard rows, occasionally pausing so he can pick a ripe fruit, offering me a bite. The juice is sweet, a taste of promise. A breeze ruffles my hair, carrying the scent of distant rain. We pause at a break in the trees, gazing down a slope to see the vast jungle sprawled below. My heart swells at the horizon. Freed from the nest's dominion, we can carve our own fate here. Perhaps we'll stay in the manor, reclaiming it from the vines. Or maybe we'll find a new corner of the jungle to call ours. He slips an arm around me, tail brushing lightly against my ankles in that familiar, possessive way. "We have a future now," he murmurs, voice rich with emotion. "The nest might whisper behind our backs, but they can't tear us apart. Our child will grow knowing love, not condemnation." My eyes prickle with tears. I rest my head on his shoulder, feeling the strong curve of his scales. "Yes," I say, voice trembling with gratitude. "They'll see the world differently because we broke those chains." In that moment, I realised that the ceremony under the serpent tree was more than a vow. It's a new beginning. We overcame warlord obligations, overcame ancient bigotry. Now we stand among orchard trees teeming with life, the hush of the jungle wrapping us in acceptance. My heart brims with a sense of rightness, as though we found our place at last. Eventually, we return to the main courtyard. A few staff members roam, tidying debris and coaxing the building's remains into something livable. They glance at us, some bowing shyly, others nodding with relieved smiles. It's humbling to realize these people remain loyal, perhaps inspired by our stand. Vaserin, once a feared warlord, has become something else entirely. A leader by choice, not by council decree. We climb the steps to the manor's front archway. The stone columns remain partially adorned with chipped serpent carvings, but the air feels lighter. My tailing steps slow as weariness tugs at me again, though the orchard walk uplifted my spirit. Vaserin steadies me, voice soft with concern. Let's rest inside, no more wandering for the day. I nod, letting him lead me into a side hall that's been swept clean. Sareen lurks near an open window, her blind gaze turned our way, cane tapping. She dips her head in acknowledgement. All is well, she asks in that quiet, hollow tone. The ceremony concluded? I grin, pressing a hand to my belly. Yes, I say simply. It was beautiful. Thank you for being there. She inclines her head once more, then faces away, letting us pass. There's no need for elaborate speeches. She's served in the shadows long enough to respect the gravity of our moment. At last, we reach a small sitting room that Tally helped prepare, filled with cushions and warm lamplight. I sink onto a cushion, exhaling slowly. My belly tightens briefly, just a faint twinge, probably from the day's exertion. Vaserin notices, crouching at my side, tail curling protectively. Are you hurting? I shake my head, smoothing my tunic over the curve. Just a flutter. The baby's restless after all this excitement. He places his palm gently on my abdomen, expression awed. The child shifts beneath his touch, and a faint smile tugs his lips. Then he murmurs, "We truly did it. No council can revoke our vow, and if they dare try, we'll face them together again." Emotion swells, tears dampening my lashes for the umpteenth time. Yes, I whisper, leaning forward to kiss him softly. We belong to each other, fully. We settle into comfortable silence, the hush broken only by distant chatter of staff or the rustle of wind through broken shutters. The day has been long, exchanging vows beneath the serpent tree, reaffirming our bond in the manor's hidden corners. My entire being hums with contentment, even though the future remains open-ended. Time drifts. Eventually, night descends, blanketing the manor in deep shadows. We share a simple meal with Crick, Tally, and a few staff, laughter mingling with relief. No more hunching in secrecy. This is our domain, by chosen right, if not by official council decree. My belly twinges occasionally, reminding me to pace myself, but the sense of communal warmth soothes me. When the others retire, we find ourselves alone again, the courtyard bathed in moonlight. The serpent tree behind the manor stands silhouetted, a silent guardian. Vaserin and I stand on a balcony that overlooks the orchard, arms around each other. I breathe the night air, leaves whispering with a gentle breeze. He presses close, tail coiling around my waist from behind, lips brushing my ear. Tomorrow we'll decide if we remain or travel to a new place, he murmurs. But for tonight, you're safe in my arms. I smile, placing my hands over his scaled forearms. I've never felt safer. The moonlight paints the orchard below in silver. My heart feels as vast as this starlit sky. He lowers his head, trailing a kiss along the curve of my neck. A shiver of anticipation skitters down my spine, but it's a comforting warmth, not frantic. I realize we can choose any path forward. My child will grow with a father who overcame his own tyranny, a mother who refused to be branded worthless. That knowledge bolsters me. The hush of the night cradles us as we stand there, exchanging soft words of hope and gentle touches that spark new desire. My belly rumbles with quiet protest at the day's exhaustion, so I laugh softly and lead him inside, beckoning him to rest with me. We make our way to the room Tally assigned us, where a wide bed of fresh linens waits. No dust, no vines, just the promise of a home reclaimed. We slip beneath the covers, bodies tangling. His tail coils around my leg once more, a gesture that has become second nature, ensuring my comfort. I press against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. Outside, the distant chirping of insects lulls me. The day's celebrations and confessions swirl in my mind, but no fear remains. I close my eyes, remembering the vow we spoke at the serpent tree, how my belly pressed between us, how Tally's chanting merged with Vaselin's vow. The child stirs again, and I think, yes, we overcame it all. Poison, condemnation, old grudges, even our own doubts. We are free to build a life on our terms. As sleep edges in, I nestle deeper into his warmth. He slips an arm around my shoulders, his breathing slowing. "Mira," he whispers in the darkness, voice laden with devotion. "I love you." A smile graces my lips. "I love you, Vaserin," I murmur back, letting exhaustion carry me. This is the home we chose, a rebel domain in a sprawling jungle, a love that defied ancient laws, a child bridging two worlds. I drift off with that certainty guiding my heart, the final hush of starlight sealing our vow.
Chapter 19. Vaserin. I stare at the makeshift altar in the heart of our refurbished bedchamber, a quiet awe thrumming in my chest. The jungle night presses close, humid air weaving through open windows, carrying the scent of rain-damp earth and exotic flowers. A single moonbeam slips past the leaves overhead, illuminating the low table we've covered with soft cloth and scattered blossoms. This is where I plan to pledge myself fully to Mira, not as a warlord or exiled noble, but as a mate who chose her beyond all else. She stands across the room, turned partly away while inspecting the bed's fresh linens. The flicker of lamplight traces the curves of her cheeks and shoulders, highlighting the gentle swell of her belly. She's wearing a simple pale slip that drapes her figure, a subtle outline of the child we created. My pulse pounds each time I see the evidence of new life in her form. We returned here to my jungle estate after the day's intimate vow exchange under the serpent tree. The old halls remain half-claimed by vines, but we've cleared enough to create comfort, forging a sanctuary that belongs to us alone. Our loyal allies have retreated to the estate's far wing, giving us privacy for this final night of ceremony, the one time we can stand as mates, sealed not by the nest's forced recognition, but by our own devotion. I breathe in, gaze straying to the lamp near our bed. The low flame casts shifting shadows on the walls, dancing across half-scrubbed murals that once depicted archaic naga conquests. Symbols of a past I've shed, trading it for the woman who overcame my venom, defied the council, and carried our child. She turns now, catching me watching her. The corner of her mouth lifts in a soft, knowing smile. Her hair falls loose down her back, a few curled strands framing her face. She radiates a quiet strength, an awareness of her own worth that still startles me after all we've endured. Crossing the distance between us, I let my tail coil behind me in slow arcs, reflecting my subdued anticipation. When I'm near enough, I lift a hand to gently brush one of those errant curls away from her cheek. She tilts her head, expression gentle. "Are you nervous?" Her voice carries the same warm hush she used when comforting me in the capital, a tone that soothes and stirs all at once. I tighten my jaw, inhaling the faint lavender scent clinging to her hair. "Only that I might not deserve this," I admit in a near whisper. "After all we faced, I still wonder if I can give you everything you need." Her lips quirk in a wry smile. "Haven't we settled that question?" She takes my hand, pressing it lightly to her belly. I feel our child shift, a small flutter beneath my palm. You already give me everything, Vaserin. This baby proves how far we've come. A surge of emotion grips me. My scaled forearm trembles under her soft skin, the black ridges along my wrist glinting in lamplight. Then tonight, I vow to be fully yours, I say quietly, tail sliding to curl around her ankles. No rank, no council condemnation, only my devotion to you, our union, our family. She lifts her free hand to my cheek, expression luminous. I'm already yours, she murmurs, eyes bright with unshed tears. I've been from the moment you chose to protect me, even when the nest demanded my life. We stand there, foreheads nearly touching, breath mingling in the hush. She rubs my scaled shoulder affectionately, the warmth of her palm igniting a deep ache inside me, a yearning to seal our bond once more, not out of desperation but reverent unity. My tail coils higher, brushing the back of her thighs in a tentative caress. She responds with a soft gasp, her body curving into mine. My throat tightens with longing. Tonight is ours, I say, voice rough. No fear remains. She nods, leaning her cheek against my shoulder, inhaling slowly. I draw back, gently guiding her to the small altar we prepared, an old wooden table draped in a woven cloth, set with a single carved bowl. Within that bowl rests a few small crystals and a half-burned candle, Tally's suggestion for symbolic purity. I lift the candle, flame dancing before our eyes. Mates by venom, mates by vow, I recite, recalling the words Tally taught me. May the flame witness our union. May the child within your womb know only love. Mira's eyes glisten, tears slipping down her cheeks. She bends forward, exhaling over the candle, flickering it with her breath in a gentle sign of acceptance. Then she meets my gaze, voice trembling. We will write our own traditions, she whispers. This is only the beginning. I exhale, placing the candle aside. My tail curls around her waist, drawing her close, so her belly presses against my stomach. The child stirs again, as if sensing our rising excitement. My hands slip to her shoulders, gently sliding the thin straps of her slip down her arms. The garment pools around her feet, baring her glowing skin to my hungry gaze. She inhales sharply, cheeks flushing, yet her eyes hold mine, unwavering. You are more beautiful than any dream I dared, I murmur, tail sliding over her hips in a protective swirl. Every scale, every breath in me belongs to you. My heart thuds as I let my gaze roam from her soft bosom to the gentle curve of her abdomen. Reverence floods my chest, chased by a pulse of desire. She lifts her chin, stepping closer so her bare flesh meets my scales. The contact sends a wave of heat through me. Then let's finish what we started at the serpent tree, she says quietly. Truly bond tonight. No interruptions, no watchers. Only us. I swallow hard, nodding, tail tensing. Carefully, I shrug off the robe draping my upper body, letting it fall away. My onyx scales gleam under the lamplight, ridges tracing the planes of my arms and chest. She reaches to run her palm over my heart, her touch gentle and certain. My breath shudders at the warm friction against my scaled skin. We move in tandem toward the bed, a sturdy wooden frame we found intact, covered in fresh linen Tali provided. Each step resonates with anticipation. By the time we stand at the bedside, I'm dizzy with the scent of her, the light musk of her body. She climbs onto the mattress, making space for me, tailing a slight sigh when she reclines against the plush pillows. My gaze flicks over her swollen belly, remembering the child inside. Don't worry, she murmurs, reading my hesitation. We've learned how to be gentle. Trust me. I exhale, climbing onto the bed with deliberate care. My tail glides under her legs, lifting them slightly. She helps angle her hips, parted thighs inviting me. Her breaths come fast, eyes reflecting the lamplight like shards of gold. My chest tightens with the force of my own want. but I remind myself to proceed slowly. She's carrying our child, and though we've joined before, I won't rush. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. You have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. She nods, eyes closing as she snuggles closer, a soft smile curving her lips. More than all right, she manages, voice hoarse. That was everything. My chest swells with relief. I brush my palm gently over the bite on her shoulder, finding only a faint mark, a slight break in the skin. You carry my venom again, I whisper. This time not in challenge, but in devotion. She shivers, placing her hand over mine. I feel it. A warm pulse in my veins, but no pain. She meets my gaze, eyes brimming with contentment. I love you, Vaserin. No matter what tomorrow brings, I'm yours as an equal, never a servant. Emotion wells in me, overwhelming. I cradle her face, tail winding around her waist again. You've never been a servant, I say, voice unsteady. I was too blind to see it at first, but you were always my equal, my sanctuary. My heart hammers as I let the final word spill. My mate. Tears spill down her cheeks. She presses her mouth to mine in a tender kiss, lingering and reverent, no frenzy, just the echo of everything we fought for. The bed creaks as we shift closer, her belly resting gently against me. A hush pervades the room, deeper than any silence we've known before. Eventually, she lays her head on my shoulder, lulled by exhaustion and the afterglow's softness. I keep an arm around her, tail draped protectively over her thighs. My double shafts retract carefully, barbs no longer pressing, the wave of ecstasy fading into quiet intimacy. We share a few slow breaths, then she murmurs, "We're truly free now." I hold her closer. "Free to shape our life," I say softly, chest tight with gratitude. I renounced everything, but gained so much more. A mate who accepted my darkest secrets and survived my venom not once, but twice. She chuckles, a sleepy warmth in her voice. Your venom can't scare me anymore. Her eyelids droop, and she nestles into the crook of my arm. Tomorrow we can plan the orchard replanting, or decide to roam beyond the nest's borders. The choice is ours. My throat constricts at the thought of such simple, precious plans. Yes, I whisper, tail flicking once in satisfaction. We'll do all of it at our pace. No counsel, no forced exile. She nods, drifting. Her breathing deepens, the tension draining from her limbs. I remain awake a while longer, stroking her hair in the dimly lit chamber. My eyes roam over her shoulder, spotting the faint bruise where I bit her. Guilt stings for an instant. Then I recall the ecstasy in her cry, the acceptance in her gaze. This mark cements our bond, not in pain, but in a final vow of trust. A gentle wind wafts through the open window, rustling the curtains. The jungle's nocturnal chorus rises, chirping insects, distant croaks, the hush of wind through tangled vines. I close my eyes, letting that lullaby wash over me. She rests against me, warm and safe, our child tucked between us. I sense a faint stirring through her skin, perhaps the baby responding to the swirl of mother's contentment and father's devotion. I think of the long path that led us here, her arrival in my domain, the venom challenge that nearly claimed her life, the capital's tribunal, the serpent tree vows. All culminating in this final moment. She's no longer a servant, no longer overshadowed by fear. She's my mate, carrying our future. And I, no longer a warlord shackled by the nest's cruelty, cherish her freely. I brush a final kiss on her brow, letting my tail coil more snugly in an embrace that wards off the night's chill. My heart beats with a slow, steady pulse, unburdened by condemnation. For the first time, I feel entirely at peace, no hidden corners of shame or worry. We overcame everything, forging a bond revered by archaic law and sealed by personal choice. Sleep comes in gentle waves, my mind hazy with images of an orchard in bloom, a child toddling between scaled arms and soft human hands, laughter echoing through the refurbished halls of this manor. And through it all, Mira stands with me, never cowering, always equal, her voice carrying that subtle, defiant softness that both humbles and enthralls me. Before oblivion claims me, I whisper her name again, voice hushed and reverent. She stirs, half smiling, pressing unconsciously closer to my scaled chest. My tail holds her in place, a silent vow that I'll never again let any force tear us apart. We are mates, bonded by venom, law, and love, and that final truth is all we need. Beneath the still breath of the jungle night, our child sleeps safe between two hearts that once fought the nest's darkest traditions. Now, in this quiet room, we forge a future that belongs to us alone, bound by the softest bite and the strongest devotion. And I know, as I slip into a restful slumber, that this is only the beginning of a life we shape on our own terms, each heartbeat echoing the vow, mine, ours,